Alright, anyways, so what we did last time. Let's see, I actually have I have some notes from the stream before last that I forgot to mention, but whatever. I cleaned up a bunch of crap around the base. I restocked the gigantic silos of just crap. So every stream, I do this off stream. I top this thing off so that nobody has to watch me print thousands of medium platforms and auto arms. I do it for you, chat, because I care. Then I laid this thing out. This wasn't here last time. This is going to be the hydrazine storage eventually. I designed it but didn't build it, so that'll be something we do on stream. I haven't shown myself constructing one of these devices for a while. It'll basically be similar to the process I used to build these, so anyone who's ever been wondering how I've actually made all this like perfectly grid aligned stuff, we'll be doing this like probably halfway through the stream after we do the event. The event is just like some scrap collecting stuff. So that'll be coming up pretty soon here. Let's see, what else have we got? I made a few changes to the base, but I'll go over those after we do the scrap thing. Nothing particularly major. So let's see, I didn't miss anything else in chat, or can we move forward here? Just transcend. Yeah, we haven't invented that technology yet. I would love to transcend my fleshy mortal form and have a body that doesn't require all these mundane things of life, but we're just not there yet. Maybe in 10 more years, when we have all those like bases on Mars or whatever they keep promising, well, maybe we'll transcend around that time. Or it'll just keep getting delayed until 2100s or something, because apparently, did I just say 2100s? No, wait, never mind, no, my brain turned. I was thinking the number 20 and then the number 100 grafted to the end of that, but no, 2100 actually makes sense as a number. Recall failed. Wait a minute, is that turned on, or is Axo just shitposting? You didn't play the precious Astroneer games. Does the stream have spoilers? Yes, this stream has spoilers for all 2 of like the plot points in this game. Though I probably won't actually show them. So technically speaking, if you were afraid of spoilers, you don't really have to worry, because I'm not going to do anything that's going to spoil the game. Yeah, the 2100s. Like, it makes sense, but my brain stopped for a second. Like, did I just say the year 20,100? No, in fact, I did not. Yeah, tell me if you see a recall fail, because I turned that off last stream and Axo was sad, so I think it better not turn itself back on. I'm going to be upset if it had. So anyways, we have an event that we need to do, the Exo Cares Initiative. This is a recycled event that these developers put back up every 6 months because it's hard to add actual content to this video game. And basically you go find a bunch of crap on the surface of the planet, you send it into space for some reason, and then they give you a bunch of other crap instead. So we have a couple packages that I printed off stream, so we'd be good and ready for the occasion. Just a couple. I think this will most likely cover it. Oh my god, my game lags when I pick this thing up. I need to just stick this on the rocket and not look at it. We got a couple more packages in case I need some extras, so just stick those over there. Dynamite, we'll see what that's for later. And we're gonna do a version of this that I haven't done on stream yet. Normally I would go get a rover and a shredder and a bunch of other stuff like that. But we don't necessarily need to do that, because in the last playthrough, when we did that mission, the reward was the ability to get creative mode flight using... I cannot see the thing that we're supposed to use for that. There's a pet in here, like a little critter. There we go, this one. This one here gives you 15 minutes of flight if you feed her the correct seeds. And it just so happens that off stream I farmed a bunch of these seeds because I don't want to make anybody watch me farm the seeds, because it's super slow and tedious and I hate it. So I'm going to be able to fly for large increments of time, and basically what we're going to do is go to another planet and fly around and see how fast I can do this entire stupid event that they keep recycling every year. So that'll be exciting. Let's see how that goes. Let's see, was there anything else I need to do? Make sure I don't leave anything before I take off. We're not going to do it on this planet. We're going to actually go to a different planet that isn't this gross desert. Let me just see if I forgot anything before I take off. I wrote a note. I think Visania was the one we were going to go to. That's a planet that we do not go to very often because there's nothing useful there and it's horrible. So why not pay that a visit? Some of you might not have even seen it yet, because I've only gone there like 3 times, I think, in this entire playthrough. And we're up to like episode 18 of this particular playthrough on stream. So the Visania is a treat. It's kind of gross though. It's got like tumors all over it. Let's see, we're gonna go there, fly around. Ah yes, Usagi, we're gonna use Usagi. So the Soviet, this one's for you. we're actually going to use this stupid snail that you like so much, because we might be able to find funny treasures or marbles or something along the way. So if this is the content that you came here for, then, I mean, I'm happy for you. Alright, so here you go, friend. You get to join the others in the ranks of useful snails. It's tedious is what you come here for. That's this video game sometimes, but I think we're gonna actually have this pretty streamlined. I think we got everything. We're gonna use the RTGs for that. Alright, awesome, let's go. Yeah, 20 frames per second. I should not have made this giant, like, silo covered in packages. It lags my game every time it moves. I should not have done that. That was a bad idea. I should have printed them out as I needed, but I thought it would look funny to just have this like corn, yep, right through the planet, to have this funny corn cob of packages, and this is my punishment for it, is low frame rates. Alright, it doesn't really matter where we land here, but I guess we could start at the shitty, like, base that I made. I think it's this one. Yeah, here we go. Usagi hype. Alright, we got at least a couple people that are hyped about Usagi. I assume Soviet is, but he's not saying anything in chat, so I have no idea if he actually even noticed that I mentioned Usagi. I think we're good to go here. 2100 FPS. I wish. Okay, I got the 20. We're kind of missing out on the 100 there. Don't worry, as we use these packages, we'll get improved frame rates as we go along. Oh yeah, Usagi is this snail here, and basically this snail will just show stuff on my compass if there are like shiny things nearby. And of course I like shiny things because I'm a dumb idiot and I play video games, so if I see something cool looking that it serves no purpose, I'm absolutely going to collect it and take it with me, and that's what this snail allows me to do. So very important. Usagi is Sailor Moon. I think all these snails are a reference to something, but I know absolutely nothing about Sailor Moon. So, I don't know. You know what? Here we go, chat. Anyone who gets the references. Sylvie, I think, Silva is the name of the first planet. I don't think that's a reference to anything. Let's see. We got... Rogal here gives you, like, a lot of power. I'm sure that's something. Princess here makes you invincible. Usagi finds shiny things and shows them on your compass. Stilgar here provides oxygen. Inoki just gives you improved movement. We don't really need. And then there's one more that's not here that I forgot the name of that makes your mining tool bigger. That one's back at home because we don't need that one. But yeah, that's it. That's all I got. This is actually Tears of the Kingdom, chat, with the low frame rates. Can you believe it? We're actually playing Tears of the Kingdom right now. This is the authentic Nintendo Switch experience. Isn't it beautiful? Usagi just means bunny in Japanese. Is there something in Japanese about bunnies like finding stuff? I don't know anything. I'm a Baka Gaijin. I'm just a dumb American. I don't know anything about like culture in other countries and stuff. Whatever, you all can argue amongst yourselves about what these might be a reference to. I think one of them's a Dune reference, yeah. I don't know, I've been told by people who are cultured that one of them's a Dune reference. So anyways, let's get a rundown of what we're going to be doing here. So I need to fly around, package up scrap, put it on this request platform here, and send it off into space. And then I will get these arbitrary points. They will reward me with a bunch of cosmetics that I'm never going to use, and then we're going to go back home and build the hydrazine factory. But we do the events because it's content and because sometimes it's interesting to come up with new solutions to the problem. So what we have that makes this special is we have Eva here that we got during all the missions we did last time. Eva gives us creative mode flight, which basically means I can haul ass around this planet by using these fractal rose seeds and hybrid rose seeds and whatnot. If you don't know too much about those, don't worry. Basically, I just have to do a mini game to get a bunch of these, and it's super slow and awful, and maybe I'll show it like once or twice. But I did most of that off stream because nobody wants to see that. Or if you do want to see that, then you came to the wrong stream because I don't want to stream that. But essentially, we're going to be flying around, and we're going to try to do this as fast as possible. So before we do that, however, there's some scrap sitting around right here. So we might as well just go ahead and get started on this. So I brought a canister of graphite and a fuckload of packages, and that's going to allow us to do a lot of nice things all on one planet. All of these capsules here that require a resource, this symbol here, this is for graphite. Every single one of these on the surface of Vissania is going to be graphite. So conveniently, that's what is in this silo right here. Though I will have to find the output. I think the output... Yeah, there it is. The little output nozzle's underneath all the packages. Well, as we slowly unearth the silo that's underneath this, it'll be easier to get at the packages. But all we're supposed to do for this event is just slap all this stuff on the rocket and send it away into space. So how quickly can I do that? We'll start here, and then we'll go into flight mode to get to the rest of the stuff. I'm just getting things that are like kind of in the local area. Let's see here. So I might as well just kind of grab a bunch of packages for myself. We're also going to gather research objects because, I don't know, because I want them. I don't need bytes for anything. I've researched everything I could possibly want, but I mean, we're going to do it anyways because, again, I play video games. I collect things that I don't need because I like to see number go big. And we got that. There's a wheel sitting under here. I'm just going to grab the packages off of this one if I'm on this side. We'll clean this up later. Yeah, funny number go burr. Alright, anything else nearby? That doesn't look like it. Alright, so let's take off. So you probably haven't seen me in creative mode because I don't think I've ever streamed it, but this game basically has like Minecraft creative mode in it. And that's what this snail is going... Not snail, it's like a fox, but that's what this particular helper is going to do for us. Once I get rid of this hoverboard, because it's actually going to cancel the flight. Just put this here. There we go. Wait, no, there we don't go. Hold on, I gotta also take this off, and now we can fly. There we go. Alright, so you can literally just fly around as if you're playing in creative mode while you're doing this. So I got 15 minutes of this nonsense to work with before I have to get more of these, like, seeds. I brought a few with me. We'll see if I need more. But yeah, that's how I'm going to get around this planet. With all the low frame rates. Again, we are literally playing Tears of the Kingdom right now. I did not think it would be this laggy. I didn't plan this out. I don't have a way to power these, do I? Okay, never mind. We're just not going to bother with those ones. Okay, so let's just look around for more large scraps. I'm going to ignore some of those small wreckages and just look for big ones because we'll get a lot more bang for our buck from those. And hopefully I don't forget that I'm about to run out of like food and plummet to my death. Well, I'm not going to plummet to my death. I have the snail that gives me invincibility, but I will probably plummet into a ravine somewhere, and it'll be very inconvenient, and Chad will point and laugh at me. So hopefully that doesn't happen. I'll just pay attention to that. We need a better frame rate. Hold on, let's lower the distance detail a little bit just to get back any frames that we can until I'm done doing this. There, the game will look a little bit more like ass, but I mean, it already looks like garbage anyways. It's hardly any different. Alright, so let's see here. At the very least, I don't have to do a lot of digging because the packagers actually will unearth most of these objects from the floor. Alright, so there's our first load. Luckily, you can just send this rocket sideways and it just goes. Like, it'll just come back. It literally doesn't matter what I do. That'll come back, like, without any issues and be ready for another go. So meanwhile, we can just package up all this stuff. Hopefully it won't fall through the ground as they often do. And you'll see why we brought the dynamite in a moment, because some of this stuff is too big to send away. Create a follower, redeem. You fucked up. Oh boy, what am I in for now? It's 30 if you used fractal. Apparently it's 15. It's 5 for the shitty ones and 15 for the... It's 5 for the fractal... These ones here. Fractal rose seed is apparently 5 minutes, and then the one I have here, the hybrid rose seed, is 15. Those are the numbers that I've been made aware of. Whatever. Anyways, Captain, just message me whatever it is that you made, and I'll put it on at some point. I want to finish this event first, and then I'll go look into what you did. Just nag me in chat if I forget, which I almost certainly will. So unfortunately, this event also sends you a bunch of garbage that you don't want, and I should have brought a shredder, but since I didn't, we're just going to have to store it, and we'll figure out what to do with all this junk later. Probably shred it and make more scrap, maybe send it back into space again. Alright, so let's pack those up. I hope my air conditioner is not getting picked up by my mic. It shouldn't be. I'm pretty sure I figured that out off stream, but it is very hot in Arizona right now. And so I have a fan and an air conditioner running almost all the time, but I have noise cancellation set up, so you shouldn't have to listen to too much of that. It sounds like I did it right. At least Chad doesn't seem to be complaining about it. Of course, I think it bothers me more than it bothers a lot of people in chat. Alright, so anyways, we need to blow these up, so I do need to do a little digging here. And I should probably move my rocket full of dynamite away from the thing that I'm about to blow up. Because as funny as that would be to destroy all of these, that's not what we're actually here to do today. So we're gonna get that a safe distance away, blow this thing up. Music drowns it out. That's good to know. Okay, we're gonna get this a safe distance away, blow all this to smithereens, and our rocket will be none the better. And then we can package all these little bits up and send them off into space. I do wish there was a way to send the larger items off, but there just isn't for some reason. It's just how they did it. Complaining of a nice warm 98. Look, it's hot in here, all right? And the roof absorbs a bunch of heat, and it just gets really, really hot. Look, I'm allowed to complain, okay? It's only going to get worse from here on out. Like, this is just the beginning of my special hell that I live in. Suppose I should enjoy it while it lasts. Now, why is this like that? Okay, I have no idea what happened to that. Whatever, I'm just gonna package up all this stuff that I can't send into space and just deal with it later. Alright, so for some reason this metal bar counts as a whole scrap item, so we'll send that off. Package that up. I don't know why this debris has a different sprite than the other ones. I've never seen this packager sprite before, I think. I don't know why that one has an X on it. I made that sound way more interesting than it actually is. It's a rare content, chat, rare sprite work. You never see that particular texture because I don't know why it even showed up. Or maybe that does show up somewhere and I just don't know why. Analytical complaining. Yeah, that's what it says on the tin. That's what you're here for if you're watching my stream. Alright, so anyways, let's pack these up. Our rocket came back. Hopefully it doesn't have a bunch of garbage I don't want. And then this thing didn't get blown up because dynamite is very finicky about, like, how the splash damage affects things. So I'm gonna have to move my rocket away again. Hopefully this cursed package here actually works correctly and doesn't crash my game or something. Why is it not going into that slot? I think I can't send this away. I think this specific one isn't eligible for this event because it will not latch onto this. Alright, I guess we're taking it home. We're not allowed to use that one for some reason. Devs, fix your game. Literally unplayable. Alright, dynamite number 2. Just put this over here where the existing crater is. Keep our save file size good and managed. I have to stay away from this too because I still have the hydrazine jetpack on my back. And although I can't die because I have the snail that makes you invincible, the jetpack absolutely can. And we did that last stream and I was upset. It exploded. I was sad. I had to go get another one. We don't need to do that again. And chat can just point and laugh at me again if I manage to do it somehow. There shouldn't be any reason why I blow it up on myself this time around, but I mean, you never know. I always do dumb things. Alright, so let's package these up. Yeah, this right here is why I wanted to look for large wreckages, because I'm getting way more value out of this than just, like, moving around the small ones. I didn't mean to get in the rocket. I was trying to click on the base of this thing. Alright, did I leave anything else on the ground, or can I move on here? Yeah, we got whatever this thing is. A single broken tether. Why not? We'll just bring that one with us. How are we doing on snail food? We got a little more than half of that left, so we should have plenty. I can always go back to the base and get more if I need it. Organic, you okay? Just put that there. Alright, let's go. Minecraft. What resident sleeper? Look, it's not a jam, but I think it fits the mood of this video game. Kind of chill. There's basically no danger in this game, so I don't have to actually worry about anything. Just enjoy the music. Not everything's got to be a jam. If you want, watch my Spelunky streams if you want me to just play nothing but bangers. But for Astroneer, I play more of a calm soundtrack. I regret putting so many packages on this because I need to get graphite out of this thing if I want to open these capsules. And it is very hard to interact with the medium resource canister that's underneath this. There we go. Now what have I done? I should have... How did that open up? I should have thought this through before I did this. Alright, did we get any rewards back from this one? Let's see, doesn't look like it. Okay, good, so we can move on. For whatever reason, you can't send the bottom of those capsules into space. It just despawns after like a minute. I don't know why. Just, it is what it is. There we go, here's something a little bit more upbeat. Alright, so what I'm doing right now is I'm just looking for large wreckages. I don't believe I have any way to go faster than this. This is just the default speed that it goes with every time you load a save. Like, creative mode, I think, also starts with this movement speed. So as far as I'm aware, there's not any jank I could exploit to get this to move any faster. But it's still pretty decent. It's probably the fastest way to move around that isn't just flying a rocket from point A to point B. Alright, so I'm going to accumulate all the small stuff in a pile first, make this a little bit more organized for myself. Then we'll decide what we want to do with each individual bit afterward. Alright, so let's see, I can package up some of these larger items and send them away. Let's pull this over here. Incidentally, I could print more packages from the graphite in this canister if I run out, which is part of the reason why we went to this particular planet. Because I used my 200 IQ to have a backup plan, just in case I do run out of graphite for some reason. And that said, I don't think we're going to run out of packages. We've got there's like 50 or 60 of them here, possibly more actually. I wonder if I have 100 packages. I didn't really count them. I just put like several canisters of like graphite underneath my printers and just let them work for like 10 minutes straight, and this is what I got from it. 2100 IQ. Thank you. Beautiful. Just keep making callbacks. That'll be the joke of the stream. Alright, so I want these little bits as well. Just clean up. Like, don't leave a mess behind, chat. Clean up your litter. Where's my backpack full? Why do I have organic in my backpack? Get that out of here. Alright, anything else on the ground? Don't think so. Okay, so we're just left with some of the small crap now. So we can ship these ones away. And this stuff isn't scrap, unfortunately. It's just other unrelated junk that I need to sort later. And we got a couple research items that I might as well just take home with me. I do most of the research off stream. Research is literally just placing these items on the research chamber, and just as I'm like restocking all of my like silos, I'll just randomly put them away. I'll just put them in the research chamber as I need to. Alright, we got some packages from this thing, which is actually the first useful thing it's sent me so far, and some dynamite. More packages. I do not think we're going to be running out anytime soon. Alright, put these here, load it up. Let's take these. I really should have brought a small shredder. It would have been able to destroy a bunch of this like little stuff. Alright, moving on. Let's see, what direction? I didn't have the compass up, so hopefully Usagi hasn't found anything for me. Research chambers can pull medium items in. Yeah, I need to move my research chamber to a large platform, I think, to take advantage of that. Right now it only has a couple slots to pull in items, so I still have to manually feed it. Because I need to like just put a large silo next to it on a different platform, and then it'd be able to take advantage of that mechanic. I honestly just keep forgetting that it does that because I haven't needed bytes in ages. Now here's some large stuff. Man, thanks for reminding me of that. I had not been thinking about that. If I remember to, I'll do that next time. Alright, Usagi hasn't found anything yet. Unfortunately, since I'm flying up in the air, it's going to be less likely that Usagi actually spots anything because for some reason the height at which the snail detects things is really short. But we'll see. Maybe we'll get lucky and we'll find a marble or something along the way. Alright, so let's see. We stick that there. Wait. They gave me a medium shredder. Oh my god, it's Christmas. They fucking gave me a medium shredder. Oh, I love these devs. I take back everything I've complained about ever, except the camera. I won't take that back. I will complain about the camera in this game until the day I die. Alright, so that'll allow us to shred all this useless crap that we keep getting, like, just nonsense. I don't know, like all the little, like, wind turbines and stuff that we don't need. Oh, and the, like, oxygen filters. Because, like, I'm not even keeping these items around because the amount of power they produce is so negligibly small, there's just no point in even having them. They just lag your game when you have hundreds of them sitting around your base doing nothing. Yeah, XL platform, C, set up a couple large silos. Yeah, the problem is I have it on a large B platform, which means it only has 2 slots on either side for medium items, so I can't really properly take advantage of that. At some point, I probably will. I want to slot the dynamite to reduce my odds of accidentally destroying it somehow or setting it off. I do, however, have to be insanely careful not to put this dynamite in the shredder because it will explode and it will blow up literally everything here, and I will be very sad. It would be hilarious, but I don't want that to happen. So we're gonna hopefully not do that. The small debris packs are worth twice as much if you shred them. Really? Is the scrap worth that much? Okay, well, I might just not bother sending them away at all then. We'll see. If I guess maybe I could put some extra scrap onto it. Like, you can also use scrap for this event. It's not worth a lot, and it's kind of boring anyway, so I figured I would go out into the field and actually find debris for this. Because maybe there'd be other treasures laying around, but it sounds like I could just simplify this more if I really wanted to. Which is good to know. Alright, get this as high up as possible so it doesn't deform any more terrain than I need it to. Paranoid, so I'm going to put the rocket all the way over here where it will not get blown up by this. Show them Jewel. Wait, am I dumb? What am I... What is Jewel? Am I just stupid? Am I missing something? I feel like I should know what you're talking about, but I don't. I'm sorry. Actually, let me blow up the rest of these before I bring the rocket back over. Which is, I think this one here. Yeah, that one's a medium item. I think I could send that away on its own. A full debris pack is worth 25. It'll shred into one scrap, which is worth 50. Oh, well, that's good to know. Feels bad, man. I'm sorry. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a bad streamer. Forgive me. I'm sorry. I cannot remember what you're talking about. Alright, so the small debris packs we'll put in the shredder. And then at the end, if I need to finish it off, I'll use some scrap. Oh boy, organic. My favorite. I'll just put it with the others. Okay, good. One of the silos... Yeah, one of the canisters picked scrap, and the other one has organic in it. In fact, two of them have organic for some reason. It literally flashed on your screen. What? I just realized how bad my bitrate is in this forest. Oh god, I need to get out of this forest. I am sorry. This is not an optimal viewing experience. Okay, here we are. Alright, so we shred these. I've been informed by a chat member that I need to shred these instead. I'll shred that one later. This is a very crispy bitrate because of all these damn trees. Dude, tell me Jewel flashed on my screen. What do you mean Jewel flashed on my screen? What, did I like hover my cursor over something that said that? Like, I legitimately don't know what you're talking about, and it's upsetting me because I feel like I'm just being a disappointment right now. I unlocked the... Okay! I'm sorry, do you think I actually read those? Come on, man. What do you take me for? Someone who's paying attention? I'm a Twitch streamer. Do you think I read anything that happens on my screen? Like, I have to live the Twitch streamer life and just be oblivious to things that chat is talking about. Like, I'm sorry, this is just part of the job. The second you go live, you lose your ability to pay attention, and you just get distracted by shit and miss, like, large messages that show up on your screen. I now understand what you're talking about. Alright, so we'll shred this. I'll look at it in a moment. Let me finish off everything here. I think there's one of those cursed bars on the ground. I still don't know why I can't send these away with the event. I think the devs just forgot to flag this thing as debris for some reason, so you just can't do that. I appear to be running very low on power. There is a RTG on this thing, so the shredder will eventually do its thing. I think we got everything. There's a little bit of crap over here. It's not the end of the world if I miss anything. I would just like to do this efficiently. That is a hell of a landing. SpaceX has nothing on these trade rockets. And they can do anything if they put their mind to it. These things can literally just pass through like the core of the planet if they need to get back to their trade platform. Alright, so I'll look at the Jewel in a moment. Let me find the next wreckage that we're gonna fly to. I think I'm about to run out of flight, so I want to get there before it runs out. I'm ignoring all the power platforms because I don't have an easy way, or not power platforms, power capsules. Like, I'm ignoring these because I don't have an easy way to power them right now. These ones, however, I have graphite for, so we will be doing that. But I have to take this thing off of the rocket to get the graphite out, or else it'll just fill every single slot with graphite, which is super annoying. And the devs need to add a setting to these to just put an item on the output and nothing else. I don't want those to fill platforms. I never want those to fill platforms, but that's just how this video game works. Okay, that's not what I meant to press. There we go. Let's see. Is it running out? Oh, it ate a new one. That's what happened. I forgot I put the other one on top. So I guess we do have more time. Whatever, fine. Let's look at Jewel. Whatever, it's fine. I can get more of these if I need to. Was it a visor? Oh God, I wasn't paying attention. Is it a suit? Is it a hat? I'm so sorry. Okay, fine, I'll look. What is it? Jewel. That looks like a color palette. Okay. It was very important that we see what this is. Okay, we unlocked this. It's kind of like the gateway color scheme. That's kind of edgy looking. It's not bad. I'm still gonna use the white lab coat though, because I'm basic. But there we go. That's what you can unlock, chat member. If you do this event, you can look like this. It honestly is not that bad. It's kind of neat looking. It's shiny. Nothing's gonna beat the white lab coat though. I am a scientist after all, and I need to make sure that chat knows that at every opportunity. Because if somebody comes to my stream expecting like actual skillful gameplay, then I mean all they have to see is this lab coat, and they'll know what they're actually in for. And who knows? Maybe they'll stick around. Is this the right? This is the one that they like, right? Oh, that's convenient. Yeah, they like this one, so I can just put those right there. And I have a few extras over here as well that I can put on these snails. Yeah, I have extra seeds, so it should be fine. It's called fashion. Look, I go to Walmart wearing like cargo pants and a t-shirt. Do you think I know anything about fashion? I literally just dress up well enough that people won't like call the police if they see me in public. I should not have packaged that. I cannot send that away on the rocket. We have wasted a packager. I am a fool. We have to blow it up first. And is there anything else small here that I can package before I do that? Eyes of cringe. I kind of am a cringe lord. I'm sorry. It's who I am. I'm gonna just put the battery there. That'll help the shredder a little bit. Like, it'll accumulate energy from the RTG between cycles. Alright, let's see. We can shred this thing. I think there's an entire platform buried under the ground here. Oh, okay, no, it's actually just a bit of debris. I keep accidentally using the debris, which opens up this useless journal entry that tells you, like, that it's debris, when I'm actually just trying to, like, pick it up or interact with the packager that's on it. Hey, Beck. Have I fed the snails? Yes, they are all doing well. This one is technically not a snail, but it will be fed. In fact, let me just put these here just in case I need them. Yes, all of my adorable animals are well fed at this moment. At least the ones that I'm using right now. The rest of them are starving to death, but I mean, nature is not fair sometimes. What? Did I not click the button? There we go. Okay, so I need to blow these two up. So let's hold this one in my inventory. Let's move the rocket away. I think my frame rate is getting slightly better. We have like 45 frames per second now, chat. Like, I'm using the packagers and I'm slowly getting my frames back. Feed the hungry. Look, they will be fed when they deserve to be fed. And right now they are serving no purpose. Okay, so shred this one. And I need one more dynamite, which I see I have it on my backpack for some reason. I don't remember why that was there. Let me move all this stuff out of the way so the physics don't just get knocked off in the distance. Alright, back the rocket. I love how these things blow up into debris that in no way, like, looks like the thing that got blown up. Classic video game. There we go. See, they're eating right now. Look how happy they sound. Except for these ones. These ones are starving to death. They're just inches away from food on the other side of this silo that they're not allowed to eat because I trapped them in these jars. Isn't that just awful? Doesn't it just make you sad seeing that and how the streamer doesn't care? We got a bunch of stuff on this one. Hold on. Okay, we got more dynamite. More graphite. How convenient. Let's put that in there. Yeah, I told you this was a graphite canister. You can actually see it now because we've used like half of the packages that were on it. Let me turn it around. I'll research that later. More graphite and another research sample that we don't really need. I forgot you can do that. You can just click on these little spots and it'll just take something out of your inventory that qualifies for that slot. I always forget that's a thing. It's actually a neat feature that I just constantly fail to use. Yeah, these just do not go on these for some reason. Despite this thing being called debris and being in a package and having salvage as the subtext, it will not let me send these away. This one specific item is just not flagged correctly. Let me put this one over here. Okay, do we have everything from this area? No, there's one more over here. There we go, I think we got everything now. Use hydrate. Oh my god, I'm glad that people in chat are telling me what to do because I'm not paying any attention. I need to add like a noise for the hydrate. I miss hydrate redeems so often. I need to add a noise to that. There we go, thank you. Yes, it is very hot in Arizona, and it is necessary to hydrate, or else I will probably die live on stream. And unfortunately, that's against the terms of service, so I will get banned if I die on stream. And nobody wants that, least of all me. And here's something I can blow up. Lurking on PC. Alright, enjoy your lurk. Arp, no, don't unlurk before you've lurked. That's illegal. You can't do that. That's against the rules. What's even the point of having a lurk command if people are just going to bypass it and just go straight to the part where they stop lurking? Well, that could have been bad. The rocket was very close to that. But I'm surprised this actually didn't detonate. I was not paying attention to how close that was. Well, consider myself lucky. And chat, consider yourselves unlucky. You didn't get to see the funny, where I blow up my entire rocket like a dumbass because I was too close to the dynamite. I don't want to send these away just yet. Maybe next time. There's other opportunities for me to screw this up. Alright, so once again, let's get all the stuff in a pile. Alright, I think I need to package those. How am I doing on snail food? Not very good. I will probably have to go back to the base to get more of these rose seeds. We've got 5 more minutes from this one here, I think. And then 5 more from that one, because those are not the good ones. Those are the shitty ones that give you only like 5 minutes of the buff. Now we'll see how far we can get with that. Oh my god, no, I don't need to read the journal entry about the stupid debris. I know what this is. What the heck is that? Is that more debris? Yes, it is. How are we doing? We need to shred a few of these things. So this one's not full yet. This one should be. Alright, do I have a full load yet? I need to package up one more thing, and then I should be able to send this off. Looks like bubblegum. Oh, looks like bubblegum. Soap King, or these giant pink tumors all over this planet? All you people abusing my lurk command. I can't believe this. Maybe I should make the lurk command actually do something, and it just does ban you if you didn't use the regular lurk before you unlurk. I'll just do that randomly. That'll be like the first like interactive like chatbot feature I had, is it just bans you if you unlurk first. You just get punished for doing it. You know, the pink tumors. These things are infuriating. If you're trying to build a base, they just don't despawn properly. They have janky collision.
This really wants me to share this.
And it really did does. I thought that goes away if you just ignore it the first time, but I don't know, maybe it just pops up again, or every time you refresh or something. But you gotta share that information. You gotta let everybody know that you gave me money for some reason. Money that I probably don't deserve for how infrequently I stream. But as always, thank you for the money. I will probably spend it on nothing useful. Or maybe I'll buy a headset or something at some point. Let's see, what do we got here? I think we're good on that. I have not been actually using Usagi at all. I need to remember to open this up every time I fly around. So we're not really going anywhere. It looks like the next pile of debris is right here. Usagi's kind of disappointing me, but it's half my fault. I still haven't bought a new headset. Look, the current one works fine. The tape is holding together. Look, I'll replace it when it actually stops working. I think the camera will stop being weird if I actually land on the ground. There we go, that's a lot better. I can take out the terrain tool without it doing that, where it randomly zooms out. I will never stop complaining about the camera in this game until they fix it, which they probably won't, so that'll be a constant on my streams. Till the day I stop streaming this video game and become a toxic Fortnite streamer, I'm going to be complaining about Astroneer's camera. Alright, stick that on there. Another research item I don't need. We can shred this thing. Alright, what else have we got? Some large items. That was a prank. I never want to play Fortnite in my life. You don't have to worry about that, chat. Of all the terrible directions I could go as a streamer, I'm not going to be a Fortnite streamer. Because I do not want to play that video game at all. I only played bad video games like Spelunky and Astroneer. I think I have enough stuff to send this away, or nearly so. I wish these things were a little bit smarter about which slots they went into now. Okay, I need one more item to send off. And we'll just use this one. Fortnite Battle Pass. Fortnite has Battle Passes, right? Honestly, I don't know what the monetization for Fortnite is anymore. I think it used to just be buying, like, expensive skins or something. At this point, I have no idea, like, how that game works. If you don't know what Fortnite's about, it's just a battle royale game. It's just one of, like, probably the biggest battle royale game, I think. At least that's my understanding. But it's just full of, like, 12-year-olds, and it's kind of gross and weird, and you just get killed by tryhards all the time, or at least that's how I envision the game. And just in general, the premise of a battle royale where every single other human being in the game is your enemy just doesn't appeal to me. So it's of no interest to me to play that game. I don't actually know if it's well made or not. It probably works reasonably well. I just don't want to play it because I don't care for battle royales. This apparently was an actual platform. Like, those are rare. I like barely ever find those where there's a non-broken platform on these bases. I guess we'll take it home. Nothing else I can really do with it right now. Alright, let's see. Our inventory's full of crap again because I keep getting organic. There we go. Need to shred a couple of these later. How are we doing? We have 7 more minutes of flight here. I don't know if we're gonna make it, but I could do the rest of it on foot probably if I needed to. Is there anything else around here? No, it doesn't look like it. Okay, so on to the next base. Fortnite. Oh, are we misspelling Fortnite? No, I think it is spelled I-T-E at the end. And I don't know for sure. What was that over there? Okay, I thought that might have been a graphite capsule. Alright, so we can blow this thing up. In fact, let's just go ahead and do that now, before I move the rocket over here. I'm trying to get the dynamite as high off the ground as possible so it doesn't destroy as much terrain, but this thing apparently doesn't have any collision on it. Whatever. And fork knife, there we go. That's another bastardization of that name. You make fun of Fortnite in my chat all you want, I'm not gonna care. With the worst misspellings you can imagine. The battle game, shouldn't it be Fortnite? I honestly don't know. Like, Fortnite is an actual word, apparently. That, like, old like, war generals and stuff use or something. I think it means, like, 20 days or 2 weeks or something. I have no idea how that word is actually spelled. I know very little about this subject. Let me keep up with the shredding here with that. But for some reason, this giant frisbee didn't get blown up with the rest of the wreckage, so I might need more dynamite for that. Stop shooting at me, asshole! Cut it out. Nobody thinks you're funny. I'm just gonna give you soggy, like, food that he doesn't like because I'm a bad person and I don't really care. The snails will eat other types of seeds, you just get less of a buff for it. Because once again, I forgot to use Usagi during that flight, so if there was any funny treasure along the way, I completely missed all of it. Okay, that should be all the medium items. These two I put on my rocket. Another small item buried in the ground here. Alright, how close are we? I think we're actually pretty close to being done with this event. So how are we doing now? Okay, we got about 1/3 left to go. I'm not going to have enough snail food for that, so I think we'll actually stop by the base just to get more flight to make this a little more streamlined. I was hoping I could make it on the first batch, but oh well. Can't win them all. Alright, so let's continue to package these while we wait for the rocket to come back. This is probably still considerably faster than using a rover, just the convenience of flying around and using the rocket basically as a rover. I suppose I could just like lug around a large platform instead to get the same effect from this, but the rocket means I can just fly away from wherever I am when I'm done, so it does have some convenience. Alright, so we're almost out of packages on this main silo here, but we've got plenty of them over here, so I should have enough. And I can send away some scrap at the very end if I need to, like, finish this off and I do run out of packages. So I honestly wasn't anticipating having that problem, but oh well, that's why we made so many. How much scrap do we have? Yeah, we have a bunch of scrap. I could probably finish it off with that if I need to. Alright, I'm looking at chat here, let's see. Astroneer's dev story. Yeah, I've heard a bit about the dev story. I don't know enough really to explain what happened. Like, someone on the dev team died is my understanding of it, but beyond that I don't really know like what their role was on the team or what exactly happened after that. But I mean, the game is here, and as much as I complain about this game, I wouldn't be streaming it if I just straight up despised it. It's a game that I love, but with a little bit more care, it could be so much better than it currently is, and that's why I incessantly complain about this video game. It's so close to being incredible, but then for some reason they just don't want to fix the bugs. They just really want to add new content to it and never go back and revisit the things that just don't work correctly. And that's a pity, but you know, we're still enjoying it. Or at least I'm enjoying this video game. I still enjoy doing these streams. And I enjoy complaining, and those things may or may not be related to each other in some way. Alright, I think we got everything at this pile of wreckage. So I should be able to get to the next one on the 2 minutes of flight that I have left. Oh, was he an artist? Is that the guy who died? Like, I haven't actually like watched whatever like documentary, or I don't know if I think it was a video documentary, but I haven't like seen it, so I don't actually know the whole story about the development of this game. And they are still giving free updates. It's just Every time an update comes out and they don't fix any of the bugs I've been complaining about for the past 2 years, I just get a little bit more disappointed in the fact that they don't really want to polish up their game. They just want to keep adding like new content to it, which from a development standpoint is probably a lot more fun than fixing bugs. But I mean, you got to fix the bugs at some point. Is there something buried here? Ah, there was. These things usually aren't just embedded in the ground by themselves, so that was a little sus. Yeah, I'll just bring that with me, because why not? Okay, so here's the fun thing about reporting bugs. For like, I think at the span of like maybe 3 weeks on their Discord, they had a section where you could report bugs for this game. And I actually reported a single bug, a fairly simple one, about particle emitters having solid collision, just to kind of see like if anything would happen, if they would do anything with it. And then I checked on it a week later, and that section was gone on their Discord. They removed it. And like, if they were trying to send the message that they don't actually care about fixing the bugs, then they did a fantastic job, because that is the message that I got from them doing that, is they added a bug report section and then just took it away without saying anything for some reason. So like this is why I'm just like constantly irritated by the lack of effort by the developers of this game to actually fix their stupid game. Is just things like that. Like, I don't know where it is. They didn't say anything. It's just gone. Like, there were a lot of bug reports. I wasn't the only person that used that. A lot of people reported bugs. And then they just removed it. I'm assuming they privated it. I doubt they just straight up deleted it, but I don't know. Maybe it was a good idea. It turned out it wasn't a wise move with the workflow. Well, I mean, I don't know. Are they ever going to fix the bugs then? Like, what is the workflow for bug fixes in this game? It takes them forever to do anything, if they do anything at all. It's like, that is where really most of my frustration with this game lies, is all like the broken features that just don't work correctly. All the camera features, the rovers, the particle emitters, like terrain collision, things falling through the ground, people crashing and online. There's so many problems with this game. And as much as I enjoyed the like awakening content that we did last stream, I'm still just upset by how many goddamn bugs there are in this game that they just don't seem interested in fixing. It's like that's a huge part really of why I keep complaining about this video game, is because there's so much to complain about. Like, if they polish it up, if they just spent one update fixing their game and then went back to adding new content, I'd be cool with that. But they're just not doing it. So I will continue to complain, and I will continue to not be listened to, because I'm fairly certain that none of them want to watch my stream after they hear me talk about their game. So it is what it is. Maybe someday something will change, and they'll do like a bug fix pass on this game and fix it. And if there is a dev in chat right now, then by all means, I would be more than happy to give you like, listen, dev in chat, I have worked in the software development industry for like 6 years. If you need somebody who can give you professional bug reports about shit that doesn't work, like with exact circumstances on how to reproduce the issue, reach out to me, and I will more than gladly give you a giant list of things that I have problems with in this game that I'm pretty sure I know the reason for. Because that is what I got paid the big bucks to do for 6 years. Like, I think part of the reason maybe that they got rid of that section on their like Discord is probably because they had a bunch of 12-year-olds reporting bugs with like incoherent, unreproducible steps that might have just been because they were playing the game on a laptop that was overheating. So like, I do understand that like fielding bugs from the community is terrifying as a developer, but I can actually be professional. Like, believe it or not, despite my persona of just doing nothing but whining, I can actually be calm and professional about this kind of stuff, if I think that anything useful is actually going to happen as a result of doing so. So there you go. There's my offer. Your move, Dev. If your real name is actually Devin. They're not watching my stream. I need to check chat. I think I'm behind a few messages. I say this a lot when there's a bunch of people talking, but like, if you have something you specifically like need me to read, you can put my name in your message and it'll get highlighted, and I won't be upset with you, because there's a decent chance that I'm gonna miss it otherwise. But let me scroll back up chat for a second here. Here, you can watch me dance while I read chat. Okay, so let's see. Still receives updates for one-time purchase. I should give them a little bit more credit. The way they monetize this game is it has a one-time purchase, and then it has a shop. And the shop has a lot of overpriced cosmetics, which is par for the course, honestly, in this industry. But the thing is, these cosmetics, like, just... they're too expensive for me, but then again, I think that's just the standard pricing for this stuff. But then the other part of it is, like, if you want to show these cosmetics to your friends, you have to play online. And online in this game is barely functional at all, so it's bizarre to me that they're pushing, like, this kind of content that you would want to show off to your friends and anybody else you could convince to play this game with you. And then you have your game just crash constantly once you have 3 people on different planets because they don't want to fix their netcode. So it's just weird. Their prioritization makes sense from a financial standpoint, but it doesn't make sense from like a software development passion standpoint, is kind of where I take issue with this game. Like, everything in this game is just good enough. It's just 90% functional, and then they move on to the next thing, and they don't want to clean up any of the existing stuff. So that's just kind of where all of my, like, distaste comes from. It's a great game that could be so much better if somebody with proper passion just picked it up and fixed these issues. So it hurts. It's kind of the same thing that I complain about with Spelunky a lot. Yeah, the amount of stuff this game has compared to 1.0. Yeah, this game has come a long way. I didn't play this game in beta. I played it, I think, shortly after it came out. Let's see, how are we doing on the events? Can I finish it off here? Do I need to get more snail food? Let me focus for a second, chat. I wonder if we have enough scrap to finish this off without having to go back for more food. I guess we'll see. We'll wait. I'm gonna wait for the rocket to come back and see how much value I can get out of scrap. You're good at science, at game code, not at all. I consider myself good at both of them, but it's because I had a job of software development. So I had to get good at it or I was going to get fired. And I didn't get fired, so apparently I did a good job with that. I am currently unemployed, however, and just living off the big bucks that they were paying me, but that's all working out well for me. I say this also every time this comes up on stream. I have plenty of money, do not worry about me. You do not have to give me money because you think I'm going to become homeless or something. Like, I'm fine. I will be completely okay. I have this figured out. But I just tell people that I am unemployed because I don't want to just like make up a story about my life that isn't true. So the reality is, no, I don't have a job right now. But I will be working on that. I have my finances all figured out. That said, any money that I get from the stream does help, but it's not necessary. I'll be okay without it. So, like, just contribute responsibly to the donation fund for my stream because I'm not living off of this. I would have to go hard if I wanted to live off of streaming. So each scrap should be worth 50. You know the devs want the same, things just aren't so easy as we know. I don't know, that excuse works really well for like large, like grotesque corporations, like things like Blizzard and shit, like large companies where the devs have passion for the game, but then the company just keeps like shitting on their efforts. I don't know if I give them that pass for an indie game. Like, this is a game where I feel like if all of the devs collectively wanted to do an update that just fixed their game, I think they would be able to make it happen. And I don't think I'm gonna have enough scrap to do this. So, I don't know. I don't know if I want to give them that much of a pass. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe that's not the right take to have on this, but that's the impression I get from this. Is that they could do it. I think it's just more fun for them to add new content to the game, which it is. But like, you gotta step back for a second and ask yourself if your product actually works correctly. Or maybe not, I don't know. Alright, so let's see if we can shred this thing. Yeah, we're probably gonna have to go back and get some scrap. Looks like we're not quite gonna make it here. Alright, so how we doing? What do we got here? You were homeless, prison time, oh my, bad breakup. Doing fantastic, blessed for all the love yous. That's heartwarming. That's a huge comeback. Congratulations on doing all that. I can't relate to that. I've had a very cushy like life of just nothing particularly bad or interesting happening, which I'm very grateful for that I've had a life like that, but I know I have it so much better than a lot of people do. So I'm happy that you managed to make a comeback from like what sounds like a really shitty situation. But I can't give you much except like just those words there, because that's just never a life that I've been in. So, I mean, congrats on that. I don't know. I got nothing else on that. There we go. That's the lesson for this. If you can do it, anyone can. There we go. Now we made a heartwarming lesson out of that. Now let's see. So I really don't want to go back to the home planet to get more flight. I think if we just like hoverboard to one more of these bases, we should be good to go. Now, where's my hoverboard? Oh, where's my car? Any second now I'll spot it. I don't think I put it on this side. Is this your card? How about this one? Chat, I am so sorry about what you have to watch me do right now. I swear, if I shredded my hoverboard, I'm gonna be extremely upset with myself. Okay, it is definitely not on this one. There it is. All right, it was on this one. It was at the bottom, so I couldn't see it. Yeah, you see it on the seeds. Yeah, chat delay. I believe you. You probably spotted it before I did. All right, I think we're good. Let's make sure we got all these back on there. How are the snails doing? They should be okay. Shredding a hover. That does sound good, but not in this context. We do not want to put that in the shredder. That means I can't do this. And that means we move very slowly. All right, let's see if this is enough garbage to do this. Yeah, I think maybe there's enough stuff here. I hope. I keep optimistically hoping that there's enough crap here for me to finish this event. And there's probably not, knowing my luck. Alright, so let's see. What have we got here? We can shred these little batteries. Okay, yep, there's just an entire platform buried under there. That one, that one. Okay, we can package those. How many packages do we have? Yeah, we have plenty because we have a ton of graphite still, so I can make more packages if I really need them. Alright, so I'll send that away. Yeah, the scrap really isn't worth a whole lot. So it's definitely better to go out on the field and actually, like, collect stuff. And the scrap is just a little bonus from all the small items, since apparently you get a little bit of extra if you actually turn it into scrap first, for whatever reason. That was too big, apparently. I'm gonna have to unpackage that one. Whoa, buddy. Calm down. It'll be okay. I wonder how big my save file is going to be. I wonder if we're gonna hit 11 megabytes after all this. I get the feeling that we are. I've been keeping it at about 10.5 for a while, but every time it gets bigger, it takes a little longer to save, a little longer to load it. The game gets a little bit less stable. I'm pretty sure that we're gonna last for a while. People can get up to like 50, I think, before they really start having issues with the save just not loading on PC. If you're on console, though, you're kind of boned if your save file gets that big. So be warned, anybody, digging terrain makes your save file bigger in this game, and on console that gets really bad. Once it gets too large, you just cannot open your game anymore. Now, what are we... Game is definitely science fiction. You can shred a whole ass battery without it exploding, but the dynamite will explode if you shred it. Which, in all honesty, I'm not sure how much realism there is to that. I don't know how volatile dynamite is. There's a lot of explosives where you can, like, pulverize the shit out of them and they will not blow up, but then the second you apply, like, an electrical current, they'll detonate immediately. I don't know where dynamite, like, exists in that spectrum of, like, chemical behavior. I don't know if shredding a canister of dynamite would actually blow it up in real life or not. Resource canister with plastic in it will explode too. Do they in this game? I thought canisters basically don't blow up no matter what's in them. Or at least they don't, like, blow up in any excessive way. Is it specifically plastic that does that? That sounds weird. I don't know, I'm not sure what the reasoning for that would be. That doesn't make any sense, but this game doesn't make any sense. Send the rocket away again. I'm still catching up on chat here. Small debris 5 points, bundles 25. And I played Deep Rock Galactic. You bought it when Dale was playing. I miss Dale. I hope he's doing alright. I don't know if he streams anymore. I haven't seen him in a while. I think I played Deep Rock with him like once or twice. I want to show you the ropes. And at some point I might stream Deep Rock again. One of the issues I was having with my Deep Rock streams is that it was lagging if I was hosting. I was playing on like Hazard 4 or 5 and my PC was like not up to the task of like doing Deep Rock streams. And generally you don't want to be a client when you're streaming because you don't want to deal with just other players causing issues and like just getting kicked out of games or like lagging out and things like that. So ideally I want to be hosting by a better PC. Yeah, maybe, I don't know, give me like 100 more gift subs and I'll go buy an RTX 4080 or whatever the latest version is. Please don't actually do that. There's a lot of things I would need to do to upgrade my PC. So I would have to do some research and figure out the parts. And the fact of the matter is all the parts I currently have work fine. They're just not as new as they could be. Like odds are I would be able to fix that issue with a better CPU. Oh my, no! Why do I say that? I don't know why I say that. I just feel guilty every time I do that. I do it as a bit. It's always a bad bit. Like, oh, don't give me any money. I don't need it. It's fine. I'll do it myself. And somebody immediately gives me 5 subs. I'm just like, no. No, that's the opposite of what I actually wanted. Thank you for 5 more tier 1s though. Let's just put it this way. The money won't be wasted. It gets spent on either things that I think I need or things that are like going to be basically like lifeline stuff. Like I gotta pay the rent, I gotta pay the bills. I don't waste my money on like excessively dumb shit. I don't have a collection of like pop figurines or anything. So like the money won't go to waste. I do appreciate it. Thank you, Sylvia, for 10 gift subs. Look at all these people. I think you're probably hitting either the lurkers or the people that aren't even watching the stream right now. I think we've probably we've drained everybody who's currently watching, and now it's going to like random people that might or might not be online right now, and they're just confused about why they're just like getting random gift subs. And let me scroll up and make sure I didn't miss any chat messages here through all the sub text, because for some reason it prints out like each one on 2 lines. All right, just give me a second here. You don't think plastic is the only thing? I would imagine they all blow up if they did it like that. I don't know why plastic would be unique for that. Maybe we can dick around with that at some point. I will probably still stream Deep Rock again at some point, but I'll just have this. You'll just have to suffer with like slightly lower frame rates. It'll get a little choppy. It's not too bad. It's mostly, oh no, and a raid. I have so much to catch up on. Oh no. Poison type, thank you for the raid. I'm reading up on chat here, so just a second. A bunch of stuff just happened all at once, so give me a moment here. I'll get to you guys. Figure out the bottleneck. I'm pretty sure CPU is the Deep Rock Galactic bottleneck, but having a new GPU would also just generally be useful. Alright, so let's see, we got a bunch of gift subs. Twitch chat just snapped to the bottom for some reason. Hold on. Donate directly. I don't have a way to donate directly to me. Maybe I should do that at some point. Like, I don't know. It's a bit of a mixed bag. I hate Twitch, but I don't know if I despise them enough that I don't want them to have, like, any of the money from that. And it is easier for people to just donate through Twitch. I don't know. Maybe at some point I'll get, like, a direct donation link for anybody who, like, specifically doesn't want to give money to Twitch, just to give them that option. I'm a bit on the fence about it because Twitch has given me an interesting opportunity here to be a streamer and basically just make some money off the platform, but I know that I'm basically getting robbed by them taking like a 50% cut of the money from it. So I don't know, it's a bit of a mess. I don't know how to feel about it. At some point I'll probably get like a direct donation link for people who just don't want to give money to Twitch instead. But I don't mind receiving the subs and like the bits through Twitch if that's how you want to do it. Like that's okay with me. I don't hate Twitch enough to not want them to have any money. And it is expensive to host servers for streamers. So I don't know, maybe my opinion's not terribly informed there, but that's what I was able to whip up on the spot. And thank you, Seven, for the 100 bits. There we go, and then the poison type raid. Alright, we're all caught up, everyone. Wubstep, dubstep, plarpstep, thank you, bubstep. Okay, so do I get any context for that, or is that just the raid message? My understanding is Poison was playing Spelunky, but I did not watch any of that. I basically got up like in the middle of the afternoon and was like, I need to stream today because I haven't streamed in like 2 months, and I just went right into it, right into Astroneer. That's how my day has gone so far. So anything noteworthy happened during the Poison type stream? Anything I should be informed about? Any funny Spelunky jank, or was it just the usual like trying to do loco runs and just getting shafted by Derek in like all the worst ways possible? Because that's how that experience goes every time I play Spelunky these days. Also, how close are we to finishing this event? I think we're pretty close. Okay, maybe like 1 or 2 more of these. Oh, I didn't blow this one up. We still need to package this. 710 died to frog. Was he doing loco? I'm assuming that's what he was doing. I think that's what was in the stream title. In which case, that's painful if it's just a frog of all things. I need to make sure I see the response in chat. I don't want to be a streamer who just like asks what Poison was doing and then just doesn't read the response at all. Oh my god, no, come back! Stop! What are you doing? I don't know why that one got so much speed for some reason. Let's clump all that up. Chloco. Okay, Jay. I think Jay is saying it was a loco run. That's what I figured. I don't know why Poison picked that special type of hell to go for your runs, but I mean, I respect it because I don't think I have the patience to do loco runs in Spelunky. For anyone who doesn't know what the hell we're talking about here, it's basically just a category in this video game called Spelunky that is just insanely difficult. You have almost no resources to work with in a category where you're supposed to have more or less everything by the time you get to the end of the game, and people try to deal with the items that they start with and nothing else, and it's like actual literal hell. And I don't think anyone has actually done it solo in an unseeded run, is my understanding. Like, am I still correct on that? Nobody has done a solo loco run that wasn't seeded? I think I would have heard about that if that had happened. And Poison, it appears to be trying to take that crown, or at least get as far as he can doing that awful category. Yeah, not even close. Isn't it like in the 30s or something? 729? That sounds about right. Like, just getting there is already a huge part of the challenge. And then actually making any progress beyond that before you either get killed by RNG or just how absurdly difficult the whole thing is. Like, I don't have the patience for that anymore. I'm putting all my points into making like tool-assisted speed runs. Like, I am still working on that. Anybody who remembers me talking about that's not abandoned. I am still working on the tool-assisted speedrun stuff for Spelunky. It's just I need to polish it until I'm satisfied with releasing the product, and then I'll do like a showcase stream where I release it at the same time that I show off the low percent run that I did. And then from there, it'll be available on Spelunky.fyi if you want a task tool for Spelunky that actually doesn't desync every single time you use it. But it's a work in progress. I want to make it good before I release it because professionals have standards. And not power cells. I need to make packages, so bear with me, chat. I promised I wouldn't print anything on this stream, and I'm so sorry, but we have to print packages. Sometimes life isn't fair. I have no reason to hold this anymore because I don't have enough food for it anyways. I have to reorganize all of these later, so I'm just... whatever, you can just go there, I guess. A couple more packages going. And let me check on chat again here real quick. I basically can't play this game and read chat at the same time, so if you see me standing here, like, not doing anything, it's probably because I'm looking over at chat. And it's because this game's camera, like, whips around a bunch, and I more or less can't, like... I can't, like, side-eye the chat box while I play the game and properly do both things, or I'm just gonna get stuck on, like, objects. It's just, unfortunately, that's how Astroneer plays out, so... I try not to spend too much time staring at chat. I know some people get frustrated by streamers that just stop to read chat constantly during their streams, so I try to do it in batches, is how I've been playing Astroneer. But I don't want to miss anybody's messages. You can always, like, at me if I did miss a message that you really wanted me to read. You did like 4 really cool things in Sia. You got some like sick clips or something of them. I don't know if I'll show them on stream, but I do like watching just wacky clips of like Spelunky nonsense. seeing some sick poison plays where he'll pass it off as intentional after the play, regardless of whether or not it was an accident, which is more or less how I play Spelunky as well. Like, as long as you play it cool, you can seem really good when you're just like absolutely winging it on everything you do in that video game. It is such a fun video game. I need to keep these fed here. Getting there is an insane part of the challenge, which is why they do chain. Oh yeah, Poison's doing the chain one, isn't he? I mean, either one is basically absurd. Honestly, my opinion on the matter is, if you can learn to do rope skip, I think that's easier than doing chain to get to Cosmic Ocean and low percent. But that's just my opinion on the matter, and I'm the person who made the mod for practicing rope skip, so there's a little bit of bias going on there. But once you get there, it's just a whole nother type of hell to actually beat the run after that. What are we doing? We need 2 more packages for that. Do I have any other stuff sitting on the ground? No, doesn't look like it. Alright, we need to find more debris, I think. Who cares if you'll live your whole life never winning again? I mean, you have Cosmic Ocean wins, so you've already beaten Spelunky. Like, you're good to go on that. You could just do dumb challenge runs for the rest of your Spelunky career and still consider yourself successful. Like, at this point, anything else you do is just a bonus. And if you do somehow get that loco run, then, I mean, congratulations. Because that is nuts if anyone manages to do that. Like, it's absolutely possible. There's no reason why it can't be done. But it's just such an insane challenge to actually pull it off. So I applaud anybody who manages to do it, if and when that happens. And I think it will happen at some point. I think somebody is eventually going to do the loco run. I just don't know who it's going to be or when it's going to happen. So who knows, maybe it could be Poison. We shall see. I'll tell you one thing though, it ain't going to be me. I'm not going to do that. I've already taken 5 years off of my life playing Spelunky. I can't do that to myself anymore. That's just not healthy. I'll keep playing that video game, but not to do stuff like that. Let's see, I'm still catching up on chat. I'm like kind of taking turns on what I do here. Spelunky task is teleported. Well, the thing about a Spelunky task, teleporter task for Spelunky is boring. Like, that's not what I'm gonna do. I actually have a low percent task and a tutorial task. I've shown the tutorial one a couple times on stream, but I have a low percent one that nobody has seen yet that is also ridiculously fast. And I think the magic of tasking like Spelunky is going to be the weird categories, the low percent categories, or at least the no TP categories. Because the teleporter is literally going to be what you think it is. You're going to enter the level, I'm going to teleport like 30 times in the span of 1 second and then leave the level. No one is going to have any idea what happened. It's not going to be very fun to watch. It'll be dazzling is the word I would use to describe the experience of doing a teleporter task for Spelunky. Like, I will probably make one at some point, but that's not really going to be what my focus is. I'm much more interested in doing other categories. I think that might be all the stuff we needed to send away. I'm gonna package up the rest of this and finish off this particular pile of wreckage, but I think we're done with the event and we can go back to the base now and work on the hydrazine factory. That took longer than I thought it would, but still wasn't too awful. We have a little bit of extra scrap as well if I really need it. Let's see, I think, yeah, we're caught up on chat now. Do I do the whip off the ledge trick? I do it in the tutorial task. I don't think I had to do it in the low percent task that I made. But I mean, if we find a better seed for low percent, like they're going to be seeded runs. That's the nature of making tool assisted speed runs. But if we find a better seed for low percent, I have to do it all again, I might end up using that trick. But I do the whip, I do the 8 tile whip drop during the tutorial task. And I feel like I have a pretty good advantage in general for doing these tasks because I know about so much of this tech. That's part of why I was so interested in actually making this happen and why I basically made a new task tool for it, is because I knew all this cool Spelunky tech that I couldn't use in a run because I'm bad at the video game. So I was like, you know what? I could show people all this awesome stuff in the guise of like somebody who would hypothetically play a perfect run and nail all these tricks on the first try. And that's what a task is. It's a puzzle to solve the game like as optimally as possible. It's not about skill anymore. It becomes a game of problem solving. And that's what really appeals to me about the whole concept. None of the runs that I make on these tasks are going to qualify as like competition with a real runner. I am never going to submit a task that can compete with like Hectique or Iviori, because that's not the point. If I make a task of any category and it's not the world record, then I failed miserably. Because the point of the task isn't to defeat the real runners, it's to push the game as far as like conceivably possible by a perfect person who would never make any mistakes in a seed that they already knew everything about. And it'll be fun to show off all of like the ridiculous like glitches and exploits that you would never go for in a normal run, because the task, of course, is never going to make a mistake. So hopefully people look forward to that. I really do want to release that, but I just need to polish it off a bit more and get it into a state where I think it's ready to show and ready to release it to the public so other people can also make tasks. Because the other thing about the tasks, which isn't even a problem with this community, but just in general, is they shouldn't be competitive. Tasks aren't about keeping secrets from all the other people that are trying to make runs. It's about sharing it. It's about collaborating and trying to collectively make like the fastest run possible. I don't want this to just become competitive, because that's just not in the spirit of a game like that. That doesn't interest me at all. So I really do hope that people will come together and like pool their tech together to make like actually really cool runs and push the game beyond what like normal human runners can do with the RNG, but still respect the human runners, because like they deserve the respect for actually being able to do all this stuff in real time with a seed that they've never seen before. And there we go. I think we finished the event. That should be the last of it. I'm now going to tempt fate, and I'm going to launch the rocket while the trade rocket is gone, because I'm very curious whether or not it's going to actually be able to land on this rocket while it's mid-flight. So this will be interesting. Let's go to Calidor. Theoretically, a score task. Yeah, somebody did a shit post. I just ignored Jay with the score task. We are not making a score task. That would be so difficult to make. All right, where's the trade rocket? I want to wait for the trade rocket to come back before I land. There it is. There it is. Got it. Easy. Stuck the landing. This game's ridiculous sometimes. All right, now we can go ahead and land. Theoretically, a score task is not much more score than a real run. Yeah, the thing about the score task is you would need speed. The score task would be, well, first of all, let's get something going. First of all, I would not be doing a Cosmic Ocean score task. It would be no CO, but because I think the world record score task, or not score task, the world record Cosmic Ocean score run in Spelunky is like 15 million, or not 15, it's 15 hours for a lot of money, I think, or something like that, or you know, no, maybe it's 15 million. Let me get my facts straight. What I'm going to be getting at here, though, is that making a task is kind of like artists, where like if you're animating a video, drawing a single frame of your video can take like minutes to hours depending on what it is you're creating. And making a tool-assisted speedrun has the same kind of energy to it. Like you will spend an hour straight on a specific jump in your run, trying to get it to be perfect, trying to iterate like every single combination of inputs that could possibly get you that specific jump, because it's just a very slow and I wouldn't say tedious process. It can be a lot of fun, but at the end of the day, it just ends up taking a really long time. And if you're going to be spending 10 hours doing a Cosmic Ocean score run, you're going to be spending hundreds of real life hours if you're optimizing that run for speed. Now, if you're not optimizing it for speed, it won't take nearly as long. It'll basically just be you like replaying levels until you collect all the money and don't touch the jelly. But that's not the point. That's not interesting anymore. Why would anybody want to watch that? You might as well just watch a real runner. The magic of the TAS is the speed aspect of it. TAS is tool-assisted speed run, not tool-assisted score run. So I would far rather run categories where speed is the focus, because I think that's what people really want to watch, and that's what I want to create. Yeah, the world record is almost 17 million by Iviori, and I don't know how long that video was. Let me check real quick. 8 hours. He probably took breaks in the middle of it, but it was 8 hours is about how long the video is to get 17 million. So if I made a task of this, I would be working on this shit for months probably. So I definitely don't want to do that. The only thing I might do is like a low percent score task, because a low percent score task might incorporate some interesting tech to like get money that you normally wouldn't be able to. So that's the only thing I would consider doing is low percent, no CO score tasking. Beyond that, I probably wouldn't want to bother. I'd focus on other things that would just be a better use of my time and more interesting for like chat and viewers to watch. Because I mean, I will be publishing those on YouTube. I will be having a YouTube channel when I publish these tool-assisted speedruns. All right, did I miss anything in chat here? Anti-collaborative shit in speedrunning. There are games that are like that. I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but I have like heard of situations where people like want to keep secrets about stuff like speedruns, and I can understand keeping a secret to get world record as long as you then explain what you did afterward and let somebody else like take your record using the new tech you had. But I've heard of this in a couple communities, and it's definitely not something we have in Spelunky, and it's not something I ever want us to have. I would far rather have a collaborative effort to make these tool-assisted speedruns and not have people just like keeping tech from each other. Like, I love the science channel on the community Discord for Spelunky. There's so much cool stuff there that people don't need to share, and yet they do it anyways because it's just fun to know. It's fun to work together to figure out how that awful video game works. And there's no better way to do that than with a cool community like the Spelunky one. Alright, let's put this back over here. Get this nice and far away from the base where it hopefully won't blow up. And by far away from the base, I mean it's just sitting in the corner where I most likely won't blow it up. You thought the S meant score. Nope. Nope. I assume you're memeing, but no, it's tool-assisted speedrun. You don't necessarily have to... It doesn't necessarily have to have speed in it. Like, there's also the concept of, like, speed... of tasks that are basically just proof of concepts, or, like, doing, like, small demos of difficult tech. But generally speaking, the blanket term is task, despite the fact that it may not necessarily be in a context of a speed run. So if I ever were to make a task for score, it would be low percent score, I think, and it would be no CO. Probably end at Tiamat or maybe Hundun if I was going to do that. Alright, so this is going to take a minute here. I need to unload all this stuff. Normally I would do this off stream, but since we did this at the start of the stream, I have to do this now because if I need to use these silos later, I'm gonna need to have this stuff not be in the way. So I'm gonna dump a bunch of this crap on the floor, and I'll deal with the nitty-gritty of organizing it later, but for now I do need to kind of put this stuff away. I didn't use Usagi like a single time, but you know what, Usagi, you can have that seed. You can have a little bonus, even though you didn't do anything. Because it's mostly my fault that Usagi was useless, because I just wasn't paying attention and kept forgetting about it. So I'll take the L on that one. Usagi, you got fed today. Yeah, low tads. I didn't know if that was a global term or not. I've heard that term used specifically for Legend of Zelda. I wasn't sure if that was like a global term or not. But a low... Let's see, it's a low optimized tool-assisted demonstration is what that stands for. And it's also Pokemon. And that's a thing that some communities will do when they just want to, like, they have some like ridiculously stupid category that nobody wants to optimize, but they want to show that it's technically possible. They'll make a low tad of it instead, which can also be really fun to watch. Even though they're not as optimized as a real run, they still do stuff that like a human probably wouldn't be capable of doing. And maybe that's just something that I would do. I'd pick like a middle ground for some ridiculous category that I wanted to do during a speed run, but didn't feel like optimizing it. Like maybe it's a really slow run with like a really good payoff at the end. So I'm not like totally opposed to doing something like that. Okay, so we had a few extra seeds here. What else did we got on the rocket? We got this whole silo of garbage. I think we used all the packages, so I'm actually surprised by that. I'm gonna have to make some more at some point here. Exo cares, yeah, we're just on the bonus care packages now, which I don't care about at all. So we are done with the event. I'm gonna put this off to the side somewhere, and it'll be packaged up and tucked away next time I stream, probably, or maybe I'll forget about it. You really want to see how fast a task could get 20 mil? Wait, I'm not sure what you're talking about. You mean 20 mil? Or am I not understanding what you mean by 20 mm? That means millimeters. Millimeters are small last time I checked. I mean, I am a dumb American, so I don't know anything about metric. I think millimeters are pretty small, though. Alright, all our snails are caught up. Only 2100 mil, that's gonna keep coming back, isn't it? Okay, big mm. What, megameters? That's not really how that works. You think that means million monies? I would have just said 20 mil. Just megameters, where meters also capitalized, just to like have the correct energy of like how big the meter is. It's just capital meter, which apparently you're not supposed to do in metric. You're not supposed to capitalize the units unless it's like the first word in a sentence. But it's still lowercase m in that case. Yeah, 20 millimeters. I pretend that I'm a dumb American. I am an American, but I do know metric. I think an inch is 25.6 millimeters, I believe, is the conversion. I think that's exactly what they use for it now. They like standardize that at some point. I pretend to be dumb, but I'm only sort of dumb. I mostly know what I'm talking about. I do wish we would use metric instead of funny imperial system, but I don't get to call the shots on what the rest of this country does. I don't really need these, so I'm just gonna let these expire. I got plenty of them in storage, so I'll just put them on the ground. They'll despawn after a few minutes. Okay, I think we got most of the silos cleaned up. This little medium shredder was a godsend. I'm so glad they actually gave me that as a reward. That saved me a bunch of trouble. Alright, I see a copy pasta from Wikipedia in chat. I'll read that in a moment. Let's see, so I'll put this over here for now. I could shred the little shredder and the big one, but that feels kind of fucked up, so we're not going to do that right now. But that shredder was too useful for me to just destroy it like that. So let's see, we have a tractor here, which I can't really get rid of this without blowing it up, because you can't shred these. It's also cute that they gave me these as though I was going to use these for this event. I have the largest rocket in the game. I have flight, I have a hoverboard, and they think I'm going to use a tractor and 2 trailers as assistance for this event. Oh, you silly devs. What are you doing? You're so adorable. I'm actually going to unpack this, though, so I can put more stuff on it. Alright, let's see. 2.54. Okay. Centimeters. Right, okay. 25.4 millimeters. Since 1983, the meter has been defined as the length of the path traveled by light in a vacuum during a time interval of 1/299,792,458 of a second. A millimeter, 1/1000th of a meter, is therefore the distance traveled by light in 1/299,700 wait, what? You accidentally a unit at the end there. Is this a millimeter conversion now? Wait, oh, no, never mind. I see now. I was expecting a TH at the end. You know what? I'm gonna stop talking now. I'm just gonna stop. I'm gonna stop reading that message now because I fucked it up. I soiled it. I was doing like a shitty accent and everything, and I soiled it. I'm gonna just stop communicating about that message now. Moving on to the next subject. We got all our research items now. We have a medium platform that I never knew I wanted. I think we have unpacked all the stuff. You know, all Imperial units are defined in metric, and metric is based on constants. Yeah, even the metric does not translate well to the fundamental constants, but those constants are stupid. What the fuck am I going to use a Planck length for? What are the practical applications of that unit of measurement? It's just so small. It's so tiny. And then you've got other ones that are like insanely big. But you know, it's still better than just like coming up with random shit based on like a log that somebody found back in like the 12th century. You know what? This log, we're gonna use this log to measure volume for some reason, and then we just end up with like weird units of measure like furlong, which I don't think is even a measure of volume. I have no idea what a furlong is. We just can't be consistent about this stuff. Alright, so here's the rest of the row seeds. I farmed these off stream, by the way. So if we do need flight on stream, I can just use these. So it'll save us a little bit of grief. Just put that there. I think we're all caught up on this. I feel like I'm missing something. Yeah, well, whatever. You know what? We'll find out what we're missing when we need it. That's how this always goes. We appear to have unloaded everything. Except the silos. There we go. I need to unload these as well. Alright, so let me go put these over in the storage. This will eventually get drained out by my storage system. Shouldn't have to worry about it too much. Hydrate. Yep. Will do. And of course I missed the previous hydrates. Let me also, I think I missed a follow as well. Sinevo, thank you for the follow. That was literally 26 minutes ago. I'm sorry if I didn't even notice that. That got mixed in with the raid and all the other stuff that was going on, but thank you for that. And I'll hydrate twice just for you, Arp. Yeah, I prefer metric as well, just because the rest of the world uses it. Like, even if I didn't like metric, which it has its pros and cons, it's very verbose, but like just the fact that the rest of the world uses metric, I think, is a big enough justification for why like the states should use it as well. But we just don't, because we're stubborn Americans, and our units are the best units or something. I don't even know. So I make sure I know both of them, so I can, like, you can tell me lengths in like meters and weights in kilograms, and I'll know exactly what you're talking about. I try to stay informed on these subjects. Also Celsius, I guess. I just generally prefer that over Fahrenheit. Like, if there's one metric unit I had to pick that we should use, it's honestly, it's just temperature. It makes so much more sense than metric. I don't know why Fahrenheit. Degrees Ferengi is as weird as it is. There's some history to it that I read and forgot about immediately, and it's just dumb. It's a dumb system. The rest of the world was jumping off a bridge. No, I would not do that, because that would be bad. But there's no, like, I don't see any huge fundamental reason why metric is bad. The math is easier. I wish metric was base 12, but like, just generally speaking, the math is easier in a base 10 like world than figuring out the difference between inches and yards and miles. Because it's stupid. You've got inches. If you want to go down, you cut it in half. You go to binary. You have half inches and quarter inches and eighth inches, and engineers probably have some stuff for like thousandths that I don't remember the name for. And then if you want to go up, you got 12 inches in a foot, and then 3 feet in a yard, and then like 1,740 yards in a mile or some shit. And then they're out of units. There's nothing else after miles. Like, we ran out. And that's just, for some reason, that's how it is. And don't even get me started on volume. I don't even remember half of them. You got like pints, and you got like gallons and pints and quarts and cups and teaspoons and tablespoons and fluid ounces, which are different from weight ounces. It's a stupid system. Like, there's an objectively right answer here, and it's the metric system, because the other one is just shitting its pants all the time. Like, neither system is perfect. Like, there are way too many syllables in kilometer, but you know what? I would rather do that than deal with fucking volume in the imperial system, or the standard system, or the American system, or whatever you want to call it. Okay, we're complaining about it. I'm just complaining about everything. Analytical complaining, folks. That's what we do on this stream. Make your own system. You're right, Cubo. You're absolutely correct. I should just make my own unified system that solves all of the problems that I have with it, and then insist that people who need to interact with me in a business context have to deal with my fucking system. Oh, that's perfect. Prime numbers. You're right. We should make a system where each increment is a different prime number. That would be fantastic. What a terrible system of measurement that would be. 231 cubic inches is 1 gallon. Is that actually the conversion rate? I wouldn't even doubt it. Like, I don't doubt for a second that that's like the conversion rate that they picked for that. And then you'll have like the English like gallon or something that'll actually be like 230.97 or something instead, because there was like one engineering system that needed it to be slightly smaller. Like, it is just an absolute mess, and this is why we need to standardize things. Just pick something. And I'm gonna pick the one that everyone else is using because it's already better. Degrees Celsius are too chunky. I don't know, I'm fine with Celsius. You don't get as many nice, like, rounded off numbers like 10, but you know what? 69 degrees Celsius is a good temperature. And not Celsius, 69 degrees Fahrenheit is a good temperature and all, but I would rather just use 25 Celsius or 20 Celsius, I think is about 69. So unfortunately, you don't get 69 for Celsius. That's the thing that we give up. But I would much rather just say 25 is a good temperature and just leave it at that. Like, the numbers are good enough. 20 is the bottom line, 30 is the top line, 25 is right in the middle. That's comfortable. And then in Fahrenheit, it's just kind of weird. You've got the boiling point is at 212, the freezing point is at 32. Like, I get confused sometimes when people are talking about degrees Celsius versus Fahrenheit and they're in the freezing area and I don't know which unit they're using. And I don't know if they're talking about Celsius or Fahrenheit. And they're saying it's 20 degrees. And I'm like, is it 20 degrees Celsius or 20 degrees Fahrenheit? Those are very different. And it's just, you just pick one. Please, stop using Fahrenheit. It's bad. Also, don't use ranking. It's terrible. Fahrenheit's 100 is hot, 0 is cold. I mean, that applies to Celsius too, but I don't know. I don't know, maybe my opinion is stupid. Ranking is bad. I think we can all agree on that. Anyways, focus. What are we doing? Cosine, what are you doing on stream today? We're running in circles complaining about Celsius and Fahrenheit. Let's see. I think we built a hydrazine factory now. Celsius 0 isn't cold. What do you mean that's freezing? Or is it like not cold by your standards? I mean, freezing is pretty cold. I don't know about you. I feel like it's cold. I mean, you're very dead at 100. Freezing for water. Look, humans don't do too well under that temperature either. Like, you gotta bundle up. You step outside in that temperature and you're wearing your underwear, you're gonna be having a bad day. Like, you better be ready for that. I don't even know what take to have on this anymore. It's not that hard to convert. Yeah, double and add 30, that approximation. I just kind of like remember breakpoints for it, like 68 being 20 and 86 being 30 and stuff like that is kind of like how I can translate between them if I need to. Generally though, I encounter Fahrenheit and don't have to do that translation at all, but yeah, whatever. Foot being 12 inches is good because factors of 12, but that's the only one they did that for. They stopped doing that after the foot. The foot, 12 is good. 12 is a great number. If I could go back in time and make human society be a base 12 society instead of base 10, I would do it. But the foot is the only one where they did that. 12 is a highly composite number. It has really good divisibility. Same with stuff like 24 and 60. But that was the only one where they did that, and then they fucked it up for every single other number. And you've got 5,280 feet in a mile, and it's just like, okay, cool. You had something going, and then you lost it. You soiled it. Good job, Imperial System. Boiling point for water in Celsius is 100 C. Yes, that'll... Oh, you're talking to Kai. Yeah, 0 Celsius or 32 Fahrenheit is the freezing point of water at standard atmospheric pressure, plus or minus like 1/10 of a degree or something. I think there's like a little fudge factor to that depending on like whether it's hard water and like certain kinds of atmospheric pressure. Like if you're a little higher altitude, I think the temperature, I think water freezes at a lower temperature at high altitudes, and then I think it's something like that, and then it boils at a lower temperature or something. But basically 0 is freezing, 100 is boiling, and for Fahrenheit it's 32 and 212 respectively for freezing and boiling. For a typical glass of water it's sea level or something like that. If there's any additives in the water it changes slightly, and I think it's not even that exact. And then there's stuff like nucleation points. Water won't boil in the microwave until you put a grain of salt in it. But the gist of it is those are the temperatures that we use as the standards for it. Like those particular interactions with water, because we just love our water. Because we're a bunch of soft, squishy, moist human beings, and water is just everything our world revolves around. F has smaller units. I do like the smaller units for Fahrenheit. I will admit I do like that. I'll do that consolation. I prefer the smaller units. It's a little bit easier to use it. But I still would prefer to just go metric on everything just for the sake of consistency with the rest of the planet. Well, most of the rest of the planet. You don't need to care when water will boil. You care when you boiled. That's 100. That's a valid point. I mean, I could basically just remember that 50 degrees Celsius is when you're having a bad time and just leave it at that. And any hotter than that, and you're probably gonna die. I think that's where that 50 is. Yeah, 50 is 122 Fahrenheit. So basically, yeah, 50 Celsius is an easy enough number to remember. If it's 50 Celsius and you step outside, you are not going to be having a good day. You want to get back in your car like as soon as possible and hope that your AC is working if you're in those temperatures. So that's how I would remember that. All right, anyways, let's see. I'll look at chat again if we have any more compelling arguments for which unit of temperature to use. But let me talk about the video game for a second. For anybody who wants to watch me play the video game, we're going to do that. So, Hydrazine Factory. I showed this off last time. Basically, I demoed all this out. We were going to make a hydrazine storage system. It is very similar to the system that we have over here, which is basically we have a train running along the back. And this is one of the things I was going to show as well. I upgraded the small silos to large ones here. So there's just more storage capacity on these trains. I made that change off stream. And it more or less means we have 24 slots here instead of 8 that all these auto arms can reach. And the point of the system is we have a factory downstairs. It produces items. And then these trains running around this loop bring them up here in front of these auto arms. And if anything that the auto arm is able to pick up shows up in front of it, it'll pick it up, it'll place it in this intermediate overflow canister, and then this overflow canister will feed into the big ones. One of the end goals of this playthrough of Astroneer is to fill every canister with 400 of every single usable resource in the game. So I'm not including the stuff like the intermediate products that you don't use for anything, like laterite, but I am including stuff that is also used for an independent purpose. So I have things like aluminum here, which is also a product for aluminum alloy, and so on. One of the goals of this playthrough is to get 400 of each of these. And in addition to the regular resources, we need hydrazine. And hydrazine is a special snowflake. So I can't just set up a system like this, where overflow canister into big resource canister into display stand here. And then these have arms underneath them that will pull them back through the floor to go into the factory. I don't have a mechanism to do that because there is no large storage canister for hydrazine. So instead, I had to design this thing. And what we need to do here is take all of this crap that I placed on the floor off stream and build it into an arrangement that works more or less the same way that this does. I'm putting it on this side of the road instead because we have this empty space over here that I'm not using. And that's what we're going to be doing for the next hour. So if anybody was wondering how I built any of this stuff, and you want to follow along, or you just curious or interested to see me play Minecraft for a bit, and that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be making another one of these structures instead. So, and then we'll also be complaining about Fahrenheit and Celsius, because this apparently is a heated topic. No one is sticking up for imperial units of volume, but we actually have some legitimate arguments for Fahrenheit and Celsius. I suppose it's just I think everybody can. Yeah, that was a pun. Thank you for noticing that. But I suppose it's just nobody likes imperial units of volume. They're terrible. We can all agree on that. Why the fuck is it just random base 2 units, but then it switches to base 3 for teaspoons and tablespoons, and then they just run out and they start using cubic feet and miles instead once they get too big, and then it's 231 cubic inches to a gallon or something. It's dumb. I don't like it. Base 2, as much as I love to gush about Base 2 because I'm a computer scientist, Base 2 is a fucking awful unit of, awful base for, arithmetic. It is a terrible way to do arithmetic in anything except a binary state that you get in electronics. Actually, I shouldn't be moving these over here yet. I need to do some building. And it's because it's not divisible by anything except 2. The second you need to depict a third, a fifth, a seventh, anything, a tenth, you can't do it anymore in binary. It just becomes a nightmare. This is why floating point arithmetic and computer science is such a mess. So as much as I enjoy binary, it has its uses, and that is not one of them. Arithmetic is not a good use for binary, but unfortunately that was just the way our universe turned out. That ended up being the optimal way to make computers, but we should not be using halves for everything like this. We should be using twelfths, which can be divided by 2, but also by 3. And that gets us so much more utility. And if you want to go up to 60 or something, you've got so much divisibility from that. But I would settle for just base 12, honestly. And that's a whole other issue. So anyways, what are we doing here? We need to do some building. I don't need this big drill. We're going to need the inhibitor mod, and occasionally I'm going to need to do some painting here. So I have a diagram that I made in MS Paint. I'm not going to show it on stream, but basically it's just a shitty sort of mock-up that I made off stream, and then I tore it down so I could actually build it and let people see how I made it. But I'm just following some notes I have. So just give me a second here to find the file, because I restarted my computer and it closed it. Astroneer. There we go. Alright, so this is just for my own use. Okay, so we'll start with the one in the back and work our way forward to the storage. So this one is going to be 4 tall. So this is the most basic way you would do this. The first disclaimer, for anyone who's actually interested in how we build these things, you need to be on one of the 4 sides of the planet that it would be aligned to a cube surrounding the planet. So this, I'm going to show this diagram. It's not relevant exactly to what we're doing. But if you see like the 6 axes here that we've got passing through Silva here, basically imagine a cube where each of these lines passes through the center of the square on that cube. These are where the 6 gateways are, and it's like this for all the planets. The moons only have 2 gateways, but Calidor is basically the same thing. Did I say 4? I might have said 4. There are 6 gateways. There's a cube with 6 sides, 1 gateway on each side of the cube. And we are currently on the one on Calidor that is right here. And this allows you to get something called true flat in this video game. And true flat is basically the fact that this game is secretly Minecraft in a trench coat. And they actually use a cubic system to store data in this game. Like, I'm not going to go into the exact details of it because the fact of the matter is I don't know if I'm qualified to explain every detail about it. But I will show you this shitty diagram I made several streams ago where I kind of went over this subject. If I could find my OBS window. And is it this thing? Yeah, it's this awful thing. So this is the shitty, like, awful drawing I made in MS Paint several streams ago where I tried to explain more or less how this game's system works for terrain. And it's the fact that everything is a cube. So if you look at the center where I have that cube with some, like, green triangles in it, that is, like, what terrain on Silva might look like. And that's more or less how they store it. Everything is within a single cube. And there are a few like specific shapes that they can create by varying the locations of those triangles along the edges of a cube. And they build entire planets by doing that. And then the thing on the right is a quad tree, don't worry about that. And then the left thing here kind of shows like how the gateways are laid out on the planet. Again, it's not very good. I have not made a 3D diagram of it like this. Like, that's in the back. This thing I spent a lot of time working on, but this I did not spend much time working on because I just wanted to demonstrate that when I originally built this base. But this is the reason why you need to be near one of the gateways, because you need to be aligned to that cubic grid if you want a perfectly flat surface. If you try to smooth any other triangle in this video game, except for a few exceptions like 45-degree angles, you will not get a perfectly flat surface because floating point precision, that's a callback to binary. The binary arithmetic that's used for floating point numbers in this game cannot store slopes that are not perfectly aligned to these cubes, and you will end up with slight imprecisions, and over large distances those imprecisions will get worse and worse as you continue to smooth your terrain. And every time you pick a new triangle to smooth from, it'll be at a different height than the ones that you were started at. So there you go, that's the gist of why you need to do this at a gateway. Hopefully that explanation was moderately coherent. And that's why you'll notice everything in this base is 45-degree angles. You can see one right here. Or 0-degree or 90-degree angles like the sides here. Or you can get also these equilateral triangles on the corners, which is basically just cutting like through the middle of the... It's not quite through the middle of the cube, but it's basically all 3 of these points here are aligned to this cubic grid. And the grid is roughly 1 meter per cube, is what I would approximate it as. The Astroneer is basically 2 meters tall. So that just kind of gives you like an idea of roughly how big this would be in terms of like a human scale. And the diameter of these planets is 1,600 meters, so they're actually quite small. They look immense when you're standing on them, but then you realize pretty quickly that they're actually fairly small. So it's interesting how the scale works on this game, but these planets are microscopic by the standards of the actual universe. They just seem big when you're standing on them and not really moving around much. Alright, so anyways, let's see here. Read through chat, we got more stuff about temperature. Calories, oh god, I don't even want to talk about calories and like units of energy. I don't know anything about that. Like, I'm not qualified to discuss that subject. That was a good explanation. I'm happy. All right, one person in chat thinks that was a good explanation. That's all the validation I need to feel accomplished. So thank you for that, Birch. So if you want to make a flat tangent line, but the game is secretly Minecraft, yeah, pretty much. Like any intermediate slope basically will suffer from floating point precision. Except there are some exceptions to that. For instance, there's a single 2x1 slope in this base. It is this one right here. I think this actually works. This basically goes from the bottom of a cube to halfway up the side of a cube to the top of a cube. So it's a 2x1 slope is what this is right here. I think this actually rounds off correctly in the game engine, but I don't know enough about the actual storage system they use for these data values. I don't know what the precision is on these cubes. I think it's 1 byte per edge, but I don't know that for certain. If it's 1 byte, then that means there's 256 like possible intermediate values, which means this one's at 128. And this slope here, when the game calculates the normal vector, when you're smoothing it with your terrain tool, might just happen to round off correctly at the edge of each cube. But I don't know. And like Bridge is saying, if it's all floating point, then that means the precision of this actually varies depending on some other factor that I may or may not have any control over, which is how far I am from Silva. I don't know if each cube maybe locally uses like a customized floating point value. I don't know if it's 32-bit floats. You can technically make like 16 and 8-bit floats as well if you really wanted to optimize your storage. But I simply don't know how they store these values. If I were doing this, I would have probably used a byte for each of these edges for the number of like unique heights that a triangle could connect to, but I simply do not know what they did. So it's up to speculation. What I do know, however, is that if you stay on the exact edges of these cubes, it will always work every time, as long as you're careful and make sure that your surfaces are in fact aligned to the cubes correctly and are not off by a little bit, because the second they're off by a little bit, everything goes to shit. Give me a kilojoule of a punch. I don't know anything about like what a joule is. I don't know how much energy that is, or if that's a unit of power or something. I don't know the difference between that stuff. I am a software engineer. I am not a mechanical engineer, and I am not an electrical engineer. So my ability to like go into that kind of stuff about physics is incredibly limited. It's something I kind of want to learn at some point in my life, but just haven't taken the time to do so. So maybe I'll get like a Brilliant sponsorship or something and show that and be like, oh, I learned the difference between a volt and an ampere by going to some website where they teach you that stuff. Like, comment, and subscribe. Get 20% off with code cosine69. I don't know. I do want to learn that stuff, but this is not the time and place in my life to be doing that. I need to get an actual job of what I'm good at before I go spend my time learning things that aren't useful. Because at the end of the day, I still want to be a computer programmer, not a like mechanical or electrical engineer. A joule is a Newton meter. So a joule's not very much, if I understand correctly. Like a Newton meter is not a very, like if it translated to like human scale, that's not like a lot of like energy or anything, or power or force or whatever it actually is. But that's my recollection. But again, I'm dumb and don't know the exact differences between this, and I really hope my dad's not watching because he's going to be very disappointed in me. I went for software engineering. I didn't go for mechanical stuff. I want to learn, but at the same time, I haven't put the time and effort into it. So at least I'm not going to pretend that I know what I'm talking about when I really don't. I'm willing to admit my faults. Maybe someday, though, I'll actually be good at this stuff. So anyways, what I've been doing here is I use the leveling block, which is just something you unlock in the research catalog. It's this one up here. That's a packager. This one right here. You get the leveling block, you fill it up with soil. It's just a printing recipe in your backpack. It'll make perfect cubes that are aligned to the grid, and then from there, what I'm doing is I'm smoothing off the edges of my leveling block to get these perfectly flat surfaces. And you can see me moving my camera around a lot and changing the shading to make sure that they are indeed flat, and that you don't see any bumps like this one here that obviously isn't flat because you can see the individual triangles. We don't want that. That's no good. And you can also do stuff like take advantage of corner snapping, which is what happened here. This is flat, and this triangle right here, despite me not having smoothed this surface at all, I know this triangle is flat because it just has to be. That's just the way that this game's terrain engine works. So if I smooth from that triangle right there, I can get another free flat surface without using the leveling block. And if you're ever having issues with this, just use the leveling block some more. And then in this case, this one's not going to work because, let me get a better angle here. Yeah, you can see this one doesn't have that triangle. Down here, I don't think it has it either, but I do have one right there that I can use. So we're going to smooth from this right there. And there we go. That's how I can create like a perfectly flat like wall or pillar. And there's actually a little imperfection right there, so I'm just going to bring a corner across it. And don't worry about this. This paint is left over from when I was modeling this out. This normally wouldn't be there. I can actually just drill that out and fill it in again. So this is what this would look like after you were building it. And this is more or less the building block for this entire base. Everything you see here, all these ramps, all these walls and tunnels, this is the fundamental building block of it. I need to be a little more careful about getting rid of these imperfections. And you just have to be kind of calm and patient with it and pay very close attention. It's not a very good building engine. Like, if you really want to make mega structures, just go play Minecraft. But in this game, it's very useful to have grid alignment when you're trying to make ridiculous stuff like this. Like, when you need all of these things to be exactly 3 grid units apart from each other, or else they'll start placing things in the wrong silos or in my backpack, as I often don't want them to do. You need to have a grid like this. So that was like the basic reason why I needed this stuff. It would not have been possible to build this without the true flat grid to work with. So if that's appealing to you, this is more or less just going to be me doing this for the next hour or two while we talk about joules. So let me go check on chat again, because I think we have another copy pasta about what a joule is. Volt is difference, amp is motion. Oh, that's a good voice break. I'm like 30, by the way. Volt is difference, amp is motion. Alright, take your word for it. The energy required to lift a fig newton 1 meter. I don't know if that's a joke. I don't know what a fig newton is, but I don't think that's a unit of like, force. Isn't a fig newton like a fruit or a food or something? I know figs are food. I don't know, maybe that's an actual term, and I just really don't know what I'm talking about. Alright, joule, unit of worker. You know what, I'm not gonna read this. There's no reason for me to read this. This is something I need to learn from like a proper course on the subject to actually get this. Like, I managed to just not learn any of this somehow in my entire college education. I just need to go back and learn it properly. Will I ever use it like in an actual job? Maybe not, but it would be nice to know it so I don't sound so damn uninformed all the time about it, but it is what it is. Kilojoule is 1,000,000. A kilojoule would only be 1,000 joules, right? And I know that's a metric prefix. That's only 1,000. What's the diamond? I don't know. Oh, the diamond on top. Yeah, I think that was just left over again from when I mocked this up off stream to make sure I had the measurements right. The thing that you're not seeing, chat, is the part where I figured out whether or not these auto arms could actually reach the things that I'm going to set them up to reach. I saved you all the pain of that. You'll thank me later, because it is a pain to debug these structures when things are just slightly too close or too far apart, and you have to tear it down and build it all again. Fig Newton is a cookie. Okay, I'll be honest, I've never had a Fig Newton in my life, so I did not know what that actually was. So today I learned something new. Alright, I think we're all caught up. Volt is like a difference in charge, amp is current, Newton is force, joules and energy, just an energy. One whole energy. Yeah, I gotta learn this stuff. I should just do this so that I can actually have an informed conversation with chat about like energy, because this comes up every time I play Astroneer for some reason. The coastline doesn't understand anything about like electrical engineering, just for whatever reason. All right, so anyways, we're gonna be working this one backwards. So this is where the rail is going to go. And the rail is going to come in from down there. So I mocked up these 2 pits in the ground, and these are basically going to go down to our like factory dungeon. So you can see where they would connect to. They're just going to go right here, and I'm going to splice a section of rail to run up through that section where the hydrazine is going to be stored. And what'll happen is we'll be putting hydrazine on that train, and just like all the other storage racks that are over here in the back, the train will run by this one for the hydrazine, and it'll all get stored in this like contraption that we're going to be building. So I mocked up these pits ahead of time. They should be the correct size, that the rails won't carve giant holes in my terrain, because I carved the giant holes by myself. So all I need to do for these ones is just poke a hole in the floor. So let's just go ahead and do that and see if I got this right. And then I'll smooth out the edges of it once I'm done with that. And if you're wondering how I've been getting the small, like, one, the narrow mod is for that. Like, you might see the narrow mod in the research catalog and be like, what the hell would you use that for? Well, this is exactly what you use the narrow mod for. I'm using the regular brush to, like, carve the initial hole in the ground, and then I switched to the narrow mod to do, like, more fine-tuned adjustments to it. Let's do a bit of that. Let's 50 kcals per I don't know what the difference is between a calorie and a kcal, which aren't there like 2 calories or something? Like kcals are sometimes just called calories, but they're actually 1,000 like of the other type of calorie. There's some like weird something like that. I've heard this before, but I don't know the details of it. Big C, that's what it is. Okay. I did not know that. I didn't know that was what the distinction was. Because it's usually just called a calorie. But I guess the big C is the distinguishing factor for that. KCAL is a radio station. It probably is somewhere. Alright, so let me make sure I have a flat triangle again. If I don't have a flat one, I should notice pretty fast and I can fix it. It's worth noting that this doesn't have to be perfectly smooth, but I want it to be perfectly smooth because it looks pretty. Like I could hack this all together, but I mean this base, the whole thing has already been very carefully smoothed, and I see no reason to stop here, but I could just half-ass this. If you're making your own base like this, you don't have to smooth everything out, but I think it just looks so much nicer. And I think it's one of the things that stands out a lot about my playthrough of this game is how I've built this base up, whereas other people just have a base on Silva next to their starting shelter that's just a bunch of random crap strewn all over the floor. So I take pride in making it look pretty, and I'm trying to keep it that way if I can. So unfortunately, you will have to watch this. If this isn't interesting to you, then take my word for it. I've done a lot of this off stream because I know that this is not everybody's thing. To watch me just stand here and smooth walls. This is why I did so much preparation for this as well. I did all of the like modeling ahead of time so that I wouldn't spend too long doing this for anyone that this wasn't very interesting for. Anybody who wanted to just see me like build contraptions or like fly around with the rover or use the shuttle or anything like that. There will be more of that, but there's a lot of different things going on in this base, and for now we're just going to be doing a bit of building. So maybe it's therapeutic. Maybe you could fall asleep to this or something. I'll try not to make any loud noises. Like I can promise nothing, however. Loud noises just happen occasionally. It's part of the content creation process. You got to occasionally wake up all the sleepers in chat. I don't know why that one triangle still has dirt color. I'll go back and paint that later. Alright, so that's this one, and then we're going to do the other side, which is just where the rail goes back down. Yep, there's more dirt buried in the ground. Apparently I didn't paint that over properly when I was doing this initially. I'm also trying to do this in brief bursts because I don't want to accidentally carve out the floor, or else I'll have to go back and smooth that as well, because I can definitely reach the floor from up here underneath. Alright, so once again, that looks like a good triangle. Yeah, I should be able to smooth off of that one. If I mess up the walls here, I can always just go back with the leveling block and polish them off again. I have to occasionally touch these up because the small brush isn't like strong enough to flatten out some of these bumps. The other thing that's helpful, by the way, is having the boost mod. It'll make the smoothing happen a lot faster, so you'll wind up with fewer accidents where you have a surface that's almost but not quite smoothed out. It was to not scare people by thinking 1,000 calories of the night. You know, honestly, I'm not surprised by that. Just big numbers scary for uninformed people. So that's fair, I guess. I just use smaller numbers, makes it easier for people to work with. It's just confusing because people just refer to that as a calorie. But like even I knew that there was some distinction between the two. And I guess that you're supposed to capitalize calorie if it's going to be the actual big one. I don't know if people actually ever do that or not. I suspect not. I wonder if there's like some standard for that. I should go look at like a food label and see if like calorie is capitalized everywhere that it shows up. Maybe you're required to do that or something, and it's just in common speech. Nobody does that. Oh, there we go. Yeah, we're having some problems here. I wonder if this one's not smooth. I'll come back to that one after I do this wall. I think I might have an imperfection on the one I was just trying, so we'll come back to it. Need to dig this out a little bit more as well. fall down there. This is where I wish those like rose seeds weren't so difficult to get, because I would be just flying while doing this and it would make it much easier to construct this kind of thing. As it is, I do have a bunch sitting around, so maybe I should utilize them for this and just bite the bullet and get more of them off stream. And it ends up being my time and not chat's time. I do have a few ideas for how I could optimize the process of getting those things in the future. So maybe it's not too bad. I think I'm going to redo this one because it looks very lumpy and unreliable. So if you ever end up in this situation where a wall you were working on just isn't quite working out, you just kind of dig a hole and use the leveling block again to reset it. And then smooth off of that spot, and you should be able to get it back to true flat by doing that. There we go. Punch out that little hole there. Alright, I think we've got this one all figured out now. Alright, and I think we got one more here. Remember Cube World. Back for a third time as Cube World on May. Really? I thought I would never hear about that game again. No, tell me more. I'm curious. I don't know how many people here know about Cube World. It was kind of like a Minecraft RPG crossover that had a very tumultuous, like, Kickstarter history, if I recall correctly, and kind of... It was abandoned, and then it wasn't abandoned, and then it was abandoned again. And then it came out and it was bad, and now I'm just getting news that apparently another shot is being taken at that game, so I'm kind of curious. I don't mind having things to talk about while I smooth here. I don't have any like interesting like insights into what to say about this other than this is how you build like a true flat mega base. It's a very slow but sort of soothing process once you know what you're doing and you're not fighting with the game engine anymore. You can make some really cool looking things, even if it is a limited system that's not nearly as versatile as stuff like Minecraft. Happy to have punched a hole in the floor here accidentally. There we go. Turn it off and back on again. Yeah, if you're referring to fixing the mess I made up here, then yeah, that's basically what you do. There's actually an imperfection right here. It's hard to see it. I can see it a little bit better, I think, but yeah, there you go. You can actually see it there. This is the stuff you have to watch out for. You see the like shading is a little inconsistent here. That means this is not actually perfectly flat. So I'm going back over it again from a spot that I know should be flat. And now it looks like it's smooth. If I find any of these later, I can always fix them, and I'll paint over this in a second here. All right, so what else do we have? We have a little bump here that I can clean up pretty easily. There's another one there. This just happens as a result of me rubbing the brush around a little too aggressively. I'll occasionally like move it too far off of the surface I'm trying to smooth, and it'll create a little bump in something nearby. I think we got it pretty good though. So we should be able to run the rails up through this. Here's a compendium on Reddit and the actual news. I'm not going to open this on stream right now, but I'm going to put these in a browser tab and look at them later. Because I'm personally curious about this. And if you have anything specific to talk about in chat and nobody else has anything to say, then go for it. Again, I'm not sure how many people here actually know anything about Cube World, because that was a while ago. Like that was like, how many years ago did that game like first get announced? So despite the floor being tangent, down is always the center. Yep. So you can see it happening here. You notice how this is sloped? Like I'm on a cube, but down is always to the center of the planet. So as I walk up to the corner of the cube, you can see the ground getting sloped. Like that's just inevitably going to happen as part of how this game works. So it's a little bit annoying. It kind of constrains how close you are to the gateway, but you have to go pretty far before this slope becomes like actively problematic. And this is the point I'm at here is basically the farthest spot from the center of the base. Like this corner right here is as far as I get. And this is the slope that you wind up with. So it's not too bad. Things don't slide, but however, these marbles will roll. Like these things I think are using like Unreal Engine sphere primitives, so these will actually roll on this surface. But everything else with like a chunky hitbox will not move at all, really. Like I can... Wait, where did I put it back on? Oh, whatever, I'll find it later. I don't know what it just snapped to. Anyways, if I take something chunky like these, though, they just They're fine. They don't really go anywhere. Even like resource nuggets won't really go anywhere. Gone. Okay, I'm not the only one that saw that, right? Did I accidentally put it on the wrong storage? I think I snapped it onto the back. It's fine. I'll find it another time. We can do a little more research here. And you saw it go poof. I think I snapped it to the back of this thing. I just don't know where I put it. Whatever. We're not gonna worry about it. Actually, I think that's what I did. Yeah, whatever. I don't care. Need to get that XL platform thing. I don't. The thing is, I don't need to do that. It just doesn't matter. I guess I could put it on this one. Like, the thing is, Birch, I have this many bytes, and, like, I don't need these. I have everything that I want. I haven't bought everything here simply because I don't want to make the printer have more crap that I don't need in it, but I don't need bytes, is the thing. So it's a low priority. I don't have a good spot for it. I could probably clear this spot out. You know what? Just for you. Just for you. Here you go. We're going to use this one. Put that there. This should last for a very long time. One there. One there, and one more. Yeah, meager 342k. I could, like, I don't have any automated byte farms set up. I know that's a thing you could do, I just haven't bothered, is what it boils down to. It's just not a thing that I've prioritized. So there we go, we got 6 of these things. This should last a few hours. Maybe it'll last till the end of the stream. I don't know how long each of those takes to research, but there you go. Hopefully that'll satisfy you for now. At some point, maybe I'll come up with something better. Maybe we'll do a stream where I set up like a gigabyte farm for some reason. But for now, that's just not a priority because I don't think it's very interesting. Yeah, you have 4 million bytes. Yeah, if you try to farm bytes in this game, you can get so many more than what I have. I just haven't bothered. Like, bytes are kind of a joke once you get like the first few sets of research done and you can go to other planets. You just go to Glacio, grab some of the stuff underground. You're just set to go for the rest of the game. Like, the challenge presented by the bytes is really only relevant for the first like 30 minutes of gameplay. It's kind of underwhelming. I do wish that they would add a little bit more to that system, but it is what it is. And there's nothing to really do with all the extra bytes. What did I do down here? I must have accidentally bumped this as well. There we go. Alright, so, rails. So what we're going to go ahead and do here now is we're going to paint over this and use this to align ourselves to the cubic grid. So that's what the painting system is for here. At least that's what I'm using it for. This base is ugly as hell because it's just gray and then darker gray for the road. But I've used these to make markers on the floor, which you can already see one there. And the way to do this is you have the inhibitor mod. And the inhibitor mod prevents you from deforming terrain. And if you perform whatever the input is on your console of choice to create terrain, I think on PC, yeah, on PC it's you hold Alt and then left click. And if you have the inhibitor mod enabled, it'll paint whatever your terrain color is, but it will not actually create any terrain. And that's what we're going to use for this. So the first thing that I could do here is if you don't have any terrain like colors attached to your gun, it'll use the light gray color. So I could paint over that little bit of dirt there. And then I could go back over here and I could paint over this one. And then I want to mark the spot right in the middle here because this is where we're going to put a rail post. So in order to do that, I don't need the boost mod. It doesn't affect this at all. So we're going to do that, use the small tool, and what this color right here is, this dark gray, if you're ever wondering where I got this is the color that generated underneath this logistics depot here. So basically I dug out the terrain under here to get it, and then you dig a bunch of terrain of the desired color while the analyzer is attached to your gun, and eventually it'll lock in the color that you were digging. And it becomes a tool augment that you can combine with the inhibitor mod to paint this color. And this is the terrain that was underneath the logistics depot. I think it's the same one that shelters spawn on Silva as well, like the one you start with. You do need a good drill mod, however, to dig that terrain. It's very hard. You need like the tier 3 drill, which is, how is it? It's over here. You need this drill, I think, to dig that terrain, or 2. It's either 2 or 3, I think, that you need to dig that terrain, but that's how you get that color. And of course, you could get any color in the game, but I picked gray because I'm very boring. Yeah, I think it's the same as the shelter terrain. It's basically just a very hard terrain that has that particular dark gray color. And if you want an intermediate gray color, the paver for the rover, I think is like a gray that's kind of in between these two. So you have a few like grayscale choices to play with, and there might be a planet somewhere that has a gray terrain, but I think most of them are tinted like ever so slightly. So all I'm doing here is I'm clicking like a single time, and that creates this pattern here. And it does that because it's a very limited system. It's very choppy. You can only get like a couple triangles of precision at a time. There we go, just paint over it. So you gotta fight with it a little bit. Like if you want to paint a lot of terrain, you're not gonna be able to make the Mona Lisa in this game. It's a very limited terrain coloring system. But it does the job that I want, which is now I have a point right here in the middle. An X marks the spot for where I want to put these rail posts. And I did this one off stream already. I got one up top right here. Aatrox has black. The Aatrox color is like a very dark purple. It's almost black. I actually did check on that. I don't know if I have it here or not. I have a few extras. I think this one might be the Aatrox color. It comes out darker when you actually paint the terrain with it. Like these, don't believe these. The color they show on these are not correct. The actual color that you get is usually different. But I think Aatrox is actually a very dark purple, if I recall correctly. It's not quite black. You can still get some nice colors if you're willing to go looking around for them. But it's hard to find actual like grayscale colors, which if you want to make a boring base like me, that was perfect for the job. Alright, so we need rail posts. And the rail posts are over on this abomination. Need to hydrate again. I missed another one that ARP did. I got Captain's Hydrate. I missed ARP's though, so let me do that. There we go. Alright. I don't know how much the mic picks that up. I forgot to mute it. Alright, so we need... I think I need tall rail posts for one of these and then shorts for the other two. Let's see, what do we have here? Yeah, I need one tall rail post and 2 short ones. And I think I picked out the tall one already. You can see it on the ground next to me, but I did not pre-select the short ones, so we're gonna do that real quick. I don't know why I have 2 soil canisters. Where's the other thing? There we go. I don't know why I had 2 of those in my backpack. We're taking up a bunch of space. Alright, so we need the tall one and a couple short ones. So let's see if the terrain carving does any damage. So depending on where you are on the grid, you can get buildings that do this. And this basically means that they're actually at a perfect, like, orthogonal angle. This thing is pretty much directly aligned to this axis on the game engine. Like, where my camera is facing, when it jitters like this means it is perfectly aligned. This only happens for 2 of the rotations. So, for instance, it won't do it if I rotate it like this. I don't know why that happens, but it's convenient when it does, because it means that whatever you're building is, in fact, in a perfect position and rotation, which is always nice to have when you want things to be like really precise like that. And I can ignore it jittering. When I place it down, it'll actually straighten out a little bit. And I put it right in the middle of the X. And I'm going to do the same thing down here. I don't know if these ones are going to jitter or not. Let's see if they do it. No, these ones aren't going to do it, so I got to eyeball it. I can usually get it pretty close. What I tend to do for this situation is I look for a visual aid. I can't move my cursor to point out where it is, but basically I'm looking at how it aligns to the terrain below me to see whether or not the gap like has the same amount of pixels. I can't think of a better way to describe that, because again, I can't point at it because my cursor is being used here, but this should be at a pretty much 90-degree angle. And then I carefully move it over here, center it on the slanted X, and drop it down. And it looks like we did not carve any terrain that I did not want to, which is exactly what I was going for when I was going to build this. So the train is going to come from down there, it's going to whip up here, it's going to stop at this spot, drop off its hydrazine, and then go back down. Actually, it's going to come from this side, but it's the same idea. So I need to build one more on this side. Same thing as before, I'm just looking for straight lines in the level geometry, and straight lines on the rail post that I'm placing here. And I'm currently using the bottom edge that I'm placing it on right now as my visual aid. little hard to tell if that one's good or not. Yeah, that looks good. Alright, then we drop it in the middle of the X. And there we go. So we've got a rail post set up. I'm not going to splice it in just yet. I'll wait until I've finished the rest of the system to do that, because I have to build a bit of circuit logic here. So the next thing that we need to do is set up the unloader, and that's where this stuff comes in. I need to quickly mark this one. Let me make sure I'm configured correctly. Just click right about there and right there. You'll always get this pattern if you click on these specific spots. Evil Turnip with the raid. Hello, everyone. How'd your stream go? What were you playing? And welcome to Astroneer, where Cosine is making an anal retentive base of, like, absolute perfection in a video game that absolutely does not want me to do that. There we go. That looks good. Smash. Ah, well, how did that go? Smash Ultimate, I'm assuming. Or do you play, like, Melee or something? I know people still play that one. I regrettably can't relate much because I do not play Smash, for I do not have a Nintendo console on which to do so. You don't play Melee, not a man. Oh, I see. Is there a rivalry there? Do babies play Melee? Is that like how that works? Like, I just know that people still play Melee. Like, they think Melee is the best Smash. It's the only Smash. It's the only one that I'll ever play. Like, I know that's a thing, but I don't really know much about, like, the rivalry behind that. I'm seeing it now, though. It's for people who peak in high school. Alright, then. I did play Melee at one point in my life, but it was the latest Smash game when I played it. I was terrible at it. That's probably why I don't play it now, or any fighting games in general. It's just never really been my thing. Like, I enjoyed it, but all I knew how to do was, like, do up B as, like, Pikachu, and that was it. And that was my strategy. If that didn't work, if anybody, like, had, like, blocked or grabbed me, I was just fucked. So I was never competent at that kind of thing. It was still fun, though. I like to play with items on wacky maps that have, like, obstacles and stuff. Basically, all the things that, like, actually good players don't like, those are the things that I liked in that video game. Brawl is where you get Meta Knighted. Yeah, Brawl was, like, the Meta Knight one. Like, the triple S tier, undefeatable Meta Knight, like, up, spin, attack, spam. Is what I recall from that one. Did I play Brawl? If I played Brawl, it wasn't much. I don't remember much of anything about it. I probably played a little bit of it. I think we had it, but I just didn't care for it at that point. I just realized I still haven't made Captain's emote. Hold on, let me check my DMs. What do we got here? Oh, God. Oh, no. Sans Undertale. Give me a second here. Let me do this real quick. Captain redeemed this earlier on the stream. Let me just save it real quick. Basically, I have a redeem where you can just submit a follower emote, and I just rotate them out. And he sent me another one, so let me do this real quick. I have the page open, so it should only take me a second to add this. Just listen to the Risk of Rain music while we're doing this, or admire the sights of my beautiful base. Let me give you a better camera angle. There you go. You admire my base and all the dust. Good thing I'm wearing this spacesuit, because I'd probably be dying from silicosis right now, or whatever the disease is. This song is always, like, ridiculously loud at the end anyways. I turn the volume down on this song, like, every time I stream, and it's still too loud the next time, like, even after I configure it to be quieter. Like, there's nothing that I could do about it. It's too powerful for me. Alright. I'm just going to use the name that you sent me with the file, unless you have something else that you want me to call it. Alright, emotes. I think Sag has to go, so kiss goodbye to Sag. Jaxa, if you're still here, I'm sorry. That is the one that we are rotating out. And we have another emote that I think is from, like, Brutal Orchestra or something. This Captain just keeps sending me those. He's their #1 fan. I mean, technically it qualifies as an Undertale emote as well. We don't have any of those on this stream yet, so... Help. Alright, any last words before I pick a name for it? Alright, nothing. I think he's not here right now. I will just go ahead and submit it. Oh, that looks so bad. I hope nobody's using light mode. You're not going to be able to see this. It doesn't have an outline on it. Alright, well, there it is. For anyone who actually knows what that game is, because I sure as hell don't. But you know what? He did the redeem, he gets the emote. That's how things work around here. Alright, back to our regularly scheduled broadcast. So we have set up the part that will unload it, and what this is going to do is the train is going to come through here, it's going to trigger this apparatus, it's going to turn on this auto arm, and then any hydrazine that's on that train is going to get moved over here. And the spot that's over here is the next thing that we need to build. And that is going to be this silo, or this canister right here, which is basically our overflow canister. This is the one that we use to detect when we are filled up on hydrazine. I have to do that because I can only sense whether or not these storage silos are completely full or completely empty, and nothing in between. And since the order in which these get filled is arbitrary, I can't like check half of these or anything. I basically don't have any good way to do this other than to kind of daisy chain these together to detect whether or not the system is filling up or not. And I can't wait until it's completely filled to turn off the factory, because then I'll have a backlog coming in on the train clogging everything up. So unfortunately we're limited by the logic that they have for this game. I really wish that these storage sensors could actually detect like half-filled systems, but they can't, so we've got to make do with what we got. Oh, there we go, Captain's back. Alright, enjoy your spam. I don't know if that's what I was supposed to call it or not, but that's the file name, so I just went with that. You thought the music sounded familiar. Well, this one or what was playing before? Oh, the Risk of Rain? Yeah, I have a few Risk of Rain tracks on my playlist for Astroneer. The one that's playing now is from Shapes, is the name of the game. I think they took the .io out of it. Kai keeps telling me to look into that game, and I'm lazy and haven't like really given it a proper chance. It's got a good soundtrack though, and it's pretty chill, and that's kind of what I'm going with for these streams. I have like this combination of sort of chill music and some adventure music. There's like some Legend of Zelda stuff in here. That's the vibe I go for the Astroneer streams. And people seem to like the playlist, or at least they don't hate the playlist, so I continue to do that, and I personally enjoy all the songs as well. Alright, so we're building another one of these things. It's more or less the same drill as before, so I'm not going to like vocally explain every single bit of what I'm doing here. I'm just going to kind of speed through this one a bit more. In this case, however, what I'm going to actually do is I'm going to prime it a little bit first to fill in the center, and this will just make it easier to do the sides later. And this one is going to be 9 units tall according to my notes. So just kind of half-ass it. I can cut it back down if it's too tall, which I think it is. So let's see here. Do I have any good triangles to work with? I don't think I do. I think I messed up that side, so I'm going to do this one here. Alright, so now we have a clean corner to start with, and it's going to be basically the same drill as before. Let's see. Risk of Rain's a solid game. I won't play. I didn't like... Here's my hot take. If I had to give a hot take, I did not like Risk of Rain 2. And it might partially be mad because bad, but the game felt way too RNG heavy. Way too many instances of, oh, I guess I'm dead now. Way too many instances of, oh, I just got dog shit items and can't play the game. And like, yes, I was playing it on high difficulty, but it was because then the lower difficulties were just super, like, bland and uninteresting to me. And just ultimately, I wanted to play the game in a way where I could make, like, an epic build and just have this ridiculous, like, combination of loadouts and just destroy everything for as long as I wanted to, like you could in Risk of Rain 1. But then this game just added the fucking Malachite enemies during your second loop, and you just die. And I'm just like, oh, I can literally have the most powerful build in the universe, and the game will just randomly kill me at some point if I play it for too long. And I was just like, you know, I'm good. I played it. I don't regret the money I spent on it, but this is just not something I want to continue doing. They just made a version of the game where it's just like, yeah, you can't do the thing that was fun for you in the first game. So the game was not for me. I thought it just had too much of that going on for it. And apparently I need to dodge or something, according to Captain, who also played that game, and admittedly was probably better at it than I was, but I don't know. So that's my hot take. I think the game is overrated. Like, it's okay. It's not a bad game. It's fun. Don't play it on the highest difficulty, and maybe you'll enjoy it. But I got burnt out on when I realized that that's what the end game boiled down to. Was I was just dying instantly and wasn't able to play the game the way that I wanted to. Well, technically it's 2 hits condemning you to death, but you usually just get hit 1 frame after the first one, so you're just fucked anyways. So basically it's just instant kills is what it boiled down to. So this should be 8 units tall, if I did this right. Yeah, this looks like it's 8 units tall, so let me smooth off the top here. I'm fully willing to admit mad because bad. Like, there is a little bit of that there. I was not that good at the game, like, all things considered. I could probably get better at it if I really tried. But there's some mad because bad in there. But ultimately, I enjoyed Risk of Rain 1 so much more than Risk of Rain 2. And it's because Risk of Rain 1 didn't just decide that you don't get to play the game after a while and just start putting instant kills in it. I liked the arms race of, like, continuing to slightly, like, edge all the enemies. Risk of Rain 1 was too easy in that regard, and Risk of Rain 2 was, like, impossible to do that. There was, like, no middle ground. Alright, so we need to make a protrusion on this side. You'll see why we're doing this later. Just do a couple of these. I should be able to smooth out the rest of it. There's another phantom marker from when I was mocking this up off stream. That's why those are there. I'm sorry, anyone who thought that I'm just whipping this up off the top of my head. I am, in fact, planning these things out ahead of time. I need a 3rd monitor. Maybe I'll spend all that sub money on a 3rd monitor. But I need a new graphics card for the 3rd monitor. That's where this all comes full circle. And then I need a new desk because I don't have a way to put a bracket on my current desk for the 3rd monitor. And it's just a never-ending cycle of Cosine just not putting together all the pieces to actually get a proper, like, gaming PC in 2023. It'll happen someday. I'll do it. I'll get it eventually. Bunny Malachite Lemurian Elika's burr as it twists its neck 180 degrees and shoots fire at me while it's walking in circles, and I just instantly die. What a video game. I wonder if they fixed that. Or if the Lemurians still just have disjointed, like, heads that just swivel in different directions from where their bodies are facing. To be fair, I also didn't like the, like, visual design of the game, not because the art style is bad, but because I personally had a fucking hell of a time seeing anything through the mess of cel-shaded particle effects that that game was throwing at me. I could not, like, figure out what I was looking at in a convoluted mess of enemies and particle effects. That was another issue that I took with Risk of Rain 2. Like, it was just a visual diarrhea clusterfuck of, like, visual noise that I could not, my small brain just could not figure out, like, what was happening at a critical moment until it killed me. There we go, this is looking pretty good. Okay, so unfortunately the physics engine, or the terrain engine, will occasionally make these triangles right here, and there is just nothing to be done about this. Like, this just happens at certain spots in the grid. I don't know exactly where. It has collision, you can't get rid of it, you can't delete it. It's like a stretched triangle running between these 2 points. I don't understand why these get created here, but if you see these pop up in your base, it just is what it is. I think there's another one down here somewhere. Yeah, there's another one right here as well. A little hard to see it, but let me get a better angle on it, maybe. Yeah, you can kind of see it. There's another one right here that you can see my cursor snapping to. Those just... You didn't do anything wrong if this happens in your build. Those just exist. There's nothing else to do about it. Shouldn't need to add one-shot protection to keep players. I really wish that the arms race of Risk of Rain 2 was better. That's really what would, like, bring it back for me, is if it was viable to compete with the ever-growing danger of the enemies by also just, like, increasing your character's level and gear. But I think the way it boils down to is you either get, like, a breaking build, like some, like, super giga combination that just prevents you from ever taking any damage somehow, or you just eventually get overwhelmed and die. And there doesn't seem to be any like skill-based solution to the problem unless you're like an absolute god-tier gamer and you can just dodge every single fireball that gets shot at you. Like, it seems to just heavily incentivize rushing through the game, which I understand that, but that's not how I wanted to play the game the whole time. So eventually, I just kind of got bummed out by that. Jailers and Reavers being able to instant kill is bullshit. What the hell is a jailer? Is that new? And Birch doesn't know what those are. Hello, Aiden. Going through streamers. Yep, I still exist, if you can believe it. You somehow, you caught me at a time when I'm streaming, because I only stream like once a month now, so congratulations. Your prize is that you get to watch me play Astroneer and complain about Risk of Rain 2 and Celsius and Fahrenheit. So if you're just stopping by, then thank you for doing that. If you want to stick around, feel free. Either way, and enjoy the stream, I guess. Let's go back to complaining about Risk of Rain 2 while I build funny-looking structures. So I think this one is the correct size. Let me check my notes to see what I need to put on top of it. 50 Celsius is 122. That's what I thought. Basically, that's pretty much the upper limit for what you could like reasonably survive before you're just gonna get heat stroke and die. And even then, that's awful. I would never want to be outside in that kind of temperature. Alright, so I need to put a couple buildings on this. So let's go ahead and grab this. Just click right there. Alright, so this arm feeds into this canister right here. And when it starts jittering like that, again, that means it's aligned perfectly. It's a bug, but in this video game, we weaponize the bugs that are useful to us, since almost none of them are. I will take full advantage of the ones that I can actually use for something beneficial. And in this case, I could use that bug for grid alignment. Alright, I need to connect the power here. That's why I had this already running along. Eventually, the rail line will provide all the power, but it's not connected to the grid, and I need these auto arms to be turned on at some point. Alright, so we got that one all set up. Then we need to put the double platform. Alright, that's the next part. Void Jailer has Undertale reference. I could play it. Now, I'm not like obsessed with Undertale or anything. Like, I don't know where you're getting that from. I liked Undertale. It was a fun game, but I'm not like obsessed with it. And I was like, okay, well, I played through a couple of the endings. I think I'm good to go on this game. So no, I'm not gonna play it because it has an Undertale reference in it. I'm sorry. Sorry if you wanted me to come back. Just not yet. You were watching Poison stream. You got pulled by the raid. No, I understand that. You haven't watched Poison in a while. Yeah, Poison's. His first stream was like Monday, wasn't it? In like a couple months, and he finally came back. And I'm happy that he's back. I kind of wish I caught more of his stream, but I really wanted to stream Astroneer today, so I didn't get to watch too much of that. And then I think I slept through his Monday stream is what happened. But I appreciate his raid and anyone who's still here lurking. This isn't your kind of game. Like, I'm never going to be upset if you like come in with a raid and the game is boring and you just leave. Like, that's what it is. You spend your time doing what you want to. I appreciate anybody who sticks around for it, but don't feel like you have to. I'm not going to be upset if I get raided and then the numbers just go right back down, because that's just how it is. You all have your own lives, your own things that you want to do. But if you ever are interested in the game that you see me play, then like by all means, to ask questions. I'm more than happy to answer them, like within reason. I'm not going to give you like a full tutorial on how to play the game, but I'm always happy to chat with people who see a new game that piques their interest. And in this case, I'm very informed about this game, so I could probably answer most questions that you have about it. Or if you've played it a little bit and you're seeing like a mega base and wondering how any of this stuff was possible. Astroneer. No, don't worry. I think I've made that joke at least once. Have I made that joke? Maybe I haven't. I've thought about that joke. I don't think I've ever made that joke on stream. I think I've said that before, but not on stream. No, you got to it first. You can take credit for that now. I'd play it if it had a Spelunky reference. Probably not. I think we're talking about Risk of Rain 2. I don't think I would care if it had a Spelunky reference. I still just don't want to play Risk of Rain 2. If you want me to watch you have to stream at night. Yeah, you're very rarely going to get me to watch a morning stream. So I will come clean, Jess. I haven't seen your streams recently because I just haven't been watching a lot of Twitch recently. I've been doing kind of other things. I keep wasting my time playing other games in the middle of the night. I still lurk occasionally. Well, I do have a question, Jess. Do you care about that Power Wash Simulator Lara Croft thing? Like, that was ages ago, and we never finished that because that wooden building was horrible, and neither of us wanted to, like, do the walls. Like, do you give a shit about that, or can I just do that solo at this point? Like, I don't know what other maps there were for that. Yeah, just do it. Okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to clear that up with you. At some point, my completionism is going to kick in, and there's like a Warhammer 40k DLC or something that they announced, I think, so that's what brought that back to my mind. So I just wanted to clarify that you didn't give a shit about that. I didn't think you would. It was a weird DLC. It wasn't awful or anything, but that room definitely left a lot to be desired. There's some SpongeBob DLC. I don't know when that happened. I was not aware that that was a thing. Alright, so anyways, we're going to build the last section here, and this is going to be what holds the mega storage canister, which in this case is this hideous abomination because the devs have not added a large storage silo for these medium fluid and soil canisters. Like, you can put hard resources into these resource canisters, but then there's this thing called a fluid and soil canister, and there is no large variant of this. There's only the medium one. Which means I just had to tape 12 medium ones together to get a large one, and it's this abomination as the result. There was Final Fantasy VII. When did this happen? I didn't know any of this even happened. I'm gonna have to check up on Power Wash again and see what they've added to it. It's been a while. Maybe get the itch to Power Wash at some point in the future. Alright, so anyways, back to what we're doing here. We are basically building this thing. Like, this is the corner post. It's just here because it looks cool. It doesn't serve any functional purpose. And then what I want to have is a display rack of sorts that I could pull resources off of, and then I want this thing up here to show me the total capacity of the system. Which in this case is just, I'm going to be able to just see these canisters, and if all 6 in the front are full, hopefully the back ones are as well. I don't have much control over the order in which they get filled in, but there's not a whole lot I could do about it. You only know because Twitter. Is it on like certain platforms, or did every platform have that? I don't know. I really... That kind of catches me off guard, actually. I thought that this Warhammer thing was like the latest thing that they've done. I guess they've been busy. They've been getting like crossover promotions of people. That's kind of cool. Good for them. Maybe I'll check it out at some point. I don't know if I'll do it on stream or not, though. I usually only stream Power Wash and co-op. And that's not me saying, like, I need you to play co-op with me or anything. It's just the fact is I don't think the game's very interesting to watch solo because I do not have a whole lot to talk about while playing it. Like, at the end of the day, I can talk with chat for a while, but eventually I'll lose interest in that. Why am I going down here for hydrazine? I have a bunch up top. My brain just turned off for a second. I'm getting hydrazine because I need some for my backpack. The jetpack's about to run out, but for some reason I forgot that I literally have a ton of hydrazine upstairs, and I went down to the factory where I'm producing the stuff and got it from there. We're getting into brain crust hours is what's happening here. Alright, so anyways, I need another one of these things. Unfortunately, this game is stupid, and instead of using the full soil canister, it is picking the not full canister. And that's the one that it's using to create leveling blocks. Lovely. Video games. Alright, so put that back. Let me get my reference up. This should be the last time I need to look at this. This needs to be 7 blocks tall. And then this display section is 4. Okay, so I think I will just... I think I actually might not need that extra leveling block. I think I could just do this with what I currently have to work with. Alright, so what do we have here? We don't need that. Back to smoothing mode. This time I think I'll use the small tool to kind of build up the middle a little bit. And this just helps the game not have like hollow pockets in the middle of the structure, which can occasionally cause some weird behavior when you try to place things on top of it, or it won't smooth out correctly. So I'm just going to do a little bit of this here, just to roughen it up and create a filling for it. And it should be pretty good after that. Okay, now we can actually smooth out the edges a bit. Yeah, you can see it snapping upwards to where I had originally done some of this work off stream. that corner. Alright, what height do I already forgot. 7 is what I needed. Is this too tall? 6, 7. Yeah, okay. That is 7. This corner is a little bit too high. There we go. That should be good. Okay, this corner might not be flat. It looks like it's bulging a little bit. I need to play F minus. Let's see. Okay, come on, Kosa. You could do this. You could figure out what the joke is before you ask chat. No, I don't get it. Explain the joke. I don't get it. Streamer's a dummy. What's the joke? Help me. Well, okay. Why is FF14 F minus? I need a document explaining the joke to me, like just a formal, like, legal document explaining this joke. Because I am a simpleton. Orc Knight. Oh, okay, that makes sense. I get it now. Oh, does he want you to play it? Sovereign, don't do that. We'll make people play Final Fantasy. That game is a time sink. That's a grind. Oh, he stopped him. Okay, I wasn't going to get the joke. Okay, alright, I feel better now. I wasn't going to get the joke. It was not from my stream. There we go, I feel better now. I feel validated. Better than Overwatch, probably. Honestly, you might be right. I need to stop playing that game. I can't help it. Everybody has their bad game that they just keep playing even though they know they shouldn't. I think mine is Overwatch. Like, I think that's it, really. That's the bad game that I should stop playing, but I just don't for some reason. Like, they've done nothing but make bad decisions and give me reasons to stop playing that video game, and I still just keep playing it. And like, okay, that was not the worst experience of my life. I have a problem. At least I'm not buying their $20 skins. Like, that's my consolation. Play Overwatch, yeah, regrettably. Like, I'm not like a whale for them or anything, but I still play it. I still exist there. You have it on Switch. I am sorry to hear that. Why'd you get that game on Switch? Is it playable? It's like I don't know how people play first-person shooters on a console. That's never, like... I've like, tried to do that, and I cannot do it. Like, I just don't understand. The controller is such a clunky way to look around. I'm like a PC gaming, like, first-person shooter player for life. And I don't know how people do that. I don't know if I should respect it or pity them. The controller is just such a clunky way to play an FPS game. Play Fortnite on your phone? Why would you do that? U-Ball, I had respect for you. You're soiling it. You used to play it, so you don't do it, right? How many viewers do I usually have? I usually have about 20 to 30 for Spelunky. Astroneer gets like 10 to 15, so I still have some residual viewers from the raid. Either they're asleep or they're enamored by what I'm doing right now. And either way, I'm totally okay with that. And the numbers vary depending on like which day of the week or what time of day I do it at. Hey, Visual. I assume you just got here based on your exclamation of my existence and that you haven't been lurking this whole time. I do need to hydrate. I noticed that one immediately. Maybe Tears of the Kingdom is bringing in all the viewers. Maybe the clickbait is working. My very own Tears of the Kingdom stream featuring low frame rates and none of the other features from Tears of the Kingdom. But we got the frame rates locked down. You try to carry me to master. Okay, hold on. Let me make sure I didn't miss any messages. $15. See, the season pass is $10. But yes, that's the only thing I bought from them. I bought a single one of the season passes, but they sell the skins for like $20, like single skins, and it's ridiculous how expensive that is. But the whales will fund them apparently, and they'll continue their predatory business model. And I'll just sit here being a dumbass and playing their video game, because the fact of the matter is I like the game and I hate the company, and it's a conflicting issue. Alright, so let's see how many viewers. There we go. Fortnite on phone. Tears of the Kingdom probably, yeah, Tears of the Kingdom probably plays better. Well, I mean, do have the gyro aiming. Like, I think Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild benefit from the gyro system that the Switch has. Like, I feel like that's a compelling argument for why it might actually play well on the console that it was made for. Because I've seen how that works, and that seems like a really, like, good compromise for not having, like, a mouse, is to be able to just physically aim by tilting the console slightly to get, like, precision. That seems like a really cool feature that there isn't really a good analog for on PC. So I'll give them that. Apparently that makes it much easier to aim on that system. You got no PC or gaming console. Yeah, I mean, I guess desperate times, you gotta play a video game somehow. Nintendo DMCA Dolphin emulator on Steam. I'm not surprised that happened. I did not even know Dolphin was on Steam. So I'm not surprised at all that happened. I figured that Dolphin was something that, like, Nintendo had just been raring to kill for ages. I'm assuming it still exists, it's just not on Steam anymore, right? Degrees or radians? I prefer degrees from the standpoint of, like, human readability, but, like, mathematically radians are better. Like, basically every, like, library you find for trigonometry on a computer is going to use radians. But, like, I prefer degrees if I just want to, like, say a measurement for an angle to somebody. It's much more comprehensible. At least I'm not playing Warzone. I don't know. I feel like I say this every single time somebody mentions Warzone, and I immediately say I don't know what Warzone is. Like, I just forget. I know it has been explained to me, and I forget immediately what it is because I'm a terrible person and I have no memory at all. I have brain rot. All the video games, all the Spelunky, all the bad Overwatch games. So you're gonna have to fill me in again. It's like telling a senile old person, like, yes, the Warzone is that game where there's a war and there's tanks or something. Grandpa, are you on your meds? I promise I'm not this bad normally. It's streaming that brings this out in me. Call of Duty. Call of Duty Warzone, right? That's what it is. Okay. But people just call it Warzone. And I care, like, so little about the Call of Duty franchise. I still have not tied those two concepts together in my small brain. Maybe I'll make my next stream Astroneer Warzone. It'll just be me doing this again. It'll just be a normal Astroneer stream. I just come up with a different shitpost for the name every time. That'll be it. That'll be what we use. Alright, so you can kind of see this taking shape now. Again, the end post is this piece over here, and I'm trying to make a flat surface indented by 1 unit. And that's where we're going to display all of our funny hydrazine. So this triangle right here should be flat already because it's locked onto this 45-degree slope. Now I'm going to forget to write that one down before the end of the stream. It's not going to be Astroneer Warzone. It's just going to be Astroneer something else. I'll find like a movie or something that came out recently and use that. Anything to bring in all those viewers with that clickbait. Now, I'm not sure what the clickbait is even for. They know that they're not going to be seeing Tears of the Kingdom. And honestly, there are so many Tears of the Kingdom streamers, you don't have to come to the Astroneer section looking for one. Just go watch somebody who's actually good at the game and actually has Tears of the Kingdom. Play it instead. You don't have to come here looking for that content. Like, this isn't fooling anyone. There we go. I think we got it. Alright, if there's any like bumps or imperfections on this, I can smooth them out later, but it looks like we got the bulk of it finished off here. So that was the smoothing section. This was what I was going to build. I need to place all the toys on top of it now, and that's what all this crap laying on the ground is. I'm torturing you. Why am I torturing you? Oh god, what'd I do? I'm sorry. I'm checking to see if I missed anything else in chat. Okay, Call of Duty, the Battle Royale where you die in 0.01 seconds. Okay, so low time to live. I definitely would not enjoy that. I don't like games where you just die instantly all the time. And yet I play Spelunky, so I don't know, maybe I do like those games. I think specifically games with like a respawn system, like those are the ones where I don't like just dying suddenly and being like, oh, I guess I don't get to play now. So it's different in Spelunky. When I play Nazi zombies, they do have that in every Call of Duty game, don't they? I'm assuming this one has it somehow. Astroneer hot tub stream. And maybe someday if I'm really running low on my money, maybe I can make like a hot tub variant of Astroneer and put it in that section of Twitch and see if anybody watches it and gives me money. Could survive in Spelunky. That's true. Sometimes you just die in other games and you're like, yeah, I don't think there was anything I could have done to avoid that death. I just got sniped. At least in Spelunky, you see the thing that's going to kill you a few frames before you die to it. Maybe you can whip it if you're really good. What game was I talking about with expensive skins? I was talking about Overwatch. Wait, have I been ignoring? Oh no, I ignored like 5 of your messages. Oh god, I'm a shit stain. Oh, I'm a bad streamer. Why does anybody watch me? I scroll up and I've just the thing is, everybody has like all these doohickeys on their name. You got like subscriber, Prime Gaming, GlitchCon, and then Visual is just like sitting there tucked in between them, and I just fucking missed every single message Visual sent through all the like visual noise in my chat box. And now I feel like a bad person. Yeah, Overwatch 2. They sell like their primo like top tier skins for like $22 for a single skin, which is ridiculous. Like how expensive that is, at least by my standards. And it's just apparently that business model works because people keep paying for them. It's got to be working, or they would have lowered the prices by now. I don't see how else they would do this. At least it's not loot. No. The loot boxes were better because the loot boxes gave you an incremental amount of money. Even if you didn't straight up get the thing you wanted from it, they gave you in-game money. You could earn the loot boxes by just playing the game instead of like spending real money for it. And then you could just spend the in-game money on the skin that you wanted eventually, like no matter what. Now it's set up such that you literally can't get it unless you either grind extraordinarily tedious weeklies that give you like literally, let's see, what are the numbers? I think you can get like 60, you get like 60 cents or something per week, right? Or some ridiculous amount like that if you do all the weeklies, or you fork up real cash for it. Those are like your only options. Don't worry about the platform, by the way. He's just rotating. There we go. All right, so that one should be nice and aligned. Yeah, 30 to 20. Yeah, so basically it's the usual business, 1 cent per Overwatch point or whatever. And you basically have to do a bunch of weekly challenges, which is fine, I guess, but it's so negligible. It's so pitiful the amount you get for doing all of them. Like, you are never going to get enough money for a $22 skin unless you just like religiously play the game every week and get your 60 cents per week. Like, it's basically set up to just be a predatory monetized like just skin system, because that's just how things are these days. You don't pay money for a game anymore, you pay to play it. At least in this case, you don't have to spend money for the new heroes as much. Like, you play the game for like a couple weeks and you'll unlock them if you don't pay the premium to just get them immediately. So it's not the worst one in the universe. There are definitely more predatory schemes out there, but it's still pretty gross. I forgot to put the harm that's supposed to be wedged in the wall here. Okay, we're gonna have to come back to something I need to do here because I messed something up because I got distracted. It's an act surprised. But let's build the rest of this and then I'll come back and finish off the final bit of the build. Enjoy the Final Fantasy music. Alright, there we go. And let's see what else have we got. No, you cannot trade skins at all. There's no way to exchange like skins or in-game money or anything. Would be nice, but alas, there's not a way to do that. Honestly, I think Valve might be an outlier in that regard, allowing people to do that with their like marketplace, because I feel like I never like see or hear another game that could do that. It's like every one of these games, they don't want you to be able to like exchange goods like that. They want you to spend your own money on it. Probably makes them a profit somehow. bad system. It is gross. Yeah, Deep Rock Galactic's amazing because they literally monetize some skins for reasonable prices, and then everything else is like, yeah, it's free. Whatever. Season pass, free. All the, like 99% of the cosmetics, free. Just play the video game. And then they have a few like packs for specific skins that you could pay them like $5 to $10 for, I think. I don't know the exact prices, but Deep Rock Galactic's monetization scheme is fantastic. It's so reasonable for what it is for a video game in this day and age. So like, I completely respect it. Actually, I need to put another marker here. Right there, and we're gonna need one down here later. This doesn't have to be aligned, but it looks pretty if it is aligned, so we are going to do that anyways. Right there. I will explain what all this is when I'm done, don't worry. If you're confused by why Cosine is just arbitrarily placing this, I will do a full overview of how this works once I'm finished with it. But there's one more auto arm behind me, and I fucked this up and placed things in the wrong order, so I need to do some digging to place it where it's actually meant to go. If you're ever wondering, if you ever want like a link to the song I'm playing, this is just like a YouTube playlist that I hacked together with some special scripting to get the volumes to be consistent, so I will just link the song if you ever want to know what I'm listening to. I have no problem with that. At some point I might get an overlay on my stream that shows what they are, but I haven't like developed that yet because the system I have is super gross and hacky. Eventually it might come to that, but this is not like a Spotify playlist. It's literally just a bunch of YouTube videos that I'm playing. Alright, so I need to wedge this platform in like right here. The MCA. I mean, that's the thing. If they get removed from YouTube, I have the system set up to just gracefully move on to the next one, and I could like keep track of which ones I actually had playing on it. So I don't like lose track of that information because of how I set it up. That's part of why I made my own system for it, because these things just disappear randomly without warning. And it's very irritating when I have this cool playlist full of songs for a stream and then one of the fucking like Nintendo music channels gets taken down and all the music's just gone. I have no idea what was on the playlist. It's just silently removed forever. The title is conflicting you. I'm sorry to hear that. That's the clickbait. That's how I get all the viewers. Is this gonna go flat? Nice, it actually is. So let me center it up a bit better. Welcome to the stream, though. This is in fact not Tears of the Kingdom. Actually, wait. No, it's supposed to go down here. Never mind, I messed this up. This is where it's supposed to go. This has to be pretty precise, so I do need to meticulously align it. That should be good. Now, assuming this thing doesn't pop out of the wall when I bury it, which it shouldn't, then I will be good to go. So I just need to smooth this back out. Alright, put that one there. This is why you download the music. At some point I might do that, but I don't know. I'm usually able to find something. I might download some of the Nintendo music because it's so volatile, but there's a lot of games where they basically just upload their own like soundtrack to YouTube, and sometimes it's really hard to find it, but they'll have like an official channel with all the music for like a specific game just on YouTube. It's just always there. It's not gonna get taken down because it's actually like the uploader, like the person who owned the music themselves put it on YouTube to begin with, and those are what I usually seek out. But the problem is Nintendo won't do that. Nintendo doesn't want anyone to enjoy any of the stuff they create. And so of course people start uploading like all these Mario and Zelda soundtracks, and then fucking Nintendo eventually just takes them down. And if you had a playlist that had any of that music on it, it's just gone. So I hope you wrote down what the music was, because you need to go find somebody else who uploaded it when that happens. And that's why I might just start downloading the Nintendo music. So good job, Nintendo. You encouraged me to just download your music because you fuckers won't just provide us with a proper way to get access to it. That's why I hate Nintendo. Like, they make great games, but goddamn, they're a terrible company. I don't know what happened with them. There's like Sega, which is another Japanese company, the one that made Sonic the Hedgehog. They just don't give a fuck. Like, you just do whatever you want with Sega, and they're just like, yeah, just don't sell it. You know, you want to make like a Sonic fan game? We'll pay you for it. You know what? We'll hire you. Go make Sonic Mania. Sonic sucks though. Look, you can't win them all. Like, every now and then a good Sonic game comes out. At least the company's not scummy. Honestly, I respect that more. Sega's a Japanese company. There's a Sega of America, but like, Sega's absolutely Japanese. Started in the USA. Oh my god, alright. Back checking. Am I wrong? Is cosine wrong? Let's see. Alright, I'm looking at Wikipedia right now. Company. Okay, it's a hybrid. So it was founded by American businessmen, but it had a predecessor from Japan. Okay, so it's kind of like a mix of both, it seems. Like, from the get-go. Let's see, this is back when they were doing some... This is like in the 60s. Holy shit. And then I think it was Japanese when it entered the console market, if I'm understanding this correctly. Okay, so I was partially wrong. I thought it was Japanese from the get-go, but it looks like it has been Japanese for a while. The point I'm getting at with this argument is that people use the Japanese corpa argument to say, oh, Nintendo does this because they have to protect their copyright. It's like super important, or else it's like a really big issue in Japanese law. And then you've got this other fucking Japanese video game company that just doesn't care. And they're also able to just run their corporation without any major issues. And I'm just like, Nintendo's just shitty. There's obviously ways that you could do this, and Nintendo hasn't bothered to do it. So I'm not giving that a pass. It's a shame too, because Nintendo makes some really goddamn good games. Alright, so I need to wire this one up here. I should be able to hit this wire through the wall if I angle it right. Come on. I want the top one. There we go. Just take my word for it. Those are connected somehow. Totally alright to call it Japanese. It's definitely Japanese now. I knew that. I didn't know that it started American and then, for whatever reason, became Japanese. You're gonna play the real Zelda. We got Astroneers of the Kingdom right here. You don't got. This is all the Tears of the Kingdom you need. Like, look at this. It's gorgeous. It's the Gerudo Desert or something. I don't know. No, it's not. I'm sorry, I lied to you. This is in fact not Tears of the Kingdom at all. Alright, so anyways, I think we have everything in place now. I don't see any women. Well, you don't know what's in this suit. You don't know that. Maybe I'll switch to the skin that has the dummy thick thighs. Hold on. Let me get in uniform. Let's see, I think it's this. Yeah, this one here. Here we go. Here we got the childbearing thighs. There's your Gerudo women. You happy now? It's like the right proportions too. Just whatever. I'm just gonna leave this one on for the rest of the stream now. That's part of the bit. But for some reason, this specific one just has these hips, and the hips don't lie. So there you go. Here's the kingdom. Okay. Anyways, I need to hydrate again. I'm taking this one for free. Years of Calidor. You could probably come up with some good puns for this. I should have just done Astroneers of the Kingdom. I'm looking back on it. I should have just called this stream that. I mean, I could just do it now. Hold on. There we go. All right, we did it. You did it, chat. You convinced me. I have a better name for my stream now. I think people will still get the reference. I mean, I think people have heard about Tears of the Kingdom. The game seems to be mildly popular. Alright, so we're not quite done yet. Let me set up one more thing, and then I will explain how everything here works. I'll stop blue ballsing anybody who was trying to understand this. I need to, however, branch this and put it down here real quick. Good, that's not what my cursor was attached to at all. Right there. And then I need to go downstairs, because we're going to be playing with these two objects right here that I'm looking at. So we'll be taking those down, because I also prepped the area down here. Astro gliding to the kingdom. I think I'm sticking with Astroneers of the kingdom. That seems like the best one. Excuse me, train. I'm doing something here. Alright, and then that's going to be used later as a detector for whether or not the hydrazine is filled. So you'll see how that gets used in a bit. But I need to pull these two downstairs. And I marked out the spot on the ground where that's supposed to go as well. Saving everybody the tedium of me staring at the ceiling for an hour trying to figure out how to align this to my grid. Right there. And this one. Okay. And that should be set to go. Unless I did it backwards. No, this looks correct. All my channel point redeems are prime. How dare you? They're powers of 2. Like as unprime as you get. Well, not as unprime. They're not highly composite, but 2 would be the only prime number. And I think Twitch only lets you go down to like 20, so I can't actually make a 2-point channel. Well, actually, no, never mind. Now you can go down to 1. I've seen it before. What is it? There's something that has a limit on how cheap you can make it, and I don't remember what it is. It's not channel point redeems. Those can go down to 1. I think they can go down to 1. I don't know. Whatever, they're all powers of 2. They're not quite prime numbers. Follower emats. Oh, the built-in stuff. That's what's limited. Yeah, okay, I think you're right. Yeah, maybe that's where I saw it. I could have sworn I had seen a limit on something that I was trying to configure. The song slaps. Yeah, the Shape soundtrack is really chill. I like a lot of these. There's like 6 or 7 of these on the Astroneer playlist. I'm glad Kai suggested that to me. Maybe someday I'll play that game. I think we have everything. Alright, so here's the explanation. We're done blue ballsing. Let's explain how this works for anybody who wants to understand it. So we have a hydrazine factory downstairs. It's over on the other side of the base. I'll show it in a bit. What's going to happen is the trains are going to come up through this rail, and they're going to stop here. They're going to get called to this rail post by my rail network, which I will hook up when I connect the rails. And they're going to sit here for like a couple seconds. While the train is here, this auto arm will turn on. It'll grab hydrazine off of the train if it has any, and it'll put it in this canister right here. When the train leaves, the arm will turn back off because the more of these you have turned on, the more they lag and the more likely they are to stop working because of reasons. When this canister has any like hydrazine in it, these 2 arms are going to turn on and they're going to pull all the hydrazine out and place it on this big storage. I need 2 arms because 1 can't reach all of these, so I have 1 for each side. And we have 12 storage canisters on this thing. This is where the bulk of the hydrazine is going to be stored at. And then we have this arm down here. And it's at a very weird position, but the way that this arm works is, believe it or not, this arm can actually reach all 12 of these canisters right here. Like through the wall. The arm basically has this weird shape that it can grab from it. It can actually grab all of these and then turn around and place them on this display rack that I have set up right here. So if I turn it on now, you can see it can actually grab off of that and place it on this display rack. It's just jank. It's just the way these arms work. The shape is not actually a sphere like the highlight on the ground. It's actually a capsule. And a capsule in like video gaming terminology is basically a cylinder with a hemisphere on each end. And it's a vertically aligned capsule. So if I look at an auto arm that's on the ground so you can get a better idea of what that means. Right over here is a good one. Basically, it's a sphere and then a cylinder that's like, I think 8 to 10 like units tall, a unit being like 1 grid unit for the cubes, and then another hemisphere on top of that, like up near the ceiling. So that's what the shape is for the arms. If you rotate them sideways, the capsules get rotated sideways, so they can actually reach really far up above themselves. Not very far below, however. It only goes up, like up relative to where the arm is. So when the display rack is full, the arm would normally turn off. Like I manually turn it on here. And that's what this thing is. So let me explain what this thing is doing here. So this contraption here is a logic gate. And what this logic gate is doing here let's see if I can get all the wires on the correct side of the screen, is basically checking for 3 conditions. This is a 3-way AND gate. 3 conditions need to be met for power to get to this sensor, and then this sensor will turn this arm on or off depending on whether or not the condition is met. So I have it, is it turned on? There, it's turned off now. It should be off right now. And what's happening is we're checking, is there anything in the main storage? That's what this storage sensor is detecting. If there is, it's turned on. And you can see here, this part of the gate is on. Then this one here is detecting, is this not filled? So is there any room in this like display spot? And it's full right now, so you can see it's turned off. But if let me remove one of these. Trying to do this correctly. There we go. All right, so you can see that one turned on. It briefly turned on and then off again because these don't get detected properly. But if I pull this one off, there you go, it turns on again. But there's still one more condition that has to be met, which is the override switch. And that's what this button is here. This is basically my ability to turn the whole contraption off. So I could toggle it on or off regardless of whether or not I need something. And the reason I do that is so that I can pull these entire canisters off if I want to and not have the arm constantly filling it up while I'm trying to manipulate canisters of soil, or hydrazine, not soil. And then when I'm done, I can put them back on it and then reactivate this. And then this arm, if it needs to, will turn on, which you actually saw it briefly turned on and placed one and then turned itself back off because now the storage rack is filled again. So that's how that system works. It's actually a little bit more advanced than the ones that I have here because these ones don't have an off switch. And these ones also don't try to detect whether or not this canister is filled. So this is actually slightly more sophisticated. This logic gate doesn't exist. And for these ones here, you can see the arms have the same arrangement, but the only condition that these arms care about is whether or not the display rack is filled. So it's more basic that way. I made a more complicated one here because I had more room for it and I had a better idea for how to do it. If I could go back and do this again, I would have probably set up this logic for all of these arms to make this just a little more elegant. But it is what it is. I think I said that like 3 times already on this stream. How much hydrazine do I need? Yes. This much hydrazine. Why do I need this much hydrazine? Because I can. Basically, this is my equivalent to having 400 units of each resource in the game is going to be having a full large storage silo of hydrazine. This is just what I want to do. It's one of my objectives, is to have an automated base that could just do this stuff for me. I have printed or like manufactured very, very few of these materials myself. The automated factory has been making most of them for me. The only problem is I have to ship them in occasionally from auto extractors and other planets and such. Oh, this is supposed to be turned off right now. It's inverted because I manually interacted with it. So now it's in the correct state, where if all the conditions are met, it'll be turned on, and otherwise it'll sit here and do nothing, and that's exactly what we want from it. How long will it take to fill it up? If you mean this one, this honestly probably would only take like, let's see, we have an auto extractor over there with ammonium. I would guess this would take maybe a few hours in the background, maybe less, to fill up once the whole system is done. It's not going to take too long. And it'll be running in the background while I do other stuff. A lot of it is off stream. Like some of these get filled up off stream while I'm just like cleaning up the base. So you don't get to see the magical moment, but really the magical moment of the playthrough is going to be when the nanocarbon alloy canister gets filled up, because that's like the most complicated one out of the whole bunch. Will I build more? Yeah, we're not done. We still haven't automated a lot of stuff. Hydrazine is a product that I needed to automate graphene, diamonds, titanium alloy, and nanocarbon alloy. So those 4 that I just listed off here are also not automated yet, and that's why their canisters are almost completely empty. These 2 here, and then these 2 here. Whereas I have these automated here. I think I did steel on my last stream. So there's plenty more to do, but hydrazine is different, so I had to make a special build specifically for hydrazine storage. So I suppose it's not just to have the hydrazine, it's also because I do need it to manufacture these later products. And the system I had for hydrazine, oh god, hold on, sorry, I can fix this. Basically I needed to make a better system before I could move on with the stream, because it was becoming an issue. So that's why we made the hydrazine factory now. And again, it has to be different because I don't have the proper dimensions on these storage canisters for it. You can make titanium out of hydrazine? No, you cannot. But if you need to make titanium alloy, which is this material, so hydrazine is made with ammonium and hydrogen, which is as close to reality as you're going to get in this game. Then to make titanium alloy, I need graphene, and graphene is right here, hydrazine and graphite. I think this is where the realism of this game, as if it had any to begin with, but this is where the realism really starts to shit the bed. But I need hydrazine to make graphene. I need graphene and titanium to make titanium alloy. I need titanium alloy and steel to make nanocarbon alloy. So that means this hydrazine is a required product for a lot of intermediate steps to get up to nanocarbon alloy. And I need a bulk storage solution for it. So that is why we're doing this. So, now that I've explained how this whole upstairs system works, basically we start here, we move the canisters to this one, then we move the hydrazine canisters to the large storage, then we pull them down to this display rack here. And then I'm going to actually put my cursor on the ground here so you can see this. You can see it through the ground here. So you see where the little arrow on the circle is. It's kind of dim, it's directly above my player's head right now. That could be reached by the auto arm that I'm pointing the camera at. Like, it can reach up through the ceiling using that ridiculously tall capsule shape I was explaining a moment ago. This arm could actually reach up through the ceiling and grab that hydrazine. So if I turn it on here, and if it was facing in the right direction and had power, it would actually be able to do that. However, it does not have power, so give me a second here. Where can I get it power from? How about this? Or I'm a dumbass and it can't reach, in which case I need to figure out why it's not grabbing any. Why isn't it grabbing anything? I tested this. Alright. What's wrong? What did I do wrong? I literally tested this. Oh, it's because the canisters aren't set to output. Pulling a cue ball. No, it's fine. These need to be set to output. There you go. You just saw it pull one through the floor. So yes, it does work. I just forgot to set those back to output mode. It was a skill issue, but my design was robust. So you can see now, if I pull the hydrazine off of this, the arm will fill that up and then grab another one. And then it doesn't have room to place it anywhere. It's the same design that I'm using for all of these arms to pull intermediate products down from upstairs. That like black road is running through the middle here where I'm like rubbing my cursor. That's where the road is running in between everything. And then normally what I would do here is I would only have this arm turned on if we actually needed hydrazine. So let me shut it down real quick and clean up this mess. And I always like to put the sensor on the back here. You don't have to put it here, but visually it's easier for me to see what I'm doing if it's in a consistent spot every time, because I can immediately tell like what's connected to what object if I don't like stick it to the side of the arm or anything. So there we go. And now this will be turned on if I remove hydrazine. And what we could do with this hydrazine in turn is pull it down into a factory and use that to manufacture the goods that we're not able to create right now. So that's basically the whole loop for the system. And now the only thing left for me to do is hook up the rails to it and then go back to the hydrazine factory on the other side of the base and make sure that it is depositing into the rail system correctly. And hopefully I don't have to build another one of these for a while. I don't know how I'm going to do this with soil. I might not do it at all. I just needed hydrazine. I might do it with the gases as well, but I'll think about that off stream. Where does the hydrazine come from? Good question. That's what we're going to do next. So we have a half-assed hydrazine factory, and I'm going to clean it up and make it look better and connect it to the train system. But first, we need to connect the train system to this storage, just so that I have that ready to go. I'm basically building this in reverse order. The end product all the way up to the source of the hydrazine. So we don't need these yet. These are something we're going to do later. We'll probably do these today, but not yet. These are the remaining 4 factories that I haven't built yet. But we need to get the hydrazine upstairs into the storage system. So it's a bit convoluted. It's a bit all over the place. The hydrazine is manufactured all the way over there, and then it gets stored all the way over here, and then it gets pulled down and it gets manufactured probably in this area. But I have to do that because that's where the ammonium is getting unloaded. I could organize this differently, but there are logistic problems no matter what you do, and we end up with spaghetti. And spaghetti is delicious, and I've decided to embrace the spaghetti in my Astroneer playthrough instead of fighting it, because I love me some good spaghetti. So I need to get some rail posts and make more spaghetti, so just give me a moment here. Rail posts are stored on this one. Make sure it goes on the shoulder slot. Perfect. Delicious spaghetti. The rails even look like spaghetti. It's meant to be. Alright, so how do I want to do this? I think I want to unpack... Do I have any tall storages? I just temporarily need a tall storage and a tall platform. Let me go grab the tall platform that I have over here. How are my snails doing? They're all fine. Yeah, tall platforms are weird, but you can see I've actually had some applications for them in this base. Like, a lot of people who play this game might see these platforms and just be like, what the hell is this? What am I going to use this thing for? And I mean, this kind of thing is what I use it for. Like, these things have applications. Even the most bizarre, like, features of a video game could be useful if you, like, think outside the box and, like, come up with an idea for what you might just need a tall platform for. And in this case, I needed to be able to reach the ceiling with these auto arms. So, never discount something that seems useless in a game like this. You never know when it's going to come back. And in this case, I'm actually using it as a measuring tool. Basically a level. I need to know when I'm directly below this rail because I want to measure this out and make sure that it has a smooth connection with the ground here. So I'm going to actually utilize one of these platforms because this game doesn't have proper measuring tools, which I really wish it did. But this is the best that I've got. So I can inch this along until it's pretty much right underneath that mark. Alright, so I know that this is a straight line, even with the sloped floor, since the core is not precisely below the line surface of the ground. I still know that this is a straight line up to here because this thing is tilted along with the floor underneath it. Whereas my camera is vertically aligned a little bit differently. So that's why I wanted something that would be straight relative to the floor, not relative to where my camera or the gravitational pull is. I hope what I just said made sense. Anyways, I could use that to etch some of these lines into the ground. You're probably getting familiar with these because I keep using this, but this is just how I create straight lines when I do these builds. It's just a very convenient way to do it. Once you know, like, where the grid is, you could perfectly straighten things out and make a really clean looking base. Whereas if I just kind of like YOLO it, things won't work as well. Why not make a level floor? I explained this earlier, but basically true flat only works relative to the cubic grid that this game is based on. The second I start making slopes that are not aligned to that cubic grid, you don't get perfect slopes anymore. You sample it, you smooth it out, and then when you go back to smooth it again later to extend it, you get a slightly different slope because of floating point precision errors, and it just doesn't work. Like, I can't give much of a better explanation than that. Like, it eventually just doesn't work anymore. And you'll like see complaints about this stuff when people try to do this around like the base on Silva that is not near a gateway. It's nowhere near one of the surfaces of this giant like hypothetical cube that the planet is embedded into. And the floating point precision errors mean that their base is just constantly crooked. And even if you try to like smooth it out to be a sphere instead, what you'll discover is that this game doesn't give you the tools to do that. So like you might be thinking, okay, that makes sense. You can't make a perfectly geometrically flat floor, but why can't I make a perfect sphere in a game about spheres? Because that's what the planets are. But the issue with that is the game does not give you a way to smooth at a consistent altitude. The best thing that you get is there is a tool called, I think it's the alignment mod. It's another one of the terrain tool like gizmos. I think, what is it? Yeah, it's this one. Aligns terrain deformation to the curvature of the planet. Nope, it does not do that at all. What this tool actually does is when you pick a spot to sample for the ground, the slope that you get when you like smooth like this is not the slope of the terrain. Instead, it is the slope of the plane that is tangent to the gravitational pull. So essentially draw a straight line from where my cursor is to the core of the planet, and then pick the plane that is tangent to that line. And that is, or perpendicular would be another way to put that. Yeah, perpendicular, not tangent. I'm mixing up my terminology. Pick a plane that is perpendicular to the line from where my cursor is to the core of the planet, and that is what it will smooth by. And then you could pull that terrain as far off center as you want to, and it will not curve. It will remain flat. And that's where the problem lies, because if you let go and then try to sample a different spot, you have a different altitude, a different distance from the core of the planet. And then if you try to smooth from there and go back to your original spot, your terrain is going to be a different height again. It does not lock the height. It just locks the height for the one sample point at the beginning, and then it doesn't curve at all. I'm gonna have to use tangent right as long as I don't. Yeah, I better not mess up anything about cosine. No, I corrected myself though. I hope you understand what I mean by that. I don't know if I have one here because I do have it actually. I could just show it honestly. Let me just show it. I don't know. Maybe Dev in chat is watching now, and we'll see why this tool is like useless for what it advertises. I have used the alignment mod, but not for this kind of base building because it's garbage for that. It doesn't work for that. So if I take these off. All right, so here's what we've got. Now let me take that one off as well. So this is what it's doing when I smooth it like this. And you might be thinking, okay, that's fine. Like this is clearly flat. You can see this is straight down from where gravity is, but it's not going to curve, and it's also subject to precision error. So if I sample over here and then drag the tool back over to the right, it's a slightly different height, and you can't tell really from where I'm doing it, but it is just an ever so slightly different height. And what will happen is every time you go back over a part of your base that you had previously smoothed out with this tool, it'll jostle all of your platforms. It'll mess with any like surface painting that you did. And you can just see in general how this surface is just kind of, I'm trying to get a good angle on this, but it's basically full of imperfections. Let me move the light snail down. Like it's very hard to show it at a small scale, but I think, there you go, you can see it here. You see like these different facets. There's like a rhombus here, there's like a triangle, a narrow looking like parallelogram looking thing there. It's not perfectly flat. And this becomes a problem. The bigger you make your base, the more that these floating point errors accumulate, and you find out that your base just never feels flat. It's never clean. You're constantly running into issues with it. It's a good tool for some things. It's a good way to dig straight down to the core. Like if you want to make a pit that goes right down to the core and you don't care about being aligned to the true flat grid, then you go right ahead to do that. It'll do that job perfectly fine as long as you don't let go of your cursor. But it's not very good for making a perfectly flat mega base, because you're eventually going to realize that the only way you could use this to actually make a perfectly flat base is to do a little bit of this, and then a little bit over here, and a little bit over here, and a little bit of it over here, and so on. And you'll kind of get a pretty flat looking base. Like it's passable, but again, you can see how shitty this looks. And it's because you have to be like really careful about where you sample it from each time. If this spot is like a little too low, it'll overwrite everything. And then if I sample from over here and go back over it, it changes everything again. And that's it really. That's the problem with this tool. That's why I never use it. It just doesn't do what I would actually want it to do, which is I would want to be able to lock onto an altitude and then have that altitude get used always. Like no matter what, if I sample off of the floor anywhere on the planet, it'll use that altitude. Maybe have it like snap to a grid increment so that you don't have to worry about like precision issues. Or maybe you can like train it like you do with the color tool. Like this thing here, like the terrain analyzer, maybe you could train the alignment mod to learn a specific altitude, and then every time you use the alignment mod, it tries to paint at that altitude instead. And it's only usable at that specific height. And then you could basically drag it around your base, have it follow the curvature of the planet, and it would always be like 816.2978 units away from the core. And even for a person that didn't care about like the precision, as long as it's always the same height, it should always be usable. But that's just not what they did with it, so it's not helpful to me. I need to clean this mess now. Where's the shooting in the combat? Yeah, there's if you want shooting in combat, you just play with the plants in this game, and not much else of that. Which is fine. This is not a fighting game, and I don't think it ever should be. Not every game needs to have guns. I know you're memeing, but like just not every game needs to have guns. I'm totally okay with this game not having that. It's fine as it is. I just wish they would fix the problems that it currently has, not add monsters to it. Which unfortunately is something people occasionally ask for. Is like, oh, can you add like enemies to the game? No, please don't add enemies to the game. What if you got a turbo mouse that keeps clicking? That might actually be worse, because if you, I'm not going to show it again, but if you like started to smooth terrain and then your turbo mouse released and then clicked again before the terrain you were smoothing was like flat enough, it might sample a portion of the terrain that's not even completely level yet, and then smooth up based on that. And what you'll end up with is like a super jittery, choppy surface height, as the game is like constantly half smoothing the surface and then releasing and then smoothing again based on the previously unfinished surface. So I would argue that might actually be worse than like smoothing small facets of the surface and then going somewhere else and smoothing another one. Yeah, you do fight the camera a lot in this game. I've said this before, the camera in this game is honestly the only enemy in it. And it's probably the final boss of the game too. Like really the camera is the only thing you need to really fight with. All the plants are a joke, they don't move or do anything, but this camera though, the camera follows you everywhere. From the beginning of the game to the very end, it is just a fight with the camera to get this game to do anything that you want it to. I really wish they would fix the damn camera. So anyways, back to what we were doing before that alignment mod thing. So what I wanted to do was set up a rail. As you can see here, the game is being stupid. The game wants to connect to that rail post. It wants to literally put this like 180-degree twist in the rail and connect to that one instead of this one. Why is it doing that? Because this game is bad. So in the meantime, we need to fix that to get it to not do that. So I'm going to set up a temporary one over here that's not aligned to anything in particular, and then hopefully I could convince it to actually do what it's supposed to for this one. Alright, so it's jittering. So let's line it up. And let's see how that looks. It carved a little bit of the floor, which is to be expected because the rails are kind of janky. But I think this should be fine. It looks fairly clean. It's a bit of a sharp turn, but I already have a few of those over there anyways. Game isn't bad. Look, you know why I say this game is bad. It's a good video game with a lot of problems that I so badly wish they would fix. So I say this game is bad every time I encounter one of those problems. That's essentially what's going on here. Like, no, this game is not bad. It is a good video game. But if you beat a dead horse like I have for how long I've played this game, all the problems just come to the surface. And that's all I'm left to talk about sometimes. It's just the camera and like weird jank and issues that like 90% of their player base wouldn't encounter normally. I meant to have the other mod turned on. And I'm going to complain about it because that's just ultimately who I am. I want to see them fix these issues. I don't want to complain about this game if it doesn't have problems. If I ever play Factorio on this stream, I'm not going to be complaining about it for the whole stream because that game is like practically perfect. Like there's some gameplay issues with Factorio, but like functionally that game is like flawless. There are like almost no bugs in that game. It's incredible. So that's the game that if you want to see me not complain about a game for 6 hours, wait for me to stream Factorio and you'll get that. Because Factorio is a phenomenal video game as far as like the solidity of the programming. So the perfect games do exist with regards to like not having a ton of bugs in it, and that's one of them. And I look forward to that if I ever stream that game. Looks like we had a bit of carving here. But yeah, the same thing happens with Spelunky, by the way. Spelunky is a game I have 3,000 hours in, and I do nothing but complain about Spelunky when I play that game. That is all my streams are just me doing science and saying, haha, bad game. Like, comment, and subscribe. Because that's really just what it boils down to. I've played the shit out of that game, and all I'm left with are the problems that it suffers from. I wish Spelunky wasn't a broken game either, but it is. And I have to deal with it, and this is a stream about analytical complaining. And if they fix these problems with these games, I will give them props for doing it and stop whining about it. Because really, I just want nothing more than for these issues to go away. But in the meantime, I complain about them. Maybe it makes a difference. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. I reported a couple bugs in Spelunky that they actually fixed before they stopped giving a shit about fixing that game. So, I mean, it's possible to get some of these issues to go away if you have the devs care enough about the problem to begin with. Unfortunately, as I mentioned like a couple hours ago, the devs of this game don't seem to want to actually fix it. Or at least they don't seem to want to take community feedback about what they do fix, because they removed the bug reports section from their Discord for some reason. It lasted for a few weeks and then it just silently vanished. So I don't know what message to take from that other than that they clearly don't care about what we think. Maybe someday they'll fix the camera so that if I want to look at the ceiling, this isn't what I'm presented with. But until then, I'm going to complain about it because the camera is bad, and I would enjoy this game more if the camera didn't suck. Oh well. Alright, so what do we need to do here? So I need to detour this. I want to, ideally I set this up without breaking the existing rail lines. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put like a bit of a bend, I think, in it right at this spot. Yeah, so I'm gonna put a bend here. We're gonna detour it in this direction. Yeah, so this one will connect to this one. And then it'll go up, it'll go back down. And then I think I'll have it here is what I'll do, and that will connect back to the main system. A little bit hacky, I can always shift these around later, and then this one will connect back here. So what I want to do here is I don't want to sever the connection that I currently have, because now I will explain roughly how the trains work. So basically I have two running pulses. Like a pulse comes down this segment, it hits this stack of delay repeaters, they count down, and then they call it to the next station. They send the pulse down the wires again. At each of these stations, what happens is the train gets called to the rail post, all the auto arms turn on to load or unload the train, the delay repeaters run, and then when the delay repeaters are finished, the arms turn off, and they send an instantaneous signal down the line, and they call it to the next rail post. I cannot use these. No one has actually brought this up, but just for anyone who's silently wondering why I'm not using these detect whether or not a train has passed a rail post. And you might be thinking to yourself, wow, that's really cool. Because why do you need this running signal here when you can just detect when the train arrives at one of these posts and then set off the signal to go to the next one after a second or two? And the answer is because these do not work when you are far away from them. They're unreliable. If I move to the other side of the solar system and these two things are too close together, they will stop working. Specifically the ones up here are the reason why I can't do that with the system. Though in general, I don't know the exact constraints on when they break. But what happens is when you're really far away from these posts, the train goes into like a low level of detail, like optimization, where it moves in very chunky increments. And what can happen is the train will actually straight up overshoot an entire rail post, failing to send the signal properly and completely brick the whole system. Because the train will go from like right here to right here in a single like tick is what ends up happening with the low level of detail when you're far away from them. It'll fail to activate these correctly, or I've occasionally had it activate them once, whereas it's supposed to activate them once when it arrives and once when it leaves. It'll activate them one time overall, and the arms will be left turned on. It'll fail to send the signal correctly to the next rail post, and the whole system bricks. So the only thing I found that's reliable is actually just running a current through a bunch of delay repeaters without ever depending on these like segment pins right here, which is incredibly frustrating. And I would have reported this on their Discord if those fuckers hadn't removed that section from their Discord. But as it is, I don't even know if they know that this bug exists. And I have no way to like practically reach out to them other than emailing their support or something, which I can't imagine that they actually take bug reports through that, considering how much they get people complaining about like skins not working correctly. So like I'm in a position here where once again this game is like 90% functional and I'm fighting against the 10% that just doesn't work correctly. Thankfully I had a workaround, which again is the running pulse that I have going down these cables, but I would love to reduce the number of delay repeaters on this system by just detecting when the train arrives and then sending it to the next station instead of calling it with these signals. But it is what it is. How many times have I said that? God damn it. Let's stop. Stop. I need to stop saying that. I'm coping. Alright, anyways, what I want to do here is I want to split this signal. I want to splice it and send it over here. And then I need to do a quick swap when the signal isn't passing by. So the way we're going to do that, let's see. We're going to attach one there. And I think I will stick one, I've been just using the right side to send the signal just by convention. So we'll stick one right there. I don't know if we're gonna have enough segments. 0 segments available. Let's see here. Actually, no, never mind. We're not gonna do that because this one stops. This is the one that I need to branch off. Now, where is it? Right here. This one. This is the one that I need to branch off. I suppose I can just use this one. All right. So that one is going to. We're gonna move that one over there. I think I can do this. Does this reach? Not quite. Okay. I'll clean these up once I have the signal connected properly. Alright, now these, mind you, these don't actually do anything to the rail post. I just put them here as like a design convention because it makes it easier to keep track of what they're doing, except I don't know why that one disconnected for some reason. Yeah, this is just a design convention I use so that I can keep track of which signals go where, because you can't like color these or anything. Bend and poke it and see what happens. Yeah, we've been doing a lot of that on this stream. I haven't even shown you all the flying machine with the winches yet. The winches are like the only bug in this game though I have no complaints about, because the winches being broken as hell is just fun. Is the best way that I could put it. Like, I just enjoy the fact that the winches are an absolute dumpster fire and do not work correctly. Like, I don't want them to ever change the winches. They're perfect the way they are. Hold on, I need to check on something. How have I been designing this particular connection? Yeah, it's okay. So I trigger this platform, which triggers all the stuff on it, and then I also call the train to the rail post is how I've been doing this. Okay, we have pushed this game very close to the limits of like the dumb shit that it can do. Like, I know I could make like a supercomputer or something and be like, oh, that's great, I did that, except it wouldn't work correctly. Like, I'm not doing things that I know are not going to play out correctly. It's not just because I probably don't know how to make a supercomputer, it's more the fact that I don't think this game can make a supercomputer. Actually, we don't need that one. I think this game literally will break before you're able to do something like that. You can't make like a Minecraft computer in this video game, because eventually stuff becomes unreliable. The more of it you have, the more likely something just doesn't work. Auto arms are a key example of something that stops working if you have too many of them turned on at once. And luckily in this playthrough we have not hit that threshold yet. But you will eventually reach a point where an auto arm will be turned on, looking at a resource that it can pick up, and it just won't do anything. Like, it just won't move until you turn it off and on again. And I'm avoiding that by having the majority of the arms turned off in this base at any given moment. That's part of why I made this design here, to make sure that this arm stays off all the time, and this one stays off all the time, and then this one here is only turned on when the train is coming. Which you can see here, we had a recall failed. That's because the signal just got copied and sent over to this rail post. So half of the system is done. Then the timer turns off and the arm closes. However, the trains cannot reach this rail post. And the thing that's also supposed to happen now is I send a signal down to the next one. And that's how we reconnect the circuit. So I need to do the same thing I just did. Put one right there. Bring it down here. Stick it underneath. Yep, that's what I clicked on, game. You're right. I didn't click on the bottom of this. I clicked on the ceiling at the edge of my screen. All right, so now it's where it's supposed to be. We connect it to this one. And then we would hook it up to this, which I think, yeah, we're close enough that I should just be able to do it directly. However, I do not want to hook it up just yet. I need to wait for one more circuit to pass through, and then basically I need to sever the connection that goes in this direction, and I need to send it off to the left instead. I will have, I think, about 1.5 minutes to do all that, because that's how long it takes for one of these trains to pass through. Alright, so you just saw it now. The signal got sent to this one. So it's going to go up off the top, it's going to get sent forward, it's going to split in both directions, but this is the only one that's going to continue. Once this train leaves, that's when I need to do the whole thing. So the stakes aren't really that high. All I have to do is retime these if I fuck this up, but essentially this is the most tense moment of the whole stream right now, is this right here. Alright, so I need to do this. I need to jostle this one so it connects. I will attach those later. Alright, so the first one is already set to go. And then this one here, we need to jostle as well. Need to hook this one up. My snails are making gross moaning noises. I'm uncomfortable with this. And we need to hook it up to the bottom here. Perfect. And that's it. That was it. That was the moment of suspense. Now the system is hooked up. So what is going to happen is the next time the train comes through, it's going to take the slightly longer path. At some point here, I need to see whether I could fit a third train. The reason why there's only 2 trains is because if I put too many, what'll happen is one of the trains will get called backwards. Because the only function that these rail posts have is call nearest car. And if I call nearest car, and the one in front of it is closer than the one behind it, it'll just call the one in front of it backwards. And that will jam the entire system if that happens, because then the one behind it won't be able to progress any further. So the only way I could do this is by making sure that the stops are dense enough that I never have a situation where the train that's in front is closer to a stop than the one behind it that needs to get called forward. It's a very limited system, like almost to a frustrating extent how limited the system is, but it's really all I've got to work with here, so I've had to work around it for the most part. I would love it if they gave us more complicated tools to play with, but they really don't seem to want to give us anything like too complicated. Like they downgraded the storage sensors from detecting percentage filled to just detecting full or empty. And I really wish I could detect whether or not it's partially filled, but we're just not able to do that. They just don't let us for some reason. Very disappointing. Maybe at some point we'll get more advanced tools to play with, but until then, there's very little that I could do to optimize this system beyond setting up basically a computer to like manage where the trains go and just hoping that everything works out and that I don't put too many repeaters in the game and it starts lagging or something. Alright, so there we go. The train goes up here. Hey Ted Cuddy. The train goes up here. Arm turns on. It would have unloaded any hydrazine that was on the train, and then it turns off. So that's essentially the system that I was trying to build here. How are the runs going? The stream has gone fairly well. We complained about the standard and metric system. We built some stuff. We did an event that has a lackluster reward that I forgot to check on. What did I get from that event? But yeah, I would say the runs have been going well. What was the reward for that event? I don't remember. Tad, does anyone remember what I won for that event? I got a pallet. I don't know what the other thing was. Was it one of these? I think it was the hard suit. Might have been the hard suit. Tears of the Kingdom. Oh, I'm sorry. This is Astroneers of the Kingdom. You're mistaken. You got bamboozled, my friend. Or this is not Tears of the Kingdom at all. I did not know you could save outfits. When did they add that? I had no idea this feature existed. When you open this tab, it always starts you off on like the suits, I think, so I never had even seen this. Huh. I don't care. It's fine though, this is better than Tears of the Kingdom. Not only does it have low frame rates, it has the Gerudo Desert, featuring Gerudos with dummy thick thighs. It has... You could deform terrain. You can't climb walls or anything though. Honestly, it's not really not Tears of the Kingdom at all, is it? It's superficially similar, with uncanny frame rate drops. And there's the second train in the loop. The whole loop I think is about 4 minutes long right now. At some point I will try and see if I can put another train on it, but not right now. So the next step, now that we have the trains wired up, let's go play with the hydrazine a little bit. So the hydrazine factory is all the way over here where we unload the ammonium, which is where I handle my raw materials. So if you want to see the context for how this looks on the surface, it's basically this. Like, this is the back end of like the main storage for all the common resources that you would use. And then on the other side, we also unload the intermediate products. So ammonium, clay, and then all the like metals that don't serve any purpose. Technically, there is one crafting recipe that uses clay and one that uses ammonium. It's the pumpkin shelter and the solid fuel thruster, respectively, but we're never going to use either of those two things, so I put them back here because there's no point in accumulating a large number of those. Can I show you the depths? Oh yeah, it has the depths. Now let me see. Do I want to show the depths now? Yeah, let's show the depths and then I'll teleport back up, and then we're going to be playing with the hydrazine. This is my shitty hydrazine factory right now. There's a lot of work to be done with it. So let's go see the depths. Here they are. In all honesty, I think this is actually deeper than the ones in the Tears of the Kingdom. I'm not sure like how the like translation of units goes for that game. I'm not sure like what the actual scale is on the distances. I think this is probably deeper. I don't know, however, if the sky limit is higher or not. The sky in Tears of the Kingdom is really high up, so I actually don't know. You have to consider, of course, the falling speed is also different in both games. Actually, I have a question. Cuball, you sound like you have that game. Or anyone here. You know that compass, right? That shows like your units? Does anybody know what the units in Tears of the Kingdom are measured in? Never seen the center of a planet? Yeah, unfortunately, you don't go here very often, Jay. Like, it's... all the planets have that, like, wacky-looking core. There's, like, a teleporter network in there, but you can only teleport yourself with that network, so you actually don't go there very often. It's not terribly useful. But anyways, what I was getting at is the radius of a planet is 800 meters in this game. Those meters in the distance gliding minigame. Yeah, I'm not surprised by that, but they have a compass. Yeah, there's coordinates. It's X, Y, and Z, I think, but Z is... the last coordinate is the height, like it's your altitude. And I'm wondering, like, what units those are actually measured in. It's 4 digits, which leads me to believe it could be meters. By the way, I don't own that game. I don't illegally own that game either. I literally have only watched other people play it, but I've watched a lot of it being played, so it's actually interesting to me, and I know a fair bit about it just by watching other streamers play it. And I've seen that compass, and the last coordinate is the height, and I'm wondering like what those coordinates apply to. I wonder if they're meters. Presumably they added that so you could like share your location with friends, which is actually pretty cool. Breath of the Wild could have probably used that. But that would allow us to know whether or not a planet in this game is larger than the world in Breath of the Wild. I suspect Breath of the Wild might have like more lateral distance, but I don't know if it has more height. Or not Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. Though Breath of the Wild has the same world height, or world width, just not height. There's no depths in Breath of the Wild. Depends on what a unit means, what you could do with it. Well, in this case, we're just trying to relate, like pretend that the Astroneer is 2 meters tall, and that Link is about 2 meters tall. Like, humans are normally a little shorter than that, but it's a good approximation. That would give us basically, like, a good relationship of the scale of the worlds. Like, obviously you have different movement speeds, different things you can do. We just need to get, like, a ballpark estimate. Like, if you were to take Breath of the Wild and put it on the same, like, 1 meter scale that Astroneer is at, which one is big? I keep saying Breath of the Wild. Tears of the Kingdom, that's the one I'm interested in, the one with the height. Put those two together, and it's a curiosity. Like, if you were to put those two engines next to each other and see, like, compare the size of the planets to the open world, which one is bigger? There's no practical value in this information, like, and they're not an exact comparison. You move faster in one game than the other. I don't know, actually. Honestly, you move about the same speed. I feel like the horses are... I wouldn't be surprised if they're about this fast. Maybe a little slower. Yeah, it's tough to say. Why is this tilted? Oh, never mind. It's because it's on a slope. Or at least it thinks it's on a slope. Like, yeah, it's not a meaningful comparison. I'm not going to use this information to be like, oh, Astroneer's better because it's bigger. Like, that's not how you do this. It's just curious. Like, I'm literally just curious. When I fell to the core of the planet, were the depths further down than that? That's all I'm interested in here. Otherwise, it's an apples to oranges kind of thing. Like, what is the content density of the game is really, like, what you should be asking about. Anyways, Hydrazine Factory. I need this, so let's bring this thing down. This is my everything, like, table. It just has a bunch of crap on it that I make between streams. We need a few auto arms, I think, for this. So this is the existing hydrazine system. And what we've been doing up until this point is I've just been filling hydrazine canisters here, and then occasionally I bring it up to the surface and make things out of it. But now we have the ability to actually unload the hydrazine into a proper storage, which I will probably just use this one for it. And the hydrazine will get taken by these trains all the way over to the other side of the base and get stored in those hydrazine silos that I have. So that's what we're trying to set up here. Fitting that Breath of the Wild music was playing during that whole conversation. I need to look at the soundtrack for Tears of the Kingdom and see if there's anything nice there. Assuming Nintendo hasn't been taking down all the uploads, which knowing Nintendo, they absolutely have been doing that. Alright, so let's see here. How do we want to do this? So we've got most of the loading system already set to go. I need to clean this up a bit, and I need an unloading arm that can access this spot here. So let's go back over here and grab one of those. And then I probably need some logic gates as well for where this arm is going to be turned off. So we need a B platform. Medium platform B, I guess. I always call them B platforms for some reason. There we go. We need this one. Statements dreamed up by the deranged. I said a lot of things recently. Which statement did I say? What heinous statement did I make on this particular occasion? Yeah, so this will go like right about here. Yeah, that should be good. I need to make sure I get like roughly the center of the train. Doesn't have to be super precise, but I do want it to look nice. Most of these builds haven't been aligned to the grid just because it's not practical to do so. You assume there were several, and there probably were, though I don't think I've said anything particularly stupid in the last like few minutes. Maybe I have, I don't know. Alright, so put this here. Okay, so we'll have that arm there. So I used a lazy solution for these, where these are just always on when the train is coming, regardless of whether or not there's anything to pull off of them. I think we do the same thing for this one as well, because I don't really need to throttle the system for any reason. I basically just produce hydrazine until I don't need hydrazine anymore. I guess we do have that condition. Honestly, I'm surprised I haven't run into that issue with these. I guess it's because these aren't actually used very often. I smelled most of my materials on site. These are just in case I need to dump something into the system for whatever reason. But they don't have overflow prevention. For hydrazine, we do need overflow prevention because I'm going to probably be having a lot of use for hydrazine, and I'm going to be feeding this system a lot of ammonium. Yeah, I think I'm probably going to... I need to make a prevention system for overflow. So luckily, we have all the toys we need to do that. So we're going to make another AND gate. And as I've said before, the system of the AND gate is just think about what are all the constraints for a particular auto arm. When should it turn on? When should it turn off? So let me look at the example that I have, because I have a new design that I'll explain really quick that I'm using for the carbon over here that I set up off stream. For most of these systems that I've designed here, let me pick one that's very basic, like I'll just pick like the rubber one. So for most of these systems, the way that they work is that I throttle them by turning off this arm right here. So if this arm is turned off, then the rubber backs up on this platform, which means this thing can't output any more rubber, which means these arms can't place any new materials in the chemistry lab. And that's how we shut off the whole system. And then the constraints we have are, this is a manual override. This switch is on when the train is in the station. This switch is on when there is something to pick up out of the output. And this switch is on when we need rubber. That's what this wire is connecting to. This wire is basically saying, do we need rubber? However, I designed a new system for the carbon because this had the problem of basically wasting a lot of throughput. The train comes into the station, the arm turns on, it places a material on the train, then it grabs this rubber, and then there's nothing here anymore, so it just turns off. And basically we create like one rubber per train cycle, which is really slow. But I designed a better one off stream for carbon, and that's what this thing is right here. So the carbon has it split into two logic gates. There's a logic gate on the right, and there's a logic gate over here on the left. So to explain what those are doing, this allows me to buffer a larger amount of like products between cycles so that I can unload multiple things onto the train at once. And the way that we're doing that is we have two storage sensors instead of one. Instead of one storage sensor that just checks whether or not there's like rubber in the output slot, we're instead checking whether this medium storage is either completely filled or completely emptied. This storage sensor is checking whether or not it's full. So if this thing is not full and we don't need carbon, which we don't need carbon right now, but if we did need carbon, then this switch would be turned on. We feed this furnace, it produces carbon until the storage is full, independently of what the train is doing and whether or not we have it in the station or not, and so on. And then the second one is detecting whether or not this is empty. And basically, if this is not empty, and the train is in the station, that's what these two switches are checking for, then we turn this arm on, and just on time, the train's here. And then for as long as there's anything in this output, it'll fill up the silos. And this is a huge throughput bonus is what we've got here. So, hello Rose, welcome to the raid. We are just making stuff in Factorio. Been a while since I've seen you too. What were you up to? What were you streaming? I've just been streaming this dumb video game, doing things that I don't think the devs ever intended anybody to build in it. So, things have been going well on my end. How are you doing? I think I explained that thoroughly. Anyways, chat, to go back to what I was saying here, I'm going to basically implement the new system with two logic gates. One gate that controls the input to the processing, and one gate that controls the output, because it allows me to buffer the product. That's what we're doing here. There's one more thing I actually need to grab from upstairs in order to do that, however. We played Ore Keeper. I feel like I have heard about that game, but don't know anything about it. Which I say about like every single game. Well, what's it about then? The fact that it has the word ore in it is already interesting to me, because I do love my mining games. I yearn for the mines. So what's the game about? There we go, medium storage, that's all we need. Or of course, if you've got to go or something, by the way, that's fine. Like, you don't have to explain how your stream went if you need to just like pump and dump or something because you like have been streaming for 8 hours. But I am curious if you'd like to explain to me what the game is about. Very much like Terraria, cave exploring, gathering gear, and building. That's actually moderately interesting. It's fun and you can play with friends. I have to ask if the netcode is any good, because the netcode, every time I hear that a game is like fun to play with friends and I try it, the netcode is ass, which is like literally the story behind Astroneer. Interestingly enough, I actually got Astroneer to play with friends. And it turned out that the netcode in this game is dog shit, and I've gotten like way more value out of this game just playing it solo than playing it with the friends, because we basically couldn't play it anymore after a while. Like, it was just unstable and it crashed all the time. So I always worry about that. But I mean, if the netcode is good, then I mean, that's very good to hear, though oftentimes it rears its ugly head kind of later into your playthrough, has been my experience with a lot of these kinds of games. Like, initially the honeymoon period is really good, and then later on it becomes a problem. Oh no. Oh, you're right. Oh no, I didn't do a shout out. I'm a bad streamer. Hold on. Here we go. There we go. There we go. I did it now. Yeah, I think I found you from Spelunky, right? I assume you're not playing that god-awful game anymore, in which case I absolutely don't blame you. I didn't give a shout out to Turnip either. I should do that. Should type that out in chat. I assume you've like stopped playing that terrible game. I unfortunately still come back to it fairly often. It's just I can't get away from it for some reason. Either way though, I hope you've been doing well. Whatever your streaming endeavors have entailed. But ultimately, that's where I meet most of these streamers from. And then we go our separate ways from Spelunky, but it's still nice to have a community. Just visit every now and then, lurk in each other's streams from time to time. But it will come clean. I haven't seen your streams in a really long time. I had to check it out at some point if I see you playing Ore Keeper. Because like just the fact that you say it's like Terraria has already piqued my interest. Just a little bit though. Maybe I'm cursed. I don't know, some people just can't seem to stop streaming that game. I guess I'm just one of them. Alright, so let's see. I need to not get too distracted here. For anybody who's here for the game, don't worry. I try not to get distracted too much by chat. I try to mix it a little bit. Top-down Zelda style Terraria. Oh, so it's like a look-down game? I assume you're talking about like old Zelda, like the first Zelda, and not like the single like 2D platformer that they had, which I think was the second one they made. I don't remember the name of that one. I just know there's Legend of Zelda, and then there's Legend of Zelda 2, Link's Adventure, or some uninspired shit like that, and that was the side scroller. And I don't think they've ever made another side scroller after that. Alright, so let's see, how do we want to design this? I need to move this arm a little bit, it's in a bad spot. So we need to move this one over here. I didn't realize I still had those in my backpack. Hold on, I need to get rid of those before I accidentally mess up my wiring somehow. Not my wiring, mess up my rails. Link to the Past. Link to the Past was Look Down, wasn't it? Link to the Past was the Super Nintendo game, wasn't it? Or am I completely insane? Like the second, I'm talking about like the second game that was just like the side platformer that had. Well, okay, I'm asking though, like which was the side scroller one? That wasn't Link to the Past, was it? I don't think it was. It was like Zelda 2 Link's Adventure. Oh, that's how Core Keeper is. Okay, all right. So does it have like the same like sort of 2.5D thing going with like different layers on it? Or does it have like multiple levels and like transitions between them, like staircases and stuff? Alright, so we need to fill that up. I think I usually put heathers on these extra spots. Let me double check how I design these. Once again, we have Zelda music playing while we talk about Zelda. Yeah, I used tethers for this. For anyone who's wondering why there's random tethers on these builds that I make, they're literally just there to take up space, where I do not want the game to like place materials. They're very good for that. And they're not actually very useful for anything else. It's so easy to get oxygen in this game, it's kind of a joke. Just the perspective, the map is open world, no layers or levels, just flat. Okay, that still sounds kind of interesting. But it definitely wouldn't play like Terraria then, unless you mean like maybe... you mean like the visual style or like the gameplay style? I'm not sure how that could play like Terraria does. Oh, the progression, okay. Well, have you played this game, Kai? You seem to know a lot about this. I'm curious, what are your thoughts on it? I'm already mildly interested in this, even though I say that a lot and then I never actually play these video games. There's gear and bosses. Okay, so Terraria kind of progression. Well, that doesn't have to be a bad thing. I kind of like Terraria's progression. Alright, so let's put this here. I don't have to put these in a specific spot, but putting them on the sides here just makes it easier to see what they're attached to. They don't attach well to the top. They tend to just go into the slots if you try to put them here. So that's why I'm not doing that. And this little green light actually indicates what setting this thing is currently configured for, so occasionally I will look at that. So I like to face it in a direction where I can actually see it. That said, I usually just hover over it and check the text just to double check it. Alright, so this is going to be the same thing as the carbon factory. We're going to have two of these. One of these is going to check whether it's full or not full. And if it's not full, we produce hydrazine. And this one's going to check if it's empty or not empty. And if it's not empty, we take hydrazine off of it. Those are the two checks we'll do. And this thing is going to automatically unload hydrazine onto this storage. So it's the same thing I've been doing for most of the ones over here. Ah, it's in beta. Okay, I'll probably wait then. I might try to give it a look though. Like if I see you streaming it or if I remember it at a good time, I might actually look into it. But I have been avoiding beta games basically ever since Stardew Valley, Starbound. It's a Star game. Starbound is the game that made me stop playing early access video games. Because Starbound was like, had a mess of an early access cycle. And I realized like, you know, let's just wait for the final product, because the final product ended up being worse than the fucking beta, and it was just all over the place in the meantime. And just what a video game that was. Played it with friends, hated it. You think you returned it? I don't regret buying Starbound, but god damn, that game could have been so much more than it was. That game was a fucking mess. And the whole dev cycle was just a giant disaster. So that was basically the end for like early access games for me, was Starbound. I realized like, you know, just wait for them to finish it. Unless you think you're going to literally get your money's worth out of a game as it is now in early access, just wait for them to finish it. And for the most part, I don't think I've regretted that decision since then. I've just waited patiently. I'm waiting for Satisfactory to come out, for instance. It's an early access game that looks like it has a lot of promise, and I am just quietly waiting for them to finish Satisfactory. It seems like 3D Factorio as far as I could tell. So I'm looking forward to that game, but I'm going to have restraint. Because I don't want another Starbound. Or sometimes these games will have like some horrible like DLC thing that happens at the very end. They do some like shitty, like, or DRM or DLC, or they do some like shitty, scummy nonsense like right at the very end of the dev cycle, and you regret giving them your money. Don't want that to happen either. But I haven't been scammed in that regard by any of these games. I think I've gotten lucky in that regard. But yeah, just wait for the product to come out. It's kind of the way I've been doing this and haven't regretted it so far. Alright, so this is going to be the trigger for the arm that retrieves the hydrazine and puts it on the train. So like I said for the other ones, there's two conditions. Is the train in the station? And is there hydrazine waiting to be taken out? So I will put it here. Alright, this is the signal for is the train in the station. Stick it right there. And then this is the signal for to connect it to a bunch of crap. I'm gonna have to rewire that arm up there, but for now I think we'll just do this. So this is the signal for whether or not so I need to disconnect all of these and redo it. This is the signal for is there anything waiting to be put on the train. And all of this is not like strictly necessary. I could have all these arms turned on at all times, but I do not want the system to overflow, and I do not want arms on when they don't need to be turned on, because it causes problems in this game when you have too many things activated at once. There we go. Okay, so that should do it. All right, so both of those conditions had to be met for this arm to turn on. As far as rotation, we stick it here, make sure it can grab all 8 hydrazine, and we basically have an 8 hydrazine buffer now. It's a good mindset. I assume you're talking about not buying early access games. The way I see it is, buy the game if you think the game as it exists now is worth your money, and that you won't regret like not getting the proper experience when they finish it, if they finish it, because that's the other thing to consider. If you buy a really good game in early access and play through the whole thing, and then they make it even better and release it, your experience is not going to be as good the second time through, because you already played half the game. So you have to consider, like, is the first time experience going to be more magical if I just wait longer? Like, I would say that's a compelling argument to wait for that as well. If you just want to play the game, though, I mean, I'm not your mom. You do what you want with your money. But in my case, I've like kind of live and learn, decided not to do that anymore. Am I basically coding? To a very limited extent. This is more, I don't know what this is akin to. It's not really electrical engineering. It's just a kind of logic. I guess it is basically coding. It's extremely basic, like low-level coding. I don't know, there's probably a word for this kind of thing, like this sort of like circuitry, but this is basically just extremely low-level, like binary programming is what I'm doing with this stuff. Just setting up like and or gates and building everything off of that. And there's like, you can like invert signals and stuff. There are proper words for these things, but I don't know what those words are. Controls, is that just like the actual word for this? But this is basically the equivalent of redstone in this game. It's actually closer, I say this a lot, it's closer to Terraria's system. These are actually pulse-based signals, which is what the Terraria wires used. So if you've ever played with the wiring in Terraria and the logic gates, they literally have logic gates built into Terraria's items. This is the equivalent of those logic gate items, which are the lamps with the gate at the bottom. And then the wires are these signal cables here. Then there's timers, which are these delay repeaters. It's more or less the same exact system. And you can basically toggle systems into like a consistent state by using these logic gates and power sensors. So it kind of has a little bit of Minecraft in the sense that it does have a power system as well, which you can use occasionally. If you need a redstone signal, which is either on or off instead of a pulse, that's what you can use these like battery power sensor combinations for, and that's how you make the logic gates. So there's a couple ways to look at it. In the case of Terraria, the logic gates also send a pulse when the condition is met. In this game, you can hold a pulse when the condition is met, but I am actually sending a pulse as well with this power sensor here. Power gained or lost. Basically, when the condition is met for this AND gate, it sends a pulse, and when the condition is failed, it sends one more pulse. And that's what Terraria does by default, but I could also use this cable instead. And this cable would either turn on or turn off, and it would stay on or off depending on whether or not the condition was met. So you have both options in this game. It's actually slightly more powerful. Unfortunately, it's also bulkier, but you can't win them all. When you played Astroneer, it was mining with friends. That's what normal people do, but that's not what we do here. This is not a normal stream where I do normal things. I do shit like this. This is what I build. This is what people hopefully came here to watch. Like, I played through this game normally, and then I got up to this point, and all we have left now is to just build, like, convoluted, like, wiring contraptions and factories and flying machines. I gotta show the flying machine at least once, so this feels like a Tears of the Kingdom stream. Okay, I turned it off in time. You don't have to listen to the loud noise. I need to refuel my snails real quick. Every hour I have to babysit these things and give them more seeds or they'll complain. And by complain loudly, I mean they'll make this noise. Here, give it a second, it's gonna make the noise. And there we go, that noise. That's what they do if you let them get hungry, because this game is broken and doesn't work correctly. It's a specific combination of items I have that causes that. They could fix it, but they won't. So instead I just try to avoid that when I can. Don't spoil the game. Honestly, I don't know that much about like the end of it. I've watched people play through it, but I've watched their playthroughs in like order. I have no idea like what the finale of the game looks like or anything. I haven't even seen the dungeons yet. I just know like the overall gist of the game because I've seen people like building wild contraptions and exploring and finding shrines and shit. So that's about how much I know about the game. So I don't think I could spoil it even if I wanted to. At least not yet. You have seen 0 things. I mean, I'm not talking about it. I'm literally just saying that's all I know about it. You didn't know about building? Okay, well, what do you mean? Okay, no, don't do this to me. That's in the trailer. The building is in the trailer for the game. What do you mean you didn't know about the building? You haven't seen the trailer. Go. Oh my god. Nothing is safe. They made the trailer to get you to want to play the game. Do you think they're gonna spoil something that's gonna be like, oh, I don't want to play the game anymore because of the trailer? Oh my goodness. Alright. Abandoned ship, I guess. I can't guarantee I'm not gonna say something related to it. I just thought that, like, everyone watched the trailer. I figured that's, like, fair game. I will say nothing more on the matter then about Tears of the Kingdom, but you're in the danger zone here. Like, the title for this stream is literally a meme about Tears of the Kingdom, so view at your own risk. Either way, thanks for stopping by, and at some point I might look at Orekeeper. I am curious about it. But it's in the trailer. I'm not taking any guilt for mentioning that. Like, I figure that's fair game for something like that. Kind of a good trailer too. Like, I would play the game if I could. If I had a Switch, I would definitely buy that game, just based on what was in the trailers, and it looks like a lot of fun. So whenever you do play it, I hope you enjoy it, because I probably would. Maybe someday I'll get a Switch, but not today. Not anytime soon. Alright, so we're gonna hook this arm up here. The thing is, it's not worth getting a Switch, I think, just for that game. It would more be if I wanted to play like Pikmin 4 and Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom and Odyssey, like all the good Nintendo like IP games. Those are the ones that I would get the Switch for. But like no single game has come out that made me compelled to like justify spending like $300 or whatever it is for that console. I would only ever use it docked anyways on a screen. I wouldn't get like any of the mobile benefit out of it. Pikmin was a letdown. Did Pikmin 4 come out? Did that actually? I don't even know anymore. I thought that hadn't come out yet. 3 did. Okay, I know 3 was a letdown. I've watched playthroughs of 3, and it looks... I played Pikmin 2 on GameCube, and 3 looks just, like, not nearly as good. Like, yeah, Pikmin 2 had a bunch of copy-pasted caves all over it, but, like, at the end of the day, it looked like a more fun game than Pikmin 3. 3 seemed really short. But, like, maybe 4 would be good. I really liked Pikmin 2, so that's where I thought, like, maybe there's a chance. Like, I would get a Switch and get that game, maybe. But it's like, ultimately, I can't... What the hell is going on with that shadow? Oh, that's kind of cool. This thing rotating is casting a shadow on the ground. Anyways, like, each of those individual games I would definitely get if I had a Switch, but collectively I haven't been able to justify buying the console. Maybe someday I will, but I'll be thoroughly spoiled on all the games by then, so I don't know. Nintendo has yet to convince me to buy their console. And also, Nintendo's kind of evil, so I don't really want to, like, do that. But at the same time, I don't want to pirate things, so I don't even know. Yeah, get out of here. Go to bed. Avoid Tears of the Kingdom spoilers. And thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the raid. I'll give you 800 American dollars. Alright, what do I get? I need to do something while I'm rambling. I need to do something here. We need to set up the other logic gate. So the other one here should also be the same just as before. Is there room on the output slot? Is there room on the output slot, and do I need hydrazine is what I think I need to check for. Should I check for anything else? I could have it on when I don't have any ammonium. Ideally, that we wouldn't run into that problem. You'll get me a Nintendo Switch. Well, that just seems like a scam. Okay, hold on. How much is a Switch? I'm just gonna look this up on, like, the Walmart. I just want to see how much a Nintendo Switch costs just right now. If I just, like, went to Walmart and bought one right now. Not the light, the regular one. Yeah, it's $300. That's what I thought. Okay. So I think I might be getting scammed. If I pay you $800 for a Switch, I don't feel like that's a good deal. I'm not getting a good vibe from that offer. Because I could just go get one myself. I'm a grown-ass man. I could just get in my car and go to Walmart, buy a Switch, buy a Pro Controller. Oh, insurance! Oh, never mind. Of course, I want the warranty. I want the 5-year warranty or whatever that you're gonna rip me off for like $500 for. Oh, in that case, absolutely, take all my money. Let's just get scammed. Stupid warranties. But yeah, I could literally just go buy all of the things I wanted to and come back in like literally an hour and have a Nintendo Switch with Tears of the Kingdom. It's just I'm just not compelled enough to do it. Alright, so we hook this one up probably like this. Alright, so these are both powered properly. Do that. I need another power sensor. This is why we make these off stream. And this is going to control this auto arm. There we go, this one. Alright, this arm should be... Let's see. Alright, so what are the two inputs? We have this one here, which I can't grab through the tethers. Alright, this one here is, do I have room for hydrazine on the output? And then the other one is, do I need hydrazine? And that's what this wire that I set up earlier on stream was. No matter when it breaks, as long as you're alive. Yeah, I'm sure that's gonna be in the contract that we're gonna sign for that, right? You're definitely gonna honor that. And the controllers have drift. I don't know, have they fixed that yet? I know that was a big issue when it came out. I heard a lot of people complaining about that, but obviously did not have that problem myself. I wonder if you can just plug in any old... Can you just, like, plug in any old USB controller, or does it have to be a Pro controller? I don't know what the options are for that. Maybe I could just use my Xbox controller, which has different problems, but it doesn't drift at the very least, or I don't think it does. Alright, so here's the second condition. Do we need hydrazine? And the answer is yes, so that one should be turned on. And then is there room in the output? And the answer is also yes. So yes, this arm should be turned on and waiting. And I think I will use the same condition for the hydrogen arm. So basically only operate the factory when these conditions are met. So I'm going to take this one off, swap it to this thing. All I'm doing here is branching it. I don't need to put the segment pin on top like that, but it's a very organized way to build these, so I very often build them like that. With these segment pins directly on top of the thing that they're connected to. It's just easier to visually read it. No drift by not including Joy-Cons. How do I even press the buttons? I thought it was the Joy-Cons actually that had the drift and not the Pro controllers. Or did the Pro controllers also have drift? Am I gonna play Astroneer with DK bongos? I'm never. I can pretty safely say I never want to do that in my life. Like, I'm really going on hard times if that's something I do for a stream. Like, this game is hard enough to control with mouse and keyboard because of how bad it can be at times. I'm not doing that. Oh, that is horrible. This is the Pokemon, which one is this? This is Sun and Moon. This is Vast Pony Canyon from Pokemon Sun and Moon. You got 6 buttons. You could definitely make it work. Like, really anything with like 6 or so buttons would be enough. It would be awful. I would have to like toggle between like certain features to control the camera, to press buttons. Like, you could play this game on controller is the thing. So like, you could definitely do it with the DK bongos if you really hated your life and were willing to like jury rig it for a different control scheme. Is this a family-friendly stream? Absolutely not. Like, there's a limit. Like, don't say just like ridiculously offensive or racist shit, but like, if you just want to make like a really shitty like 69 joke, like, yeah, go ahead. I don't care. Just make sure it's funny. Like, I draw the line at like discrimination, like racism, and just sexism. Like, none of that shit. That is not allowed on the stream. If you want to say your hex and your cucks and your fucks, like, yeah, go ahead. Whatever. It's fine. Just don't offend anyone. Don't attack people. Just don't be hostile. Those are the rules here. I mean, I have a lot of rules at the bottom. You can scroll down. I don't know if anybody actually reads those. Those are just there so I could ban people immediately if they're assholes and not have to, like, have them say, oh, I had no idea. It's like, no, it was down there. You could have read it. You don't want to say it, not because it's offensive. Oh, no, I want to know what it is now. You don't know if it's funny. It hasn't stopped other people from saying dumb shit in chat, and it doesn't stop me from saying dumb shit. So you know what? You decide if you want to say it or not. If you think it's not funny and you don't say it, then that's fine. If you think it's not funny and you do say it, no one will laugh, but that's still okay. I'm not going to ban you from my chat for making a bad joke. Because I wouldn't be allowed to stream anymore if those were how the rules worked, because I ain't a hypocrite. Ban myself from my chat if I had a rule about not making bad jokes. Alright, so let's see here. I need to wire up this auto arm. Let me see if I can get the camera better. Pokemon Common Goon. Oh god. Oh, that's terrible. I don't know if I'm happy that you said that in chat, but you know what? Thank you for that. Now that has been said. Those words have been combined together into a chat message. If nobody in the world had said that before, you're the first. It's not 1984. I said I don't do that. This is specifically not a 1984. Hello, Zed. How do you want me to say your name? PLG or Zeta or Glitcher or all of those things at once? But hello, welcome to the stream. I don't know if you're from one of the raids or just showed up, but hello. We're just talking about really bad fucking titles. Zeta, okay. Or Zeta. You can correct the pronunciation if you want. Or Zed. You're getting a lot of options here. Yeah, we're just apparently, I don't know, we weren't doing this until you showed up, but we were making up bad Pokemon game names, apparently. Shid and Fard. And meanwhile, I'm trying to pretend that I'm playing Astroneer and building a factory. Alright, so what I want to do here is I think the same check that I would do for all of these, which is, do I have slots open? So the difference here is this is a tall platform, and if I recall correctly, these don't work properly with storage sensors, so I need to check on that real quick. Let's see if they did anything with that. Not stuck to a valid item. Devs, please. For some reason, these tall platforms, you just can't attach storage sensors to them. They just don't work. Like you see here, not stuck to a valid item. It just won't do it. So my options here are to either swap it out for one of these tall storages where it does work, or I could put like a medium storage on top of it. I'm debating which one I want to do. I kind of like the visual consistency of the design I have over there, so I think I'm just going to get a medium storage and use that. It'll be less to change. Oh no. I'm building... Okay, no, hold on a sec. What are we saying there? What are we talking about the Holocaust? I'm building an Holocaust. Okay, that is on the side of the jokes I'd rather we don't make here. Like, no, I was not in the Holocaust. I don't know anyone who was in it, but that shit was fucked up. That's a joke I would not want to make on this stream here. Like, that's getting into offensive territory. As for what I'm building here, I'm making a hydrazine factory. Or well, rather, the hydrazine factory is already built. I'm just kind of hooking it up to the rest of my base so that I can pump ammonium into it. And more or less just magically have hydrazine turn up over this storage I have on this wall over here. And we're almost done with that. Not quite. I just have to hook up a couple more segments of it, and then I need to automate the ammonium. So let's see here. I got distracted. I needed a medium storage. That's what I was looking for. I should have one like sitting over here somewhere. There we go. And then this thing will allow me to attach a storage sensor, because for some reason I wouldn't normally be able to do that. Struggling to automate things, start to use auto miners. Yeah, I quote-unquote finished the game a very long time ago. All this stuff is basically just extra credit. Like, I have not technically beat the game, I haven't done the last mission, but I'm just doing it, I just kind of symbolically haven't finished it yet. Like, I've done every single other thing you can in the game. I've placed all the geometric triptychs, I don't know how to pronounce that word. I've placed all these things, I just haven't activated it yet, because this is the last mission of the game, spoiler alert. In case this endgame base didn't tip you off, there are going to be spoilers. But essentially, yeah, I'm just kind of doing extra stuff that I wanted to do. And in this case, it's build a factory for everything. Get 400 of every resource through automation rather than manually grinding it all out. Alright, so I need to hook this up here. We are fairly close to that goal, but I definitely have a few more streams I need to do. I keep thinking I'm near the end of the goal, but then I keep finding like new stuff I want to build, so we're not quite there yet. Alright, so that should be good. This is waiting for ammonium to come in, so it will be on a lot of the time. But when ammonium shows up, it should output it onto this storage here, and it should do so until the storage is filled. Sick mission, shut your mouth on about the details. You mean like the final one? Like, I know what happens. I've done all this off stream. Like, I know how this ends. Like, I haven't said it, like, I guess in case anybody in chat cares about how the actual ending goes, then, like, yeah, maybe don't say what the very ending of it is like, but I know what it's like. I have not, like, said how the ending goes, because there may be people who still haven't seen it yet. But, like, you're gonna get spoiled on everything else in this base, because it's just here. That's just how this playthrough goes. So, there's only so much I can do. I don't know if they changed the final ending since that Awakening update. I don't think they did. There's an ending. This game's ending is basically the Minecraft ending, is the way I would put it, where the game ends, they say, good job, you did it, and then you just go back to playing the same world that you were in. Like, that's more or less like how I would describe the ending of this video game. It's just the Minecraft ending, where it's like, yeah, you can beat the game, but there's more to do after that. You decide when you're actually done playing it. The ending is just there to say that you finished the game, I guess, so they can put an achievement on it. What's the story? I mean, I think most of the story honestly came from that Awakening mission that I did last stream. Like, besides that, there was very little story to this game. Zeta, thank you for the follow. Is it officially the end of the storyline? That I don't know. I honestly have no idea. Like, assuming they haven't changed it from before, like, we got more story from the Awakening update that came out like a couple months ago than for anything else in this game, really. So I would think that they're going to add more to it at some point. So we'll see. But it should be interesting. I kind of like the story that they came up with so far. So maybe they'll come up with something cool. Anyways, focus. So, what we need to do now is get ammonium. I think we're actually ready to go here on this factory. So this auto arm is waiting for ammonium. There's nothing in the output slots, so this one is going to be turned off. It's going to output on the train. We filled all the extra holes. All our wires are connected. Yep, so let's go get some ammonium. That'll be the next step, auto extractor for the ammonium, because we have not done that yet for some reason. That's how Mass Effect 2 ends, and it's one of the most celebrated narrative of all games. So what does Mass Effect... I don't know anything about Mass Effects. Does it have like a Minecraft ending? Is it also just, yay, you did it, and then they put you back in the game world? I suppose apologies for anyone who doesn't want Mass Effect 2 spoilers, but isn't that game like 10 years old? You're mostly joking. Look, you can pull a fast one on me. I do not know anything about that game. I have no idea what the story is for Mass Effect. I assume it's a good story. My understanding is that's a big part of the game, but I don't actually know that for sure. I've never played it. I've like seen almost nothing about it. Keep playing after the end unless you die. I guess I don't honestly know what you would do at the end of that game. I thought that was like a linear game, but maybe it's not. Again, I don't know. Alright, this is where I've been getting all of the ammonium for this entire playthrough. It's from this specific auto extractor, because the devs won't explain how these are supposed to work. So this one has just been infinite. Well, not this one actually. There was one over there that I dug up intentionally, but this is the second pile that I've been getting all of my ammonium from. And it will never run out as far as I could tell. Until the devs decide how this feature is supposed to work. Do I not play RPGs because they're too pedestrian? I just don't care about RPGs. Like I think that's really what it boils down to. Like the ones I've played, I'm trying to think if this is, I don't know if this is like even remotely analogous, but I've played a couple games like Knights of the Old Republic, like a Star Wars game, and it just wasn't that interesting to me. It was really what it came down to. Like I just didn't really care that much about that game, and just that general genre just hasn't done much for me. I much prefer like kind of either sandbox games or like cooperative games, the occasional platformer. RPGs just don't do it for me, just for whatever reason. I know there's like hybrid RPG shooters, I think that's what Mass Effect is, but a lot of these like story-driven RPG kind of games just have never really interested me much, so I just don't tend to go for them. A lot of the games I play have very minimal stories or nothing at all. Why is there hydrogen in my backpack? You've been digging for in the vein. Oh, I see. You've been digging for like a real life week. That confused me for some reason. I was like, you've been digging in real life? What, do you mine for things? So for real life, yeah, my understanding about how these work is they never run out. Like they're supposed to run out, but once you pick up the auto miner and place it again, it basically renews it. I'm about to go over there again so I can try to explain what I think happens more thoroughly. I'm pretty sure it's a bug. Just let me clean up the mess I made down here and verify that this is working. So I manually placed that canister of ammonium up here, and it appears to be functioning correctly. This arm is turned on because we need hydrazine and we have ammonium waiting for us. Or specifically, we have room for, let's see, yeah, we have room for hydrazine here, and we need hydrazine in the system. So this auto arm is turned on and it's waiting for ammonium. I could add a third check to this storage to see whether or not I have any. I would just have to expand the AND gate that I built here with a third condition. For now, I'm not going to bother doing that. Actually, what is it waiting on? It's waiting on hydrogen. Why is it waiting on hydrogen? This arm is facing in the wrong direction. I know I could turn the arm around, but I'm going to turn the whole platform around because I like to have the red arrow facing in the direction that the arm is interacting with. Oh my god, stop! Game, please, stop. I don't want those there. Thank you. Alright. So now I should be able to turn it on. There we go. This is why you double check after you build something like this. I'm looking for RPGs you'd recommend. I mean, you're free to list them off, but I just generally don't think I care for RPGs. Like, the thing is, I'm not really looking for RPGs. I don't know, I'm the kind of person who gets a first impression of something and then just kind of sticks with that first impression. Like, for opinionated subjects, like whether or not I like a certain game or a certain food or a certain type of like movie or film, I'm very prone to just like sticking to the first impression I get of something and just being like, I don't really care to try this again. Like, it's not to the point that I would absolutely, utterly refuse to try something again if somebody genuinely thought that it was perfect for me. But like, I'm not interested in just seeking out like an RPG right now because I just don't feel like I need one. I have plenty of things to play, plenty of things to do, so I just don't really care for it. That's just kind of like, that's just the way I am as a person. So like, basically what this boils down to is don't take it personally if I ignore like game suggestions I get in chat. it's more or less just because that's how I am. I just generally don't play a lot of different games. I fixate on specific ones in genres that I know I like and that I know I'll get my money's worth out of, because I just haven't had a compelling reason to branch out into new things. And I had my impression of RPGs and they just didn't really appeal to me. I just didn't see it. Maybe someday that'll change, but at the moment I don't intend to really look into anything new. I think we finally have the system working now, so we can see it's pumping ammonium in, hydrazine goes there, and then when the train rolls by, the hydrazine gets put on board, and eventually it'll find its way all the way back to that weird looking bump in the rail storage. Harem's Guild, Queen's Brothel, and Spooky... Those literally... those do sound like Japanese booby games. What did you just suggest to me? Oh, yep, okay, I see. Well, see, that's what I was talking about. I glossed over it. I'm sorry, alright? Like, I glossed over the joke. It was a good joke, and I ruined it. That's my fault. That is absolutely my fault. I skimmed over it. The thing is, here's what happened. I saw the word hero, I saw the word queen, and I saw the word spooky, and I literally stopped reading after that. The first word in each of those was a subject that didn't interest me. That is what happened. That's legit. I just like went back over what my brain did in that situation. That is why I didn't read them. It's because those were the first words in each name for the games, and my brain immediately said, I don't care about this. So I didn't read the joke. That's what happened there. It was a good joke. It was a good bit. Believe it or not, though, I actually do not wish to play Japanese booby games either. That is not my thing. But to be fair, I have not actually given those a chance yet, so I don't know. Maybe I would like Japanese booby games. But something tells me it probably wouldn't be for me. I might as well just go look up porn if I want to do that, because I don't think the game aspect of it is going to add anything to the experience. Spooky Milk Life. I am, however, like morbidly curious, like how they pass these off as games. What the fuck is Spooky Milk Life? What would that even be? Oh god, I don't know if I want to know. No, this is a stream for mature audiences. That's what it says on the tin when you click on it. I don't know if it says that for people who rated, but I mean, hopefully they figured out what they're in for by now. Midnight Castle Succubus was a solid Metroidvania. Good to know. Thank you. Now, where can I put these? I need to put these canisters somewhere. Do I have any empty ones up here? Yeah, here we are. Perfect. Alright, so let's see. We enable output. Okay, this one's empty. Right. That's going to happen. Ah, I hate this shit. Alright, I have to set all of these to input mode so that I could swap out these canisters. Oh, this is so tedious. Devs, please, just make a partial output mode for these canisters that doesn't, like, force the nuggets into storage. Alright, so this one's empty. Where's the second one? Am I stupid? Where did I put it? I'm losing my mind, chat. Where did I put the second one? Did I take it off and then bring this over here? I know there were two of these. I just emptied one of them. It fell down there, apparently. Okay, this one's already empty. I think we're good. I could turn all these back to output. Alright, hopefully I don't have to do that too much, because that's quite tedious. There's a picture of a woman somewhat dressed like a cow on the cover. That does not sound like my thing. I'm uncertain what this has to do with spooky, but I think I know where the milk life came from, and I already don't like where this is going. Yeah, I think I'll give that one a miss if it's all the same to you. Maybe look into one of the other ones. And let's pull these canisters back over. I have this large storage, I guess I'll just keep that around. I don't know what I'm going to do with that. What are those pineapples the downstairs machine is processing? I want pineapples. Which machine? I mean the hydrazine one? That's ammonium. Is there another pineapple down there? I'll go look. Point me in the right direction, chat. Where are the pineapples? Where are the pinaps? Now this is ammonium. If you mean these things. These kind of look like pineapples. Alright, Chad delay. Okay, ammonium. Alright, that's what I thought. Yeah, they kind of do look like pineapples. You're not wrong. Okay, anyways, auto extractor. So, we need an ammonium auto extractor. There's two ways that I could do this. I could either turn it directly into hydrazine on site, or I could put it into the storage system. Or I guess the third option, I could also send the train straight over to here, and I could prioritize putting it directly into this storage. And I think I like that option the best. If I could finagle a rail line from that ammonium upstairs all the way to this spot right here, I can prioritize placing it in this medium storage, and that means it will not like gum up the sorting trains that I have here with like an excessive amount of ammonium, when this is the only spot that we needed to go to. And that's kind of the gist of what I've done with these ones here. Like these are mining copper and aluminum respectively, and I smelt them on site before I put them on the train, instead of sending them all the way to the smeltery that I have set up over here and then put them back on the train. And it essentially just cuts the amount of stuff I put on the rail line in half. In this case, it would cut it in a third because it's 2 ammonium to 1 hydrazine. So I think that's what we're going to do. You want a bigger auto arm so you can move small canisters automatically. Not sure what you mean. Like an auto arm for medium-sized objects, because these canisters are small. This is a small canister. Is this thing here, like this gas canister, and then the medium ones are this size here. These are all referred to as medium. An auto arm that moves medium items would be kind of interesting if you wanted to do like bulk transfers. Okay, you mean medium. Yeah, I sometimes call these small as well, just in reference to the even bigger ones. Medium auto arm would be nice. I wouldn't have a lot of applications for it, but it would be useful to transfer like bulk quantities of materials instead of just one at a time. Like that's essentially what these trains are functioning as. These are medium auto arms. These are me moving like a lot of objects all at once with one of these trains, like 24 objects. I'm not using the outside slots on these silos because some of the arms can't reach these in the sorting mechanism. But there's 12 slots in the middle. So I more or less have a medium like auto arm chain that I set up. That's what that's accomplishing. Will I build an off-planet factory? No, probably not. Like, I mean, not to make anything in particular that isn't already being dealt with here. Like off-planet, what I have is I have smelters next to the mining for like iron and titanium and stuff I can't get here. But I'm not going to make like any bigger factories off-planet because there's no reason to. I want to centralize it all here. That was like the point of why I built this base. Use station unload quicker. I wanted to use rail stations, but they're too big. Like they're way too big for the compact setup that I have here. I was not able to utilize them. They were something I wanted to do like very early in the playthrough, and eventually I just gave up on using rail stations. I still use them for some of my auto extractors, though I don't think I use them for any of the ones on this planet. But they otherwise did not work well, and I have a bunch of them in a box over here that I've never used. I've got like 4 or 6 of them or something. They've gotten some applications on other planets, though. I just wish they weren't so bulky. They are a very good way to unload quickly, though, and I would have utilized them if they were like smaller, and I had a better way to fit them in. Unfortunately, though, that just didn't work out. So by building off your interplanetary rail, like the only thing I might do with the interplanetary rail is automate the zinc processing. Because zinc is from Silva, and I have a rail line that goes to Silva from Calidar, like literally through space. I built that a very long time ago. Yeah, zinc is on DeSolo and Silva. And the thing is, I can automate it because I have a space elevator in this playthrough that I built a while ago. Like, it actually goes through the interplanetary space between Silva and Calidar and connects the two of them with a rail line. So I could theoretically automate the retrieval of zinc from Silva and bring it all the way back down this system and store it here. The reason I haven't done that yet is because I haven't figured out a good way to have a dual-purpose rail line where I won't just run into the train if I try to use it myself or if I try to gather more resources off of that planet. It is possible. I could ride it in a second here. I need to like go refill my water anyway, so maybe we'll take a BRB and I'll just ride the rail line for anybody who wants to see it. Actually, no, I can't do that because the camera wigs out, so I do have to be here, unfortunately. I'll try to ride it at some point for anyone who hasn't seen it yet. Build a line beside the curve. It took me 6 hours to build it. And if I'm gonna get on it, you know what? I'm gonna get on the rail line. Let's go look at it now, and I will explain why I don't want to build a second one. Let me top off the snails real quick. I will explain very clearly why I do not want to build a second one of these. So let's put a couple of these on. Actually, I could just use the one that's here already. Windows, I do not need to install. I just fucking restarted my computer not this morning, this afternoon before I streamed. Windows already wants me to download more updates. All right, let's get some zinc off the rail line. Yeah, Windows is just incessant about this shit. Yeah, don't worry about the floating rails. This is a mess, and I know it's a mess, and I want to fix it at some point. This is where the graphite and the tungsten come from, is these auto extractors. At some point I want to automate clay, and I have not decided yet if I want the clay to come from this deposit right here, or there's one on the other side of my base that I scouted out that I might use instead. I don't know how to turn it off. It just happens. Once a day, usually, maybe twice, you need to install some updates, and I just close the pop-up and ignore it, and I still restart my computer once every month. That's when it gets updated, when I restart it, because it starts performing really slowly because Windows is using too much memory. That's the only way they can get me to reboot my computer and update. I just do the updates at that time because I'm like, you know what, why not? I'm restarting anyways, might as well do the updates. Alright, so here it is. We are at the North Pole of Calidor. And just for a little visual of what I'm about to do here, this is what we're actually working with. These are where the planets are in this game engine. I updated this diagram to have the sunroom, by the way, between my last stream. Calidor is down here. We are at the North Pole of Calidor, which is to the south of Silva, and I have a rail line that runs straight up along here to the South Pole of Silva. And you're going to see how big that is and how far apart these planets actually are in the game engine. So I explain this at least once per stream. They are not actually in the locations you see them in the game. They are not on a flat disk. They're positioned like this. They're not rendered unless you're near them. So you only see one at a time, and all the other planets orbiting the sun are fake. If you fly through them with a rover, they're not solid. You just clip through them. You have to actually go to these locations. I don't want to build rails to all the planets. It took me 6 hours. You'll see why. Here's what the Silva to Calidor rail line looks like. Let's go. I unfortunately cannot pitch the camera any further up than that. I can, however, pitch it downward. So we'll be looking down for the first half of the trip. This is the good part of the rail line. This is in the good neighborhood. It's not the ghetto yet. You'll see how bad the other part is later. You can see it just keeps on going. You can build really, really high in this game, but there is a build limit. They're perfectly aligned. Well, the planets are. The rail posts, so you see what's going on here. This is the build limit. This is what it looks like. If you actually try to make like a ramp or a platform all the way like into the void of space, you will get cut off at some point. It's a giant cube surrounding the planet. I don't know how high up this is. I think it's about 800 units, or 800 meters, I should say. A unit, basically this pillar is 4x4 units. Like it's kind of an octagon, but this is 2 units. This diagonal is 1x1. I think it's 800 units, but I have not measured this. I would probably need to go get like Cheat Engine or something to check my coordinates because I don't have a good way to measure this out. After that, I had to build rail posts through space, and the only way that I was able to do this is with a bug, where you can basically place a certain type of platform in space, exit your save, load it again, and then you can place rail posts on top of the tall platform. I had to do that like 60 times. I had to load and save my game like 60 times. Once for each of these rail posts to sort of just kind of slap it in the void of space somewhere. and get them to connect. So that's why there's no terrain here. This was basically the secondary way I had to build this, and I have to traverse interplanetary space by doing this. Interplanetary space is easily as big as the distance that I had to build the initial part of the rail post down there. I think it's the same length, if not longer, than the two like terrain elevators. And there we go. We just transitioned to Silva. We crossed the halfway point between them. So this took like 6 hours. I did this all on stream. It was amazing, but it was also awful. And I don't want to build another one of these unless I can find a way to do it where I don't have to save and load my game 60 times to get a roller coaster. Because believe me, getting it as straight as it is right now was already incredibly difficult. Like, it would have been even worse if I had to do more than that. And then once we get back to the terrain, I can once again build the rails like in a straight line. They're a little more jittery here because I kind of didn't want to smooth out this half of the elevator. Yeah, Silva's in the middle. And then above each of Silva's gateways is one of the planets, or moons, is how they positioned it. And they just did this in the game engine. So none of the planets move, they don't rotate, they don't orbit each other. Every single other planet that you could see off in the distance is an illusion. If you fly there with a rover, which you can do, they're non-solid. So like the Solo over there, don't mind the camera. I'm trying my best to keep the camera stable. That is not the Solo. That is not solid. It's just a render of the Solo that floats out in the void of space where you would think it should be. But I mean, this is a video game, and they had to cut some corners, and there was no practical way for them to make these objects actually orbit each other. So instead, they basically just seamlessly teleport you between the planets when you use a shuttle. But if you're able to, for any reason, get between the planets without using a shuttle, you skip that teleporter, and you basically just traverse the boundary between the two planets directly, and that's where you get to see that they're actually arranged like this instead. So you can of course also go to the satellite, and then again, last stream we explored the sunroom. This is where it's located, opposite side from the satellite. You wouldn't believe how long it took me to make this fucking dodecahedron for the model of the sunroom, but I did it. And I never want to do that again in WebGL. I need to just actually get modeling software if I'm going to do this anymore. Because I programmed that dodecahedron. And then I also made the satellite look like the actual shape of the satellite. So this is where the top is. And then this spot right here is where the odd stone is. And the rest of these are just the 4 landing pads. So the odd stone is basically positioned right here, facing the Solo. Does that matter to anybody? Probably not. It matters to me, though. So I have that tidbit of information, like, tucked away in my brain now. But yeah, this is how the planets are arranged. So that was our space elevator journey. Let me get the stream back. I don't need this diagram open anymore. There we go. So while we're here, this is where my zinc factory is. And this is also where my original base is. As you can see, the original base is just a mess of random crap that I never bothered cleaning it up. How did I figure that out? Trial and error. If you mean, how did I figure out the arrangement of the planets? Trial and error with a little bit of prior knowledge about how they set this up in the game engine. But for the most part, I discovered that myself. And as for the space elevator, I 100% discovered that myself. I just basically tried things until I discovered that you could place rail posts on top of tall platforms. And that was the secret that I used to get that to all come together and actually be able to build the space elevator. Disable output on both of these. Alright, we got our zinc now, I think. And I should stick this one over here so it doesn't get automatically placed anywhere. Alright, so we can stick these here, we can run back home. Dodecahedron equals true, that's how you program it, right? Not quite, actually. You know anything about the golden ratio? Because boy am I tired of seeing that number after how many times that came up when I was making that dodecahedron. Ideally, I would have just used modeling software for that. Alright, anyways, here's the return trip. Oh, and there's that, hold on, we gotta look at the monument real quick. Rest in peace to the 2 crickets that I murdered on stream because they were pissing me off and making noise. And then, like, 2 people in chat got really mad at me, so I made this monument. 1 lobe for each cricket, and it is just a monument, and there's no other significance to it whatsoever. It is just a monument, chat. Actually, before I leave, let me reset the auto extractor. This is what I was talking about earlier with auto extractors. They're basically unlimited if you pick them up and place them down again on the same deposit every now and then. They're very buggy. They've never worked correctly, but you can see this one here. The bar is almost empty. But if I pick it up and place it, the bar is now like, it's not a very good deposit in general, but the bar is now twice as big. It just got back materials for me just picking it up and placing it again. Oh my god, you still remember their names. Stupid crickets. They were making noise visual. You don't understand how infuriating it is to have a cricket somewhere in your AC ducts chirping constantly, non-stop fucking chirping for like hours straight in the middle of the goddamn night. I murdered the shit out of that cricket when I finally got it. I finally found one of them. And I murdered the ever-living shit out of that cricket. I'm pretty sure it fell out of one of my AC vents. It deserved to die. Stupid crickets. Just making noise. My job, I make noise. You can just take sulfur if you place it on the rover, like the... Rover, or do you mean this thing? I mean, I make sulfur on Calidor. Like, there's no sulfur here on Silva. That's not useful to me. Calidor has the same gases that Silva does, and then also sulfur, I believe. I'm pretty sure it was Sprunky and... Sprunk. I'm pretty sure that's it. I think you got it. I think you have it. I'm pretty sure that's what their names were. I did write this down, even though I don't like talking about those damn crickets. That was like a week of my life listening to those fuckers. Like, they deserve to die. I'm sorry. I have no compassion for bugs that just come into my living space and just make noise constantly where I can't get to them. So, like, goddamn, when I got to those crickets, there was malice in the way I murdered those crickets. Like, they're absolute vitriol. Like, I'm not gonna even pretend for a second I felt a shred of guilt about what I did to those crickets. They know what they did. And they're lucky to even have a monument in this video game. A slightly phallic monument. Get a bunch of scorpions. There are, oddly enough, not very many scorpions in this particular area. Like, I still live in Arizona, in the desert that has all the scorpions. But there are not any here. I think, like, whatever pest control they're doing in this apartment complex is good enough that the scorpions have not been able to get a foothold, because I've only seen one scorpion since I moved here, and it was dead. So, like, good on them, I guess, because honestly, as much as I meme about liking my scorpion friends, I really don't like them. We do, however, have plenty of spiders here, and I hope the spiders are doing their best at killing all the crickets. Like, I found a wolf spider in my garage, like, I think 3 or 4 days ago, and I just put it outside. Because you know what? The spider doesn't get into my AC ducts and make noise for hours straight. The spider just eats crickets for a living. So I don't want that in my house, but I sure as hell want it right outside of my house where all the crickets are getting in. So I hope that spider is doing well. Unlike the scorpions, which will sting you if you step on them, which is not ideal. The gas would change, or would they stay? I think the gases change depending on where you are. You can put the gas extractors on a rocket, and they change based on which planet you land the rocket on. So I believe it's the same thing for a shuttle, or for a rover. And it's presumably the same thing for a train. And in interplanetary space, I think they don't have anything whatsoever. Pretty sure they just don't have any gas. It would be nice if you could do that. Honestly, I think I'll give that a try. I'm going to try that. Because I want to show off the flying machine anyways, so I'm going to go ahead and actually try that. You may have found something very cool. I doubt this is going to work, but I have been proven wrong before about this kind of thing. When chat gives me interesting ideas, and I try them, and that shit actually works. So I'm going to go ahead and give it a go, because that's what science is about. It's not about assuming that you're right, it's about knowing that you're right. So let's go try it out and see what happens. Just gotta wait for my train to get back home. My zinc that I illegally got from Silva. Also, fun fact, since I have a rail between Calidor and Silva, that means Silva is using Calidor's power supply. And Calidor's power supply, for anybody who's wondering, is... well, I'll show you in a moment. It's this. Well, I towed 3 of these large solar arrays on top of this gateway. Now the thing is, the big brain 200 IQ chat members might be thinking, but Kosan, why didn't you just do this on the North Pole, where you can set these up in such a way that they get sunlight 24/7? And the answer is because that's boring, and I wanted the logistic problem of having like power during the day and then batteries at night. So this gave me something to do. These batteries down here. I have a bunch of battery banks. I think I have... How many is this? That's 7. I think I have 72 medium batteries down there. Devs, please add a large battery. And that 72 medium batteries I have stored down there is enough to hold me over for each night. And these 3 large solar arrays, combined with a few smaller ones to keep them in place so I don't knock them off with rovers, those are powering me during the day. They're also powering Silva and just basically everything that matters in this base. I don't have any RTGs attached to this base except for the mini RTGs, and that's just because I'm storing them down there. They're basically a negligible contribution to the overall power supply of this base. What's that purple thing? This purple thing is a gateway. It's kind of the same thing as the ones at the core. There's 6 of these on each planet. I was talking about them in my diagram, and they're more or less just teleporters, but you can only teleport the player with them. I could teleport from any gateway to any other gateway on this planet, and once I unlock the core, I could teleport from the core gateway to the core gateway on another planet. That's what they do. So they're good for quick transport, but they're not very good for bulk transport of materials because you can only transport the player and whatever's in your backpack. I want to be facing the correct direction here. There we go. Okay, let me put this away, and then I'll answer whatever questions you have about the gas, or I'll try to answer it. Let me just shove this away. And where's my zinc? I think it's over here. Alright, I usually just put one of those away manually like that, and then I dump the other one in the storage to be sorted later. It's just a little bit faster. Alright, so this one I'm just going to drop over here, and it'll eventually get sorted. Like, if you might remember, I put the graphite canister here at the start of the stream after my scrap event. It's empty now, and that's because all the graphite eventually got sorted. So that's the magic of having a system like this. You just drop it and forget it, and it eventually finds its way to where it's supposed to be. Alright, so when you select the planet, would be when the gas would change from available to not. That's what you're thinking. Alright, let's find out. Let's see what happens. So we have one here that I'm not using right now. It currently has Calidor as options. So hydrogen, no argon, no methane, no nitrogen, it has sulfur. Actually, okay, I didn't actually know Calidor had no nitrogen. I guess I knew that already because I'm not gathering any here. Where am I getting my nitrogen from? Huh, I wonder if I'm getting it from Silva. Silva has nitrogen. Maybe I could also have it do that. What is good for bulk transport? Shuttles for other planets. Otherwise, you use rovers or rails on a single planet. Or if you're like me, you could also use rails for between planets. But mostly shuttles are by far the fastest way to transport large amounts of items. Either by flying the shuttle or just towing it. I need to hydrate, hold on. There we go. Once again, I missed a hydrate. I need to add a fucking, like, voice clip for hydrate. I need to do that. I absolutely need to do that because I don't notice it. The thing is, it pops up, like, very subtly in chat. The text is grayed out, and I very often just miss the redeem entirely. So I definitely need to add, like, a noise that it makes for that. But yeah, you can use shuttles either by flying them, or you can just pick up the shuttle with your like hoverboard and just move around while carrying it like this, which is also very fast if you need to move things like kind of moderate distances. You can also do that with like platforms and stuff. That's often how I move things around in this game. But we're not going to do any of that. We're going to use rovers. Rovers you can also use between planets, and I don't have a goal here really with this rover, so I think this is just another show-off phase of the stream. This is just me doing stuff that I do every stream, but there's often people who are new here who haven't seen this stuff yet, and I like showing it off. It's a really interesting like variance on the end game of Astroneer when you know how to do these kind of things. So this silo here is basically just my like lifeline silo. I just bring this with me everywhere because it has a bunch of like potential necessities for my wacky adventures. I set my point redeems for powers of 2. There are occasionally multiples of 3 and powers of 2 because I needed an intermediate value. So occasionally you'll get a power of 2 times 3 is what happens. That was the compromise I had to make because I couldn't get enough granularity out of just the powers of 2. Please forgive me. I'm sorry that I betrayed you. I hope you'll forgive me. Yeah, I straight up forgot that I had those, but I needed a halfway point on some of those redeems. That's the reason why those exist. How are we doing on scanning? Okay, we can put the last research item here. Thank you, whoever finally convinced me to do this. At least it is a little bit less micromanagement on the research, even though we don't need bytes at all, and probably never will. I kind of wish they would add a byte sync to this game. Like, technically you do need bytes to do, I think to send those exo platforms, like the rockets or whatever, for the events, I think you do need bytes to send those, but it's such a negligible quantity of them, it basically doesn't matter. So it's kind of pointless. What is that that's so cute? I don't know what this? The puffy goo? I don't know, it's just a research item. It's organic, apparently. I don't know what it is. Just a tumor or like a wad of opaque cotton candy or something. And then we got an onion over here. Now these are just rocks, and these are just like kegs or something of beer in them. I don't really know what any of these things are supposed to be. Can research gas. Yeah, I know about that. It's just, I just don't care is the thing. Like, really what it boils down to is I just don't need bytes, so I haven't bothered. I've researched these items because it feels wrong to not research them. Dried up chewed gum, you know? Yeah, I see it. Like, it gets like chucked out into the rocks somewhere, nobody steps on it. That's what that looks like. I think that's our winners. Dried chewed gum is what I would describe that as. But like, I know it's easy to get bytes. The thing is, I have no reason to. But then again, I have no reason to get 400 of every resource in the game, so we may have a stream where I make like a bunch of different byte factories just to say that I can. Like one that auto-researches like minerals in the core, maybe one for astronium, one for gases. We'll see, I'll think about whether or not that'd be interesting to stream. But for the time being, I just haven't cared enough to make a byte factory. So maybe at some point that'll happen. I would love it if they would add a reason to do it first though. So you might have noticed that I just flipped over my rover. And there's a very good reason for that. So this is a flying machine. This is how you actually weaponize the winches in this video game to do your bidding. You could actually make flying machines if the winch isn't clipped into the terrain like this one is. Or it's clipped into this silo. Let me get that out of the way real quick. So all you need to do to make your very own flying machine in this video game is this exact configuration of a rover, with a research chamber on the front, with a winch on the research chamber. Then you attach the winch to this very specific point on the bottom of the rover. I'm adjusting my camera like pixels here. See, right about there is where you want to put that. Alright, you flip this over. I also discovered this myself. I did not look this up. This was trial and error to find that position for this, but oh, did it pay off when I found it. Now, before we use our flying machine, let me think if there's anything I want to do on another planet. So give me just a second here. I'm checking my notes to see if I wanted to do anything on a different world. Let's see here. Alright, so we did the scrap event, we built the hydrazine factory. Oh yeah, I was gonna dick around in the sunroom, but I don't want to fly the rover to the sunroom. That'll potentially get it stuck. Oh, I need to fix that broken titanium rail on Glacia. Maybe we go to Glacia. I think that'll be fun. Right, rail stations. I can't transport rail stations with this though, so never mind. I'll have to do that with the rocket. Now let's just go on a joyride. Alright, so let's get in position. I will pump up the jams a little bit in a second here. We're just gonna go on a little journey, a little adventure. There we go. I need to make sure it's not gonna move. Huh? There we go. Okay, it stopped. Alright, let's see. What do we got? I think I'll still go to Glacia. We'll just collect some resources. That's why I put the canister there. So I think we'll go to Glacia. Just for funsies. I'm going through my Spelunky playlist right now is what I'm doing. To pick out one of those songs because they're a lot faster. There we go. That's a sufficiently fast-paced song. All right, so before I turn this on, let's go look at the diagram again. So I want to go to Glacio. I'm currently on Calidor. I'm specifically right here on the surface of Calidor. That's where my base is located. So what I want to do is basically run up over the horizon and then head in a straight line in that direction to get to Glacio. So we're going to get to see the space elevator up close, probably fly by Silva. And then I want to go to Glacio, which is over in this direction. So that's what we're aiming for here. You could do this with the rail line, but you can also just do it with a rover if you're capable of making a flying machine. And conveniently, I just showed how to do that. So now you too, chat member, can make a flying machine. Or watch the VOD or something. So let's see, did I miss any chat messages? What's in the sunroom? The sunroom is inside of the sun, actually. The sun is not in the sunroom. It's the other way around. I might fly past the sunroom on the way back, but let's go to Glacio first. So the direction that we need to go is that direction. And then I'm going to tuck over, kind of face this way, and Glacio is pretty much right here where I'm circling my cursor. That is where the planet is located in the game engine. I was having, hold on, let me see how, yeah, this. It's kind of, there we go, that's it. Yep, they just do that. The wheels stop rendering sometimes, and they pop back in. I don't know, this game is bizarre. It does not work correctly sometimes. Alright, so let's go to Glacio. So here's another form of interplanetary transport that doesn't involve using a lame-ass rocket. You just go there with a rover. Is it faster? No. Is it cooler? Hell yeah. Also, these things are incredibly difficult to control, so don't be discouraged if you cannot get this thing to go in a straight line, because neither can I. So there's our space elevator. Let's do a nice flyby of that. Oh, I forgot I was going to test the gas thing. Hold on, we're going back. Abort, I completely forgot I was going to test the gas thing. I'm going to go back, I'm going to pick it up, I'll free up one of these slots for the gas thing instead, and we're going to also test that theory while we're doing this. No, go back, I don't want to go to Silva. Oh my god. It is very slow to turn around. This is basically the physical equivalent of a rocket that is always thrusting forward. This winch is attached to the front of my rover. It is pulling on the rover, which is in turn pushing the winch forward, which pulls on the rover. It is troll science, but in this video game, the winches are so absurdly janky that this physical interaction actually results in this happening, where you get this feedback loop of a machine that could just pull itself forward with no source of energy. I do have an RTG on this rover, and it's because I need power in order to steer. Oh my god, I actually stuck the landing in the base. Usually I miss and have to like fly there a second time. Alright, so I need to get this thing upright. I'm deliberately letting it roll forward a little bit. I don't want to flip it and have it clip into that box. There we go. Alright, so the actual goal of this was to grab this bad boy. We're going to set it to sulfur, which is something that I believe is only available on this planet. Excuse me, we're not leaving yet. Stop. Alright, so I'm just going to put all the extra crap here. These are just generic, like, storage items that I just have in case I need them. I'll drop this one here. Alright, so let's have a look at what we've got to work with here. That's the chemistry lab. Where is the atmospheric condenser? Dude, can you chill? Chill for just a second so that I can go over here. There it is. Alright, this is the one that we want. Alright, so let's set it to sulfur, which is on Calidor. And let me double check that we don't get these gases from anywhere else. Alright, so we're going to Glacio. Glacio only has argon and nothing else. Alright, so I'm going to actually turn it on, and let's just see what happens as we take flight here. Let me grab a gas canister from the rocket as well. Alright, so we are going to be accumulating sulfur, and I want to see what happens to it along the way. I want to see if it swaps. Does it just turn off? Does it give up? Let's find out. Alright, round 2. And liftoff. I shudder to think what it'd be like to control this thing on a console. Like, I have to constantly fight with the camera while I'm doing this on top of steering this thing. My controls are pitch and roll, for anyone who's wondering like what the control scheme is for these things. You could set it to yaw, or pitch and yaw, I think, but this is basically closer to like actual flight controls. That said, I've like basically never played a flight simulator, but this just seemed more intuitive to me to do it this way. Yaw. I probably say yaw really weird. I'm a weird person. I don't want to actually hit that. I see a space elevator. I don't want to hit the planet. Stop. Stop. Go up. All right. All right. That's fine. That's fine. We can do this in 2 steps. Glacio's over there. I need to land, reorient myself because this thing is now impossible to control while it tumbles. And then we're gonna take off for Glacio. Actually, let's see what the condenser did while I was doing all that. Yeah, things aren't looking good. It reset to hydrogen. Like, at some point during that flight, it gave up and just switched to hydrogen instead. Stop moving! Quit it! Oh my god. Need to stand in front of it so it won't move. Alright, so it switched to hydrogen at some point here. I think the game detects this, like, as you cross interplanetary space. So this would have been a really cool idea if it had worked, but that does not seem to be the case. This doesn't look viable. It's going to, like, detect it if I move to another planet, and it'll, like, refuse to produce the thing that it was originally making. Oh well, it was good to try it. I'll just do a second test anyways with nitrogen, but I don't think it's going to work. Thanks for entertaining you. No problem. Thank you for stopping by. You have a good night. We go on a Glacio. You can actually see Glacio, like the rail lines render from any distance. So if you can see like the faint, like jittery rail lines right there where I'm circling my cursor, that is Glacio right there. It's very hard to keep the camera pointed at that spot, but that's where it is right now. So that's what we're flying towards. This is a silly video game. It is very dumb. I don't know why rail lines render from every distance. They just didn't try to make them not draw, I guess. And sure enough, Glacio. Alright, I need to turn around and decelerate here. Turn retrograde. Apply the same exact thrust I've been using this whole time because there's only one setting and it is on. And touchdown. Didn't even get stuck in terrain. Beautiful. I have to find my base, however. There's more Undertale music for y'all. Yeah, that's a good ramp. We should be able to take off from that. It was a very clean landing. That just doesn't usually happen. I usually hit a corner and tumble, but I was actually able to stick that one pretty well. What's Undertale? No, we're not doing that here. I don't remember where I put the base. I'm looking for the beacon. Let's see. Not really popping up. So that beacon over there is the vintage probe. I don't really care about that. Something family friendly for the furry population. I feel like I've heard that joke before. I think that's like the tag people use for Undertale porn. So you've been warned, chat. If you look for that, you're not gonna find wholesome Undertale content. You'll probably find some really good art though. Game, why am I stuck on this? Come on. Don't make me get out. Wholesome. God, there's really just something for everything, isn't there? Everything is wholesome until the word wholesome itself is not wholesome anymore, and then just what do we have left? Is that a fully functional... No, that one's broken, I think. I just saw some broken bits on it. You can find fully functional wind turbines, but I'm pretty sure that one had some broken bits on it. I don't really care that much. I mean, I could make dozens of those if I needed to. I just don't need power. This game is easy. You know what isn't easy, though, is finding your base. Okay, it must not be a polar base. I think it's equatorial, so I'm going to head off in this direction. Hole with some... that's just even worse. I thought I put a beacon on this. You know what? Maybe I didn't put a beacon on it, and I just put a landing pad on it. That's probably why I can't find it. There's an auto extractor on it, so I should be able to spot it. I don't think it's that one. Well, you get to see me fly around for a while. So if this is what you wanted to see, here it is. Just remember, if you're thinking I'm really bad at flying this thing, just try it for yourself. It is very difficult to do this. This game was not built for flight controls. Despite the fact that this game's Steam page for some reason describes it as like an aeronautics and exploration game. There are no aeronautics in this game. This is it. These are the aeronautics of this video game, is what I'm doing right now. You fly this easy? Alright, do it. Go for it. Good luck. It's not like it's impossible to figure out how to fly it, it's just... it's hard. It also gets more finicky the longer you fly it, because I think the winch attachment point accumulates floating point errors, so eventually it starts like pulling you to one side. And it just gets worse the further in you go. I don't have all the Undertale music in order. It's set to shuffle. It just really wants to play the Undertale music. I ain't complaining. Playing this on your Xbox One. Well, let me guess, your controller like disconnects randomly and it has stick drift and you're still flying it better than I am? Is that what you're doing? I wish I could be as cool as you, chat member. I wish I wasn't stuck in this pit. Too lazy to get out and push. Switch gamers are known for their egos. Is this game even on Switch? I don't feel like this game could possibly run on Switch. I don't remember what platforms this game's actually supported on. This game runs terribly on PC. Those poor Switch players. I'm desperately trying to get to that gateway over there, by the way. Just to see if there's anything there. It is on Switch. It takes like 10 minutes to fucking load. I'm not surprised by that at all. Game could run on a Nintendo 64. I have my doubts about that one. Honestly, the Switch alone is pushing it. I don't think that's where my base is. Alright, okay. Alright, we've checked all of these. Where is it? Why didn't I just use a rocket like a normal person to test this? Alright, well, we gotta follow the equator. We've checked the 2 poles. Unless we didn't. I don't remember, actually. It might be at one of the poles. You know what? Instead of being a stupid idiot, I'm gonna be a smart idiot and go check where it is first. You're right. It has 64 bits in it. It was ahead of its time. 64 bits wasn't just a marketing scheme, when most of the people who developed for it used only 32-bit functionality anyways. Alright, I'm gonna go check which gateway we're at and which one the base is at. I give up. I'm a failure, I'm a loser. Everybody point and laugh. Put your portfolio's in the chat. Alright, so let's see. We are at equator 2. Let's try north and south, and then we're gonna rotate around. Not here. South. Look at the Jaguar. I don't think I even know what that is. Was that another like console of the era that failed to be successful? Or is that a brand of car? Alright, so let's see. 2, let's try 3. There's an Atari system. Alright. I thought I'd heard of this before. Like, it's one of the, I'm assuming it died pretty quickly. Okay, I guess we'll fall. Anything interesting over here? Not really, I honestly don't care. I couldn't bring it back with me anyways. 1. Alright, we got 2 more to check. We got this one. The word bits sound like bite, just hearing 2 men talk about genitalia. I do not know French, so I have no idea which words I'm saying are naughty. I speak English because that is the only language I know. I apologize if I am saying something crude. I mean, not really. I'm saying it in English, so it's not crude. Alright, so it was the last one that we checked. Bite pronounced beat means dick. Well, beat is also a word, so I don't... Just can't win with these 4-letter words, can we? Every language has something. Alright, so it's equator 2. So we need to go west to get to this. I remember that. We're going west. You don't have to censor dick. I don't care about that. I don't care for lewd in the chat. The only rules I have is don't say the shit that's just gonna like be offensive to people. Hopefully dick isn't offensive to people. And like, I'm not gonna be like super weenie about offensive stuff, but like I just generally just keep your jokes like just so like absurdly stupid that nobody should reasonably be offended by it is really the way I put it. And if there's bad words in there, then yeah, that's fine, whatever. Like, we're making jokes about like Undertale porn. Like, that's fine. I don't care about that. This is a mature audience's stream. It's not a stream where you're supposed to be offensive. It's just a stream where you can be crude and lewd. Honestly, I prefer lewd, I think. I would really like to go up this. Would it be offensive if you posted Among Us ASCII art? If you say it's not ASCII, well, it better not be using those like Braille Unicode characters, because those ain't ASCII. Those are Unicode. Also, it'd only be offensive if you posted along with the penis. If you just post a regular Amogus, that's fine. Don't post along with the penis, though. That's kind of basically against terms of service. And you know what I'm talking about. If you don't know what I'm talking about, then I'm happy that you're as pure as you are. Oh my god, I just want to go up. Please, I just want to go up. This thing is always accelerating on the ground, too, so it is very aggressive and it lurches forward a lot. I'm really trying not to get out and push. I need to find a ramp. Maybe this is a ramp. Can we use this? Are we even going west anymore? When I say penis, what am I talking about? Oh, you sweet summer child. Alright, okay, chat. Let me tell you about the birds and the bees. So people like to, there's a Mogus like ASCII art copy pastas that people like to put in other streamers' chats, and there's a really popular one where the Amogus has a giant fucking cock like protruding from its groin in the copy pasta, and I'm asking you all nicely not to post that in my chat. That is the information that I'm going to give you. If you know what you're doing with the internet, you know how to find it. Just not in my chat. I will delete your message and time you out. Like, don't actually post like porn or like stuff like that. Like, you could put like an 8 and an equal sign and a D. I don't care about that. Don't post like ASCII art porn in my chat. I will time you out if you do that. I have some limits. If you could fit it all in one line, maybe. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, there you go, Neb. A man of culture for sure. You can post those. I'm not gonna get upset about those. That's just stupid. Like, that's fine if you post those. But like the more like just visceral and explicit it looks, the less likely I am to want it in my chat. Oh man, that's pretty long. Man, how many pixels is that? You are certainly well endowed. Yeah, it's a smiley with like a silly looking nose. That's all it is. Alright, so anyway, we just spent the last half an hour doing something I could have done in 2 minutes by just using a shuttle. So if I haven't sold you on winch rovers, then I don't know what I can do at this point. I need to get a better extraction point for this. Why is this so loud? Is this one too loud? I need to turn this one down a bit. There we go. I'm still iterating on the playlist system. Some of the songs just come across louder than I realized they would on stream. Alright, so anyways, let's swap these out. Unfortunately, this is a shitty iron deposit, so it only got like a partial canister, but it's better than nothing. And then the titanium is over here, and I'm gonna have to come back here and deal with the titanium at some point. Hello, Archer. And let's see, missing anything else? We got some phalluses in the chat. Or smileys. They're just smileys. Captain, come on, I don't have a chode. Don't be like that. It's toxic. I'm at least average. Yeah, we only had a couple of these to fill up. Because unfortunately the titanium is broken, and we might be doing a debugging session at some point here. I don't know if I'm going to do it today. Let's see, we've been streaming for 6 hours, so I want to wrap this up. Let's see what we've got left. Did I check the challenges? Not for this game? They're all done. If is what you mean, like the missions. This is the only one left, which is just beat the game, which I already put all the things there. Yeah, we got some. Oh shit! No, I have to go flying. I need to be in space for the entire duration of this song. Hold on. We both rarely stream and rarely do. We used to stream sometimes at the same time, but we're both degenerates and for different reasons, and neither of us stream consistently anymore, so the odds of an overlap are not good. In Reddit or Discord? Oh, I remember the Discord thing. Yeah, that's right. I stopped looking at that because a lot of the challenges people were posting were really stupid. I might go look through that. Maybe if I see something interesting there, I'll stream it. Like, somebody posted about the no shuttles challenge. I actually knew conceptually that that's a challenge that you could do, because I actually know how to do that. In the very distant future, I may do a stream of Astroneer where I beat the game with no shuttles. Like, at all. Not even from Silva. So meaning I don't have access to the winch, because it is possible to do it. So it could be interesting. I'll have to look through the other challenges and see if there's anything else fun I could do. But for the time being, I'm not going to be taking any of those challenges for my streams. That's like a distant future activity that we might come back to. I should do that though. I should write down if there's any interesting ones. Yeah, then they have DK bongos. You know what? How about you post that one? Beat Astroneer with the DK bongos. I'll give that one a miss if it's all the same to you. Alright, so what we're trying to do, by the way, is I am currently looking for Silva or Calidor. Let's see, what we get? That's Aatrox. Oh, that's bad. No, we don't want to be there. Hold on. Where is it? I need to, like, get rid of all these glitch artifacts in the sky. They're making it very hard to see rail lines. It's very difficult to spot these when you don't really know where you're supposed to be looking. Wait, is that Aatrox or is that fake Aatrox? Alright, hold on. Which actual planet am I orbiting right now? No, I think that's the real one. No, it's the fake one. Oh. Oh no, I'm lost in space. Oh no, I might die to the Kraken. Hold on, where am I? That's the fake Silva. That's too high res. That's Visania, Novus, Calidor. Am I still around Glacio? Wait, I might be around the satellite. Hold on. Your game crashed. I am sorry to hear that. There it is. Okay, we're on the satellite. That's why this doesn't make any sense. That's what we found. This is the object that we are, like, quote-unquote orbiting. Okay, I was panicky for a second there. I saw all 7 planets. I could not figure out where I was. Alright, let's go to the satellite. Once I get there, I know how to find a solo. Thank you, Pizza Time. Yeah, those aren't solid. I could fly through that if I timed that better. Nothing would happen. You'd literally just pass through it. Alright, we're finally approaching. I had to decelerate for a while before I could pick up some speed and actually go where I wanted to be. You're gonna sleep? Alright, see ya. Thank you for stopping by. I hope this was interesting to watch. We're winding down the stream here anyway, so I don't think I'm going to be doing too much. I believe I'm going to set up an auto extractor for ammonium and then probably end the stream. I think it's my tentative plan here. Okay, I see some rail lines. I see the space elevator. Okay, we're going home. Right there. Calidor is right there where I'm circling my cursor. It's a little harder to see it because you all see this in 720p, but I can spot the space elevator. It is right here where I'm rubbing my cursor. So Silva is in front of me and Calidor is down there. And then that is the unidentified satellite that like pops in once you finish the planetary core. I think it's invisible until you do that. And that is Novus. We are not interested in going to Novus. So let's just stay the course. Nothing like some wacky space adventures to round things off, because I find some excuse to do this in every stream. I don't think I'm going to be able to hit Visania. I believe my sphere of influence is going to change. Well, it's not really a sphere of influence. I don't know what to call it. It's really like, it's a cell of like a 3D Voronoi diagram, I'm pretty sure is like what triggers which planet you're quote-unquote orbiting around. Like which one is rendering. There's probably a proper term for that, but I don't know what it is. So I'll just say Voronoi diagram, and anyone who doesn't know what that is will think I'm really smart, but anybody who's smarter than me will probably think I'm using the word wrong. The duality of the things I do. You know, let's try to hit Visania. Let's see if we can stick to it. I think we're going to switch camera, and it's going to disappear before I get there, but I'm going to try to drive through it just to see what happens. Come on, give us a good camera. Let's go. Don't switch. Oh, the bait and switch. Oh, and it's fucking Glacio again because I drove off course to do that. It's not a Voronoi diagram. Alright, I've been called out in chat. Well, I said 3D Voronoi diagram is the thing, but I don't know if there's a different word for that. Alright, we're back to Glacio. I drove off course, and we're back to Glacio. I know, what a tease, right before we flew into it too. The fake planet disappeared because we entered Glacio's area of influence, I should call it, or volume of influence, really. Oh, I'm sad now. Okay, I need to figure out which gateway I'm next to so that I can actually go in the right direction and we can finally go home. So I need to drive over here real quick. It's a Venn diagram. You're right, of course. That's the word for it. It's a Venn diagram. No, not quite. Alright, Equator 2. Let me check my notes. I don't have this on my diagram, but I know where Equator 2 is based on some like text documents I have, so let me check. I want to add this to my my WebGL thing I made though. Okay, Equator 2 on Glacio is pointing towards... Okay, Novus is between 2 and 3. Alright, so from equator 2, I need to rotate east to 3, and then take off to the south, and that'll get me to Calidar. Okay, I think I know what to do. Alright, so we are currently located right here on Glacia. So from equator 2, I want to take off southeast, and that'll take me on a diagonal straight to Calidar. We could fly by the sunroom, I suppose, in case I want to make this even more complicated. So actually, let's just go straight south to the sunroom. And then once I'm at the sunroom, I'll try to wing it and find my way to Calidar. I'll just do a flyby, hopefully. AKA, Cosine's about to get lost again for another half an hour, so buckle in, folks. We're going for a ride. Before I do any of that, however, I'm going to retension the winch, because it is accumulating errors, and it is making this thing very difficult to control. So retention the winch just consists of detach it, flip it over, and put it back in the correct spot again. I need to flip it over. Oh, that's dangerous. Let's not do that. I need to flip this over like this because I don't have a good angle. That should do it. This is why we have these. Yeah, like this right here is why I carry these around. Because sometimes you're on a road trip for a little bit longer than you had intended to, and it's just really nice to have these with you. Would highly recommend. Just need to wait for them to grow back in. This only takes like a minute or so of game time. Meanwhile, I can flip over the rover and reattach the winch. What is what? If you mean these are just the seeds that the snails like to eat, and I just bring the seeds with me for occasions like this. See, this camera angle is a little harder to get from here. Usually it's not diagonal like this. There we go. There are snails. Oh yeah. These little cuties. We did these ages ago. This was one of the quests that they added to the game. Each of these snails, there's 7 of these, and then there's an 8th one for the new quest they added that's a fox instead, but it's basically just another snail with a different skin. They all have a little buff that they provide, and I use a few of them on the stream. So one of them provides light, this one is power, and this one is invincibility from everything except suffocation. And those are really like the ones I consider to be essential. And then I use a portable oxygenator to get oxygen. There's a snail that also provides oxygen, but honestly, it doesn't have much of a benefit. Because if I have the power snail, I could just power the oxygenator. I think I just gave the wrong type of seed to one of these snails. Well, that's unfortunate, but that's okay. The one that I messed up the seeds with is the one that gives me light, so it doesn't matter. You can die in this game. I just haven't done it on these streams because this game is like really easy once you have that snail. Because you just can't die from fall damage or plants or anything. You know, you can get that snail reasonably early in the playthrough. So, yeah, I basically can't die because I always have that snail with me. This game's not very well balanced. It's fun though. When I'm not complaining about it, I might actually be enjoying myself, if you can believe it. I could have just harvested those for seeds. Alright, anyways, compass. We know where we are for once. We got another banger playing. Let's not fuck this one up for once. We're going southeast. I might not have tensioned the winch as hard as I should have. Come on, babe, you can do this. Okay, we're getting somewhere now. Well, this is gonna suck to drive. Well, let's go home. Alright, see you, Captain. There's the space elevator. You should be able to see it now. That line of pixels right here, that's the space elevator. Those are the rail lines. You can see them from anywhere. Unless they're like so far away that they literally aren't the size of a pixel. I appear to have not tensioned my winch adequately to actually take off from this planet though. I'm gonna go back down and tension it a little bit harder. This is not working. I think I could eventually take off, but I do not have enough speed to do it, like, consistently. So let's get out and redo that. Sorry, I soiled more Undertale music. I need to detach this first, or it will just roll away on me. Alright, come on, let's do this. Let's go home. It's really hard to flip it over from here. Alright, I need it to be completely on its back this time. Unfortunately, these vehicles have like a self-righting mechanism where they really don't like to flip over completely, and it makes it very difficult to do this sometimes. If I stand on it, it might flatten out a little bit more. Going a little tighter than usual. There we go. That should do it. I'll be very surprised if that's not enough. Where's my cursor? There it is. White on white. Gotta love it. Rover, chill out. Chill out! Chill. Calm down. It's fine. Everything is going to be okay. We're gonna have a good time. We're gonna have a good flight. I don't remember what direction I was going in. Let's see if I can spot the space elevator. I cannot spot it. Alright, well, whatever. Off we go. We've already stalled long enough. I should be able to spot it once I get out of the atmosphere. So I know I was close enough to it when I landed. There it is. Alright, so Calidor is over there. We're gonna do a flyby of the sunroom real quick. For anyone who's curious what that looks like if you approach it with a rover. Oh, you can actually see a little bit of it right there. That'll come into full view. That's, I think, the, like, diagram of the, like, solar system. Alright, so there it is. I think they have, like, an animation that plays for this when you approach it with a shuttle where, like, the sun renders in, but in this case, it looks like I was too close when I came up to it. So we didn't get to see that. But yeah, there it is. That, I believe, is just the model of a planetary core with some doohickeys put in the middle of it. Nothing terribly special about it. But you can go there just like any other celestial object. There's some invisible walls around the inside of it, but nothing else particularly special. I did put a landing pad on top of it, however. I don't know if we could see it from here. But I got out of it on the stream where I explored this thing. And I placed a landing pad on this shell out here, so you can do that. You can fly a rocket to it later if you want to. It's kind of silly. Unfortunately, though, I can't find any way to weaponize the ability to do that, so for now it's just a novelty. And here we are, home at last. And my base, I believe, is on the opposite side of the planet from Glacia, so I'm trying to slow down and, like, scoot around it if I can. I think we're gonna hit it. Yeah, we're gonna touch down. Yep, this just happens sometimes. There we go. Gave me the flip prompt so I didn't have to dig it out. Luckily, this planet is very easy to take off from because it has a lot of smooth hills and very few trees. It has that advantage going for it. We just need to go to the opposite side. There's our base. I don't want to hit those. I really do not want to knock those off of the top of the gateway. That was a weird bounce. I'm surprised I gained any control after that. Oh, no, never mind. We lost control. It's tumbling now. It just gets like this sometimes after you touch ground. The thing will just not let you steer it until you touch the floor again. So it just tumbles like that. It looks really sick, and then the game just took my control away. These things were not designed for what I am using them for. It's almost like this game just doesn't want me to play it. Alright, come on, let's do this. Let's get a birdie here. Never mind, I went in the wrong direction. I think in this case I over-tensioned the winch, so this thing is very aggressive. I've never tumbled into deep space. It seems to only do that while you're in a gravitational field, so usually you eventually just go back down at some point. You have like some control over the vehicle, but it gets into this state where it's like there's just a force constantly rotating it in some direction in addition to whatever controls you're inputting. I don't know exactly what causes it. I have not figured out some of the intricacies of why the game does these things. I just know that it happens sometimes after you slam into the surface of a planet, that it just ruins your controls for a few seconds. But I've never, like, lost control and actually tumbled off into deep space because of that, I'm pretty sure. I think I usually get it to come back down eventually. Just go ahead and park. Little fender bender on that guy, I'm sure they won't notice. In a spot nobody would look anyways. Alright, and then I want to detach this, even though it doesn't really matter. It's not going to go anywhere. Come on. That is not what I clicked on at all. There we go. Alright, we home. Reassemble this before I forget to do so. I don't know how I clicked on that. Okay, so this thing was just somewhere over here. I'll organize a bunch of that garbage off stream. It was unfortunate that this idea didn't work out. I didn't think it would, but we found out now. We know for sure that it didn't work. Alright, we got a couple canisters from Glacia in the midst of all that nonsense. And this is the usual arrangement I think I have for these items. Let's see, the RTG goes there. I usually put the winch... How's the winch? I usually put the winch on the opposite side, and I can always just move this stuff around later if I need to. And the rest of these are just a bonus. What are we doing on that? Yeah, we still got things for it to research. These two were empty. I'm just gonna put them back on the shuttle. I think that's where they were originally. And where's the gas canister that I had? I think I have one extra gas that I gathered while I was testing. Yeah, this one here, the nitrogen. I need to replenish my seeds as well. Alright, go back to some chill music. Yeah, that was the Spelunky playlist that I had going there. For much higher paced content. Really don't want to forget to do this. I love how finicky these like slots are. It's so easy to put things on the wrong spot. Okay, these gases, I don't have a good way to sort these. I'll deal with these off stream. Let's do the last thing that I was going to do today. Let's look down to output as well. Yeah, I'll just leave these over here. I'll deal with these later. Hopefully they don't wind up on the train. I think they're out of range of that auto arm. Alright, so I want to make a rail line that goes from the ammonium all the way to the ammonium factory back there. I could half-ass this. Like, I have a couple options here. One of the options... I'm actually wondering now. So we've got this rail post right here. I could put the ammonium down here somewhere. But then again, the sorter is all the way back there. I would have to move that whole system over. There's a lot of solutions to this. There's not really a good right answer. I could also drop off the ammonium here. The problem is if I drop it off here, what's going to happen is it gets hauled all the way over there. Then it gets turned into hydrazine, which gets hauled all the way back over here and put into the storage, which is incredibly inefficient. I do have limited throughput on this system. It just has the advantage of not needing a very long rail line here, which is incredibly tempting to the extent that I think I'm going to do that. It'll be a bit gross. can always change it later. None of this stuff is permanent. Yeah, let's just do this the easy way and wrap things up. So I'm going to use the same auto extractor that we have here, and I'm going to run a rail line around this corner and stick it in down here, where I have a spot that I can load and unload from these rail posts. And that should be enough to do the trick. That'll be automated ammonium. I just have to stop by every now and then to pick up and replace the auto extractor, because the devs will not fix that. They will not explain why we have to do that. They will not explain why the auto extractors work the way they do. I don't even know how they're supposed to work at this point. I don't think the devs do either. Alright, so I don't need this in my inventory anymore, I'm pretty sure. Sure, I'll find out I needed it later. And I need hydrazine. I'm about to run out on my jetpack, so let's just use the system that we made for that. How quaint, how convenient. Okay, so in order to do this, I just need a very short rail with a bunch of, maybe 1 or 2 tall rail posts. I like to use tall rail posts outside so they don't carve terrain and make my save file bigger, but once I get underground, I want to use the small ones. So let's start with these. This rail post here, like, literally only exists to be an extender. It's kind of hacky. Well, we're about to get a proper power supply to this system. I'm surprised that it's not able to make that connection. Like, to be clear, I don't want it to make that connection. I'm just surprised that it can't do it. Alright, so we need that. And we need an auto arm. And we're gonna need a new rail car as well. Yeah, this is Hat in Time music. I've got a lot of that in the soundtrack as well, because there's a lot of really, like, calm music for Astroneer. It just kind of works perfectly. Maybe too soothing. I mean, I'm gonna fall asleep to my stream, I ain't gonna be upset. Here for whatever you want. If you want to masturbate to my stream, you can, though I don't know why you would want to do that. I'm not gonna be upset. As long as I'm doing something that people enjoy. And no, I do not have an OnlyFans. Alright, so that looks pretty good. I need to double check how I designed this, so hold on. Just let me go look at one of the other ones I built. Alright, so we have a couple of short ones here, including this copper one that's being incredibly finicky. Because this one, despite having a lot of resources to grab, is incredibly stubborn about grabbing them for more than like an hour at a time. Alright, so let's see, what do we usually do? I actually usually use a sight pylon for this. Yeah, I'll go grab a sight pylon instead of a rail post, it'll look a little cleaner. Alright, then we need an engine, a car, a storage sensor. There's some voodoo I'm gonna have to do with this to get the rail car to rotate correctly. I'll explain that while I do it. And then the auto arm is, it appears to just always be turned on in this current system. I don't have a good way to detect the train being there, so I think I'll just leave the arm on. We'll take the L on that one. Will I subliminally program instructions into your brain if you sleep? I don't know that programming language, so you're good. You don't have to worry about that. Okay, and then I put a couple tethers on this. Alright, so rail engine, car, couple tethers, and a storage sensor. Luckily, here's a bunch of these I gathered earlier. How convenient. It's so fun to be prepared. I need to make sure this, however, doesn't immediately connect. Alright, so the only reason to use a sight pylon for this is that it won't auto-connect to rail posts, which sometimes you don't want that to happen because it'll make a mess. Like, I don't want these to connect. So I can get away with it by doing it this way. Need to move it closer. Because the actual spot where I'm going to be dropping off the resources is going to be back here. Alright, so I should have some of these printed out in advance because I'm always prepared for everything and I've never had to do something stupid on stream that I thought I did in advance. It would never happen. Look at the tethers after I'm done with the rest of this. Alright, so we need a rail post just like over here, should be fine. Alright, so the auto arm needs to place on top of, not the rail engine, which needs to be in front for reasons I'll explain later, but it needs to place on this instead. That should be able to reach all 4 slots, so I think we're good to go, and it can reach the top of the extractor. Okay, so that's definitely good to go. So now we need to attach this to the site pylon. Fun fact, there are 2 power outlets underneath the site pylon. You can hear it snapping there. I don't know why. I think the devs literally forgot to remove them. But there's a power outlet, there's 2 of them just embedded into it. I think they copy pasted like a rail post and forgot to remove the like interaction that allows you to stick plugs into it. So they just plug into the origin, except I'm having trouble clicking on it for some reason. There we go. So yeah, if anybody was wondering why you can't like power your base through these, you can, but it was an accident by the devs. It should be intentional, but it's not. So I'm gonna just enjoy it while it lasts, because knowing my luck, they're just gonna remove them. When what they should do is just add them to the actual model instead. Maybe someday they'll do that. Alright, so I have to do some weird jank with this. I'm trying to remember how you're supposed to do this. There is a problem with these rail cars where basically if I might actually be able to demonstrate it right now. Let me try it. So I think you put this here, I believe. Actually, no, you put it on the front. It's very counterintuitive. I'm gonna see if I could demonstrate this bug, just in case Devin Chat is still here. Alright, so we want this to trigger on full and empty, so it goes back and forth basically, depending on whether or not it has a full load of ammonium in it. So if I reload my save, I want to see if the rail car moves backwards like it usually does. So let me do that. Let me actually add one more rail post first, just in case it matters whether or not it's a long rail line, because it might. I don't know what exactly affects this. It's just one of the many bugs of this game where I have workarounds on top of workarounds to get it to do what I want it to. Alright, so we need a low rail post over here. Good, it did not carve any terrain. Let's reload the save now. So it'll take about a minute. Let's see how big our save file is. I wasn't paying attention to the numbers. Alright, what are we up to? 10.8. Alright, so we gained about 0.2 megabytes from that scrap event. So at this rate, a few dozen more of those, and I might be having problems. Next time I do it, I'll probably just manufacture the scrap, because it's not terribly interesting at this point. But I did it in a different way this time, so I thought it was novel enough to try it on stream. But next time we'll probably just use a canister of scrap, because I do plan to come back to this game even after I quote-unquote finish this playthrough. If they add new content to the game, I will probably come back in this playthrough and do the new content every now and then. So there will probably be future streams of this that aren't just me doing like weird challenge categories. Speaking of challenge categories, let me write that down. I remembered to write that down. I'm gonna forget. This is the perfect time. Astroneer. There we go. I think there was another note that I told someone in chat I would write down, and then I didn't because I'm a bad person. It didn't... Interesting, it didn't flip the train around this time. Huh. Then I might run into the problem. Basically though, this is the issue that I was encountering, is when I load in the save, the train would be like that instead. Let me position it. The train would shift backwards like this when I save and load. Like, it rotated itself around the rear, like, engine or whatever this thing is. I guess it's just a rail car. And it's bizarre. I had to retrofit a bunch of my extractors to not have that issue, but this one's not doing it for some reason. So I will just take it for what it is, and hopefully it continues to work correctly. Maybe I had it rotated correctly from the start. Actually, that might be it. Hold on, let me put this down. I think I actually know what the problem was. So you put it like that. But the other thing that you could do is place this first, and then stick this down. I think this is the arrangement that I had, and that's the one that works correctly. Whatever, that'll be a problem for future me to deal with off stream. I don't think it's gonna matter right now. So never mind all that. It's one of the bugs I would have reported and done a little more research on it, but the devs removed the bug report section, so we can't do that anymore. Thank you, devs. I don't want to help you fix your game anyways. Alright, I need this to go the other direction. I think it'll turn around. There it goes. Alright, now we got it going in the right direction. Alright, so what'll happen here is when this fills up, it'll just get sent back to the storage area. So it'll be something like this. And it'll be running for a while. And then once all the 4 slots are filled, it'll go back. I know I could use those slots more wisely. I could put like medium storages on it. But I haven't had the need to do that because the bottleneck ends up being the auto extractor. Like, the train could take these 4 materials back and then get back to the auto extractor before it has accumulated even 2 resource nuggets. So it ends up not mattering. Like, the throughput isn't benefited in any way by buffering a large amount of resources. It would just result in the train spending more time at each endpoint, which would only have like the negligible effect of maybe reducing lag a little bit. It's something I might do at some point in the future, but it requires me to put more stuff on the trains. So I don't know if it's a good trade-off or not, and I don't really care at this point. Well, as I say with many things, it's something I could deal with later. And in this case, this factory is not like super heavily optimized, and it might never be, because this game just does not lend itself to heavy optimization. It just punishes you the more stuff you put in the base. So I could have way more circuitry here to make these arms do a lot less work. I could have like a logic gate underneath all of these to make these arms smarter about when they're turned on. But everything comes at a cost in this video game, and I don't know how close I am to going in debt, because I won't know until things just start mysteriously breaking without any warning. Why is it still here? It should have gone automatically when that got filled, and we're gonna have to keep an eye on that. Alright, anyways, I wanted to do a drop-off in this area, so let me just move all these out of the way. These are probably for next stream, we'll play with these. These are just all the components I need to make the remaining chemistry lab factories. But we spent most of the stream doing the hydrazine and some other shenanigans, so didn't get to it. That's fine, we can do it later. Alright, so I want the rail post like right here. Did not carve the ceiling, that's good. If you're not aware of what I'm talking about, these rail posts will carve tunnels if there's any terrain in their way. And they are very aggressive about what constitutes being in the way. So they will like make massive tunnels even though they're nowhere near the rail posts, and that's why I have these like gigantic holes for all these rails. It's because if I move them, they'll carve the terrain again and just make a giant mess, and I would really just much rather not deal with that. These rails are very destructive. By my diligence in writing things down, impressive. You know, my things have not written down. There was something I wanted to write down earlier and I didn't. And I'm upset now because I don't remember what it was. It was something somebody said in chat, and I just do not remember what it was anymore. Maybe it'll come to me at some point. Alright, I just gotta kind of sort of weasel this in here. Alright, so that's where the output's gonna be. I think we're actually gonna want to move this a bit. I'm gonna start doing the same thing. Yeah, I just have a notepad file for like stream notes. It might be in chat, but I think it probably got scrolled off the top by now. I'd have to figure out how to get the full chat log. It wasn't Ore Finder, but yeah. I'm gonna write down Ore Finder as well, but it wasn't. That actually wasn't what it was. There was something else. It was not Queen Harem. Harem? I don't know how to pronounce that word. It wasn't that game. I'll tell you that much. Just to look into Ore Finder, even though it's early access, so I wasn't gonna play it anytime soon. Who knows? Maybe it'll be fun. Let's see, I already have the Cube World stuff written down. I do not remember what it was anymore. Anyways, we need an auto arm. And probably a bit of logic, but we'll start with the auto arm. That's a storage sensor. Auto arm, I need a platform A. I think I'm gonna reset the playlist. I only have like 5.5 hours of music for my like 8-hour Astroneer stream, so I do have to reset it partway through. It's just something I'm iterating on. I just slowly find new songs to add to it as I go. Eventually I'll have it filled out and it'll last the whole stream. Alright, so I need to unfortunately move the train off of this in order to shift it around. Alright, so I want to offload onto this spot here because we already have a station set up for the organic factory that I have, which is the only factory here that uses trade platforms. Everything else is acquired with auto extractors or like other means. Which auto extractors are really the only way to get any of these things. But for organic, there's no automatic way to get organic, so I made the exception that I will allow myself to use trade platforms for organic. I do so by mining Astronium with an auto extractor, trading it for solid fuel jump jets, shredding them into scrap, and then trading the scrap for organic. So we got to see an example of that when I built this on stream. I'm just kind of explaining it again for anyone who's wondering what that mess is and why you occasionally saw a trade rocket flying through the ceiling. That's what it was. Alright, so hook that up. There we go. This is actually backwards. And again, my OCD requires the red arrow to point in the correct direction. And I know that's also not what OCD is, but that's what I count it as anyways. My perfectionism requires it to be facing in the correct direction. That's the word I'll use for that. Alright, so that should be good. So I think what I want to do is just hook it back up like that. Okay, so that should work. So we want this auto arm to be turned on under what conditions? I want to turn it on if I need hydrazine and the train is in the station. This train here, we don't care about this one. So we do need a logic gate. Let me go upstairs and grab all the fixings for that. Do I have a battery down here already? Yes I do. So I can piggyback off of that. Oh, it's over here now. You know, why don't I just pull this thing down and save myself some grief? Alright, just a little bit more binary arithmetic before we're done with the stream for the day. So this will be a very simple one. There's two conditions that need to be true for the auto arm to activate. Why don't I name this? It's that number. I recognize that number at this point. Isn't that like the cosine of 256 in degrees, I think? You get a different number for radians. I think that's the one for degrees, if I recall correctly. And yeah, the number doesn't really roll off the tongue, so yeah, I went with something a little bit more basic. Sorry to all the math aficionados out there who wonder why in the universe you'd take the cosine of 256. But it's a combination of my passion for software development and just mathematics in general. Mathematically, though, the combination of those two things makes not a goddamn bit of sense, honestly. Alright, so put that there. Okay, so the conditions to activate this. This will trigger when the train needs to turn on all the arms. That'll be the first one. And the second one is, do we need hydrazine? I mean, I could also check the storage level of the ammonium, but I would rather check whether we need hydrazine. So we have two checks actually for whether or not we do that. We check hydrazine when we manufacture it, and we're also going to check for hydrazine when we gather ammonium. I think having it be redundant like that won't cause any issues. At least I can't think of any. Who knows, we'll come up with some problem later. Come on. There we go. Gonna be 255. Well, there's 256 unique values in a byte. It's not necessarily 255, it could be 127. So that's my rationale for going with that number. But you could argue either way. But I figured 256 captured the essence of 2 to the 8th power more than like just the max int. So that's the rationale behind why I chose the number that I did. I did consider 255, but ultimately I wanted 256. And from a mathematical standpoint, 256 is a square number, and I just prefer it that way. So there's a little bit of everything going on in my name. I'm a fucking nerd. So let's see. This arm would be turned off in this situation. The train is not here. Actually, this would be on, yeah, but the train is not here. Okay, so this is the state that the arm would be in right now, as we wait for one of these trains to roll by. Otherwise give us signed in. Yeah, that's what I meant when I said 127. It could go either way. So I was like, you know, there's no like definitive correct number to use in this situation. I'm just gonna go with 256 because that's the number of unique values that you could store in a byte, which is more elegant than saying it's the max int. And then it's like, oh, for signed or unsigned. And it's like, yeah, let's not do that. All right, so it's taking off. I'm not gonna look at chat for a second. I need to pay attention to see if this keeps running. Okay, so this is what I meant by this thing having a full buffer. Like, it'll be ready for the train by the time it comes back a lot of the time. All right, it is going back. But when the train gets unloaded here, most likely I'll have, I think, like 2 resource nuggets waiting for me here. So as long as it's not completely filled when the train gets back, we should be good to go. It looks like everything's working. So can your train go to the other planet without you on it? Yes, it can, but it gets a super low level of detail on its movement. I might be able to actually simulate that. Let's see, this is going to move in about 1.5 minutes, I think, so let me go over here and see if I could capture the low level of detail train movements that were causing me so many problems when I was designing this system. Let's see, maybe I could see it from this mountaintop. This is like the lamest jetpack in any video game ever. Going up. And I know you could wear 2 jetpacks, but like it's honestly not even that much better with 2. How far away do I need to be? I'm trying to get a better angle. Suffocating. Why am I suffocating? Did I turn off my oxygenator? Oh, I turned it off because it was making noise earlier. Okay, we need to go now. It's about to move. There it is. You can see it moving there. And now it's there. So this is what I meant by it skipping rail posts. It went from here all the way to here in one update. And that is not visual, that is actually like mechanical. The game literally only sees it in those 2 positions. It updates like once every 2 seconds when you go outside of relevance and it's too far away to have full like resolution on its movement. don't know if resolution is the right word for that. The game basically skips like every 2 seconds. It calculates how far the train should have moved and teleports it there. That does not fucking trigger these consistently. Specifically, the train moved from here to here, roughly. That interaction would have triggered the first rail post, but not the second one. So if I had anything important on the second one that needed to detect the train passing it, these would not have triggered. That's the bug that caused me to have to set up this shitty rail system that has like a running pulse going down the middle, instead of just detecting the train's arrival at each station and then scheduling it to go to the next one. And as you can see here, the extractor was not ready for the train to come back, so that is why I don't have a bigger buffer on these. Because I don't need it. It doesn't help anything to buffer more resources. The auto extractor will not store anything relevant. So I do it in small acre bits instead, and it reduces the number of active entities I have in the world at any given moment, and that's probably better than buffering a lot of objects. And I could put like a storage canister on this, but it's a hassle to deal storage canisters, and it's not going to save me that many entities anyways. So I think we are good to go on that. We might be about to end the stream here. Let me think if there's anything else I want to do before we wrap things up. We should have a fully automated hydrazine factory now. From start to end, with one exception. So it's not fully automated, but it's a bug. Or maybe it's a feature, and that is the fact that this auto extractor will occasionally run out, and I have to do this to replenish it. That is the only thing that is not automated in this system. So we gather ammonium. Ammonium goes down this rail all the way over to here. Am I anyways guy or anyway? Oh god. Oh, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm gonna say the wrong one. Hold on, I gotta... Anyway. Anyways. I think I usually say anyways, but I probably do both. I think I'm a mix. I'm a hybrid. I'm pretty sure I do both. But I think I say anyways more often than anyway. I don't know, you'd have to like find me saying it like in the field, like when I'm not thinking about it, to really get an accurate like example of whether or not I would say that. You caught me off guard with that one. Alright, so anyways, that was natural. Anyways, I said it with an S. I literally, my brain turned off and I said it with an S. I was not thinking about it there. So yeah, anyways, I'm an anyways guy. We got our answer. So anyways, the ammonium is going to run down this rail. Going to go all the way over here. All the way past the factory. So again, this is not a very optimal system. You could do better, but this game does not want me to do better. It's tedious. I'm going to go play Factorio or Satisfactory if I want to do better than that. You were triggered by me saying anyways. I am sorry to hear that, but I am who I am. It is what it is. I've said that many times. Let's see, what other platitudes can I say here that might agitate someone in chat who's tired of me just repeating myself? I don't know, I can't think of anything else right now. I'm sure something will come up. If Severin's on point with that. So what's going to happen here is the cart will eventually come up here. Now I'm self-conscious about it. Oh, god damn it. I don't want to say anyways anymore on stream now. I'm self-conscious. The question was triggered. Okay, I see what you mean now. But yeah, now I'm self-conscious about it. Alright, so let's see that. Yep, actually here it is. Let's just watch it play through. You say anyways for the memes. Is there a correct answer? Has somebody like decided that there's a correct way to say it? Like there's some things where there's like an objectively wrong answer, like saying GIF instead of GIF. Like GIF is the correct answer, and if you say it the other way, you're wrong. But then there's other things like slight spelling changes for words like anyways that at this point might as well just be natural language. How my snails doing? They're fine. Alright, so the ammonium gets picked off the train. It goes in here. Then this auto arm pulls it down, places it on this intermediate storage, which then gets pulled down and goes into this chemistry lab. This is so inefficient. Oh my god, stop putting... I fucking hate the fact that these can do this. I do not want this in my inventory. I forgot to complain about this today. Devs, I do not want crap in my backpack. Let me turn that feature off, please. I've never wanted it. It is not useful. Okay, thank you. I'm done complaining. Back to anyways. Anyways. So the ammonium gets pulled down, goes into here. We draw hydrogen out of this condenser if we need it. This is part of the reason why this base is on Calidor. I actually planned this one out. Calidor is one of the planets that has hydrogen, and I wanted a hydrogen planet specifically so that I don't need to import it for hydrazine, because hydrazine is an extremely high demand chemistry lab recipe that requires a gas. So by doing this on Calidor, I don't have to worry about importing hydrogen gas from another planet. It has saved me a lot of grief by just having this one condenser getting it for me on site. That said, with the space elevator to another planet, I could theoretically automate hydrogen, even if I wasn't on a planet that had it. Alright, so, that's another thing I say a lot. I say alright. That's another like cosine word that just my vocabulary is very limited apparently. And sometimes I say like really weird words just out of nowhere. I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but occasionally I'll pull out like a sciencey word or something, and then I'll go back to saying anyways, alright, okay then. I'm basic. I get it. We make some hydrazine. The hydrazine goes here. It gets put on the train when it comes by. Then that train is going to take it. Oh my fucking god. Stop. That train is going to take it and move it up here, where it's going to run past all of this stuff, none of which want hydrazine. It's going to go all the way back through the underground storage system. All the way over here. And then it's going to come back up this way, where it finally gets picked up by the hydrazine storage and put in here. Goes onto this display rack where I can use it for whatever shenanigans I need, or this arm can pull it down onto this platform, which we're currently not using, but that'll be for next time. We're going to create graphene out of the hydrazine that we have. And from there, graphene unlocks diamond, titanium alloy, and nanocarbon alloy. And once we have all four of those things done, we have a 100% complete factory that can make every relevant material in the game. All I have to do is feed the auto extractors and import resources from other planets. And depending on how I feel about making space elevators, I might automate the zinc extraction. But that said, zinc is not a product that is required for any of these like later recipes. But who knows, maybe I'll make a second space elevator. If I could figure out a way to build a space elevator that doesn't require saving and loading the game, I will probably build a second one. The thing that I hated the most about that whole project was I spent like, again, it took 6 hours to build it, and I think half of that time was just me saving and loading over and over and over again. So the other benefit that we have, if I ever do make a space elevator, is we have this cute fox now. This thing here. So this adorable little Dickens can give us the ability to fly like we're in creative mode. And is also very cute. And the ability to fly, even at the expense of having to get those expensive ass like rose seeds or whatever, is so much better than how I had to build this on stream the first time. Like, I live streamed this shit and it was so tedious. I basically had to platform my way up, like carefully dealing with the fact that your jetpack cuts off after a certain height. Like, the jetpack cut off like a quarter of the way up the space elevator. And then after that, I basically had to like be extremely careful not to fall off of it, because I would have to just call the train back down and climb all the way back up to get back in position to do it again. It was incredibly tedious. And the thing is, creative mode flight doesn't actually allow you to fly upward past the limit either, but it doesn't make you fall back down. So if you can get yourself up past the normal flight limit with creative mode flight, you can stay there. You can go horizontally, you can go down, you just can't go up. So what that would basically mean is I would pick a height, build as much of the space elevator as I could, then I would send the train forward a little bit, get in the train, get out again, and then continue to fly at that height. And I believe as long as I never disengage my flight, it should be maintained getting in and out of rover seats, because that's how it works in creative mode. So I should be able to ascend the pillar by doing that, and as long as I make sure I have an adequate supply of rosebud seeds, which are these things over here, which I can get off stream. I would have no difficulty doing this for an entire stream. I just have to get a ton of these fault finders here, which you can see I have a few stocked up in case we ever need to do anything with them. It's tedious. I might do a stream where I show like an optimized solution of the fault finders because I did a little bit of off-stream research with these, but unfortunately at the end of the day you still gotta follow them around, collect all the doodads. It's not very good. I'm not a fan of that feature, like specifically how they did that. I wish they'd come up with something that could be automated with enough effort, but unfortunately you just have to fly around and pick up MacGuffins, and then you basically get these fault finders that let you trade for rose seeds, because there's nothing else useful that you can actually trade for with those things. Like the fuck? How did I do that? Hold on. I just discovered something really interesting. Hold on. So here's why I'm surprised by that. When you pick something up in this game, it has no collision. So how did I fling this thing? Does the rocket have collision? The rocket has collision when you're holding it. Okay, hold on. This is important. I need to think about this before I say anything. Let me stop and think for a second, because this is something I was looking for when I was glitch hunting. Was an object that has solid collision when you're holding it in your hands, but I'm trying to remember why I needed that. I think I needed it to get off Silva for the rocket list run, but the problem is you need a resource from another planet to make the trade platform. Yeah, I don't know if I can use this. Let's see, I think this might give you the ability to... Let me see if I can get on the rocket. Oh, it's actually not solid to the player, but it's solid to other objects. Okay, hold on, chat. Stream's not ending quite yet. This is also why I was interested in this object here. If anybody's been wondering why these debris objects are here, this is why I was interested in them. It's because they have a concavity. And if you know anything about physics engines in video games, concavities are very dangerous to give to the player. So if I can get this to like tuck over the top of the rocket, can I make a self-flying machine where I can just pick this up and lift myself into the air? Maybe the collision's inverted. And I honestly... Well, let's see. When I pick it up, let's see what happens. No, the bottom is not colliding with me when I pick it up, and neither is the rocket portion, or it doesn't seem to be. Okay then. Maybe it is. This is a video game, folks. Alright, so hold on. Stream is not over yet. This is big. I don't know if I'm going to be able to weaponize this the way I want to. No, you can see it right here. The rocket definitely goes through me. I cannot move myself with the rocket. Yeah, you can see it here. I cannot move myself with the rocket at all. The thing I did not know is that the rocket has solid collision. Like this. So I can pick stuff up like this. I can basically have more than one item in my hand by utilizing this jank. So if I was standing on top of this thing and I picked up the trade platform, would I be able to lift myself up with it? That's the thing that I'm wondering. And again, that is why I was interested in this model the second I see it. Like, if anybody ever wonders like how glitch hunters do this kind of stuff, well, that's weird. Does that not have collision? But anyways, if anyone was wondering why I said anyways again, was wondering why glitch hunters are just like fascinated by the dumbest shit, like why I was so enamored by this box, this is why. It's because it's a piece of a puzzle. And you never know you don't even know what the puzzle looks like. It's a jigsaw puzzle where you lost the box, and you don't even know what the solution of the puzzle is, and you get excited whenever you see a hint like this, that you might have found something that you can abuse to accomplish a different goal. And the goal in this case was to make a self-flying machine where I could pick up an object that would collide with other objects. The only problem is this bar doesn't have collision. And yeah, this is Super Mario Odyssey. This is Steam Gardens. So So what I'm trying to do right now is get this to just kind of tuck over the top of this. The problem is when I pick up this debris, it gets rotated. So I'm going to do this with a winch instead. The disappointing development I have here is that it's the trade platform that has this physical trait, and I cannot get the trade platform without leaving Silva. But let's see if we can accomplish something from this. How much hydrazine do I have? Plenty. I don't have plenty of snail food though, so let me go top off on that real quick. Alright, moment of truth. Can I pick myself up? Kind of. Oh, it's feisty. Oh, it is so feisty. I don't know if I'm going to be able to use this. But you technically can. I wonder if there's a way I can wedge this inside of something. There are larger wreckages. And normally you can't pick those up. I think I might be willing to go extend the stream a bit and go look for one. Part of the problem with this is that the player has extremely high mass in this game. So basically, it's very hard to lift yourself up off the ground. Let's see if I can spam jump maybe. It is incredibly finicky. I'm not sure what I'm going to be able to do with this, but I might do some off-stream research. There's one more thing I want to look. There's one more object with a concavity in this game, and it's very, very big. And I wonder if I could stick a trade platform in that. So I need to fly around for a bit and find one of these. So let me put the trade platform up, get a second winch in case we need it. Battery's hard at work. Fitting for our upcoming desert travels. This is what I was talking about, where you don't even have to fly around in the rocket. You can just do this. This is a perfectly valid form of transportation. How much fuel does it have? It has plenty. So what we're looking for is a large wreckage with an internal cavity. And those aren't terribly uncommon. There's one specific model that I'm looking for, but I'll take any of them. But there's one that has a single tiny opening. And if I could find one of those and wedge the entire trade platform in there, I should theoretically be able to just stand on top of it and fly if I can keep it pointing upright. Did I bring the... I didn't bring the survival silo. Should probably go get the survival silo. Something malicious is brewing. Like I said before, this game does nothing but fuck my shit up with most of the bugs that it has, so the second I find a bug... That's not gonna work. The second I find a bug that works in my favor, I am going to weaponize it, if at all possible. It's the same thing with Spelunky. After getting brutally just destroyed by that video game for years, finally finding a way to duplicate back items, a way to do air crawl, a way to clip through walls, I have no, like, remorse in exploiting the shit out of stuff like that. It just adds a new thing to do in these video games. But there's always new content to be found if you're willing to look hard enough, and I want to see if I could find a good way to get off of Silva in the shuttle list run that doesn't involve the extraordinarily tedious strategy that I know works but don't want to do. That involves a lot of building and a lot of pillaring up and a lot of jank. I want to do it with just jank. Alright, this is the thing I came back for, and we're also going to use Usagi actually, because Usagi will show these on my compass. So Usagi, you're coming out for one last hurrah. Let's go, friend. This time I'll remember to turn the compass on. Do I care about the flight? I don't think it's worth using one of these, but maybe it is. Let me go get some hydrazine. I don't know. Nah, I'm not gonna bother with the rose seeds. Not right now. Or maybe one. You know what? Maybe one. Just to, yeah, I'll use one just to find it is what I'll do. Alright, so I need to take the jetpack off to do this. Congratulations, you are my new jetpack. Alright, we'll just use a single one of these. I can get these off stream so it doesn't cost us anything. It costs me things. There we go. Alright, we got our creative mode flight for 15 minutes, so let's see if I can go find one of these. So we're looking for the little snail face icon on the map. I'm going to stay low because that improves my odds of finding marbles as well. But mostly we're just looking for large wreckages. Good luck, I should be able to find one. I have a backup plan if I really can't find one, which is to go into orbit and set the object detail to be higher. And that should definitely find me one. Yeah, there you go. Alright, all good. At some point, if I discover anything useful from this, you'll probably see it come up again at some point. When will I next be streaming? Probably at least once in June. But we'll see. I still want my next stream, I still think is going to be Spelunky. And I only stream like once or twice a month usually, so it could be as much as a month before we see Astroneer again. Kind of depends on how things play out, how I feel, whether or not they do like another event or something. So we'll see. It'll be a while though, but I'm glad you look forward to it. I hope these are a lot of fun. I wish I streamed more, but at the same time, I think if I did stream more than this, I would burn myself out completely. Like, I used to stream a lot more often than this, and I kind of burned out. I basically did nothing but stream Spelunky, and it got to a point where I was just like, I don't feel like doing this every single day anymore. Well, not every day, but like a couple times a week anymore, because it just, I don't know, it's stressful. I try to do high effort streams where I do a lot of things that I plan out ahead of time, and that doesn't lend itself to streaming twice a week. I don't just wing it during my streams, really. Like, as much as I meme about it, I usually have a plan, or at least some semblance of a plan when I do these streams, to try to make it interesting for everybody, because I don't just want to be another dull streamer that just kind of does nothing of interest, just spends like the entire stream on Silva, or the entire Spelunky stream in the Dwelling. Like, I really try to have something interesting to do each stream. And that's just kind of how I prefer to make this kind of content. So, hopefully people enjoy the streams that they do catch, but I understand it can be frustrating that I am rarely ever streaming to begin with. I do have VODs. For anybody who doesn't care that much about the chat experience, but really wants to see what I did on a stream, I do save the VODs for Astroneer. There it is. There it is. This is what we were looking for. Full stream of the Dwelling. It's not a shot at Kristen. Mel does the same thing. Alright, so let's see here. This should be, yeah, this is the one I wanted, where I can shove it in through the bottom, and then that little hole at the top will hopefully... Actually, I wonder if that hole is too big. You know, we might as well find out. We're here to experiment. This isn't the model that I wanted, but it's similar. So let's see if this one will do the trick. There's also macaroni all over the ground. It's been a long time since I've dug one of these out. But you know, we can add a couple kilobytes to the save file size for science, I think. No, I should just be doing this in creative mode, but I mean, I've done everything on this stream in survival mode. I'm not sure if I've even shown a creative save. Like, I do have a creative save, but I don't think I've shown it on stream at all. It's more or less just a bunch of random experiments that I subsequently did on stream because things worked out the way I wanted them to. Why am I unable to fly now? Come on, there we go. Haven't checked in on Nebgoal in a while. He's been streaming every now and then. He's back a little bit. Don't tell her you said that. I'll probably forget. Don't worry. I won't write it down. Your secret is safe with me. I won't write it down, so I won't remember to actually say anything about it. You can count on that. I'm just gingerly trying to uproot this thing. These things will come loose if you dig them out, but figuring out what qualifies as digging them out can be difficult at times because they have very, very shitty collision. I think it might be back here. There it goes. Alright, so we dug it out. Now, of course, you can't pick this thing up with your terrain tool, but I mean, that's cute. That's cute if you think I was going to pick this up normally. No, I'm just going to grab it with a winch. So first, let me pull all the debris out of it. Yeah, I have checked into his Zeld streams. They are kind of fun to watch. Even if they're also infuriating sometimes, because he intentionally selects the worst solutions to every problem. But at least it's funny. But my god, he meticulously picks the worst solution for every problem. Backpack full of what? Oh, right, resin. I'll take all this stuff home and like shred it or something later. I just don't want it sitting on the ground. The fewer entities, the better. These two, I'm just gonna leave these here, however. I don't have an easy way to deal with them right now. Wrong answers only. That is Neb's stream. It's still a beautiful stream though. But like there's so many people who stream, so much stuff to watch, and I waste so much of my time just doing other things. It would be nice if I could check in on these things more often. Yeah, that's right, we don't even need the winch anymore, we could just use this. So the question is this going to thread the needle and go up through the tip of this container? I'm probably going to haul this thing back to the base at some point. Okay, yep, that's physics for you. This does mean I could probably launch this thing really far. How much flight do I have? I can't tell actually while she's in that slot. Do I lose the flight if I take that off? Hold on. Hold on, experiment. I'm flying. Now they thought about that, it does turn it off. I was gonna be surprised if that actually worked. They did think about that. Okay, it's got like 10 minutes left. Yeah, it's his mantra. I mean, you gotta own it sometimes. If you're good at something, just fucking build your stream around that. I like to think I'm good at making these science streams, and we don't need Usagi anymore. So I try to build it around that. I try to teach people things. I try to discover things. That's how my stream operates. Okay, this is the opposite of what I wanted. You mean like the visual design or the gameplay? I mean, the gameplay is hit or miss, but I do like the visual design of this game a lot. It can get away with that aesthetic. Okay, yeah, it's gonna be... Oh, whoa now. Yeah, it's gonna be a bit of an issue. Okay, I like the visual design and the sounds. I do like the visual and sound design for this game. Even if it's a little janky at times when there's like ports on the bottom of like research objects that you're trying to pick up, but nah, I can't complain about it too much. Oh my god. I don't know if I'm going to be able to actually weaponize this idea or not. This is interesting though. The ability to push an object around with your cursor like this has some potential, because we've seen that it can self-interact with the player, but I might need to do some homework off stream to see if I could truly decide if this is useful or not. The other problem I'm encountering is the game really wants to put this thing in front of the object. So you can see there, it like kind of slides around it a bunch, and it's actually really hard to bump it without the game eventually letting it clip through. I think we tow this thing back home and call it on the stream for today. Yeah, it's fighting. It really wants to push the player, but it can't quite do it. I wonder if like combining this with a crane or something would have some useful applications. Because the crane has proper physics, unlike the player model. But I think I'm gonna do the homework off stream. I do want to end soon. We've been doing this for 7 hours, so here's how we're gonna wrap this up. We're gonna bring this thing back home for further investigation on a future date. So we'll just use a winch for that. Once this thing stops dicking around in the abyss, I'll pull it back out. Let's go check out the depths, apparently. We can just attach it wherever, and given that this game is stupid, I can just pick all this up. So where is my home base? Yep, that's good. That's the camera I'm looking for right there. I think it's this direction. Alright, hopefully I don't lose this thing. Ow. This is more or less how I... Oh, god damn it. This is more or less how I brought the Eagle lander to my base. If anybody remembers that stream, that was ages ago that I did that. I had to do this with a rover through space. It was honestly not as hard as I thought it would be. but it was still spooky, and I had to do one save scum after I lost it. I had to do this more or less, just with a rover instead. The physics on it were nicer though. This thing is incredibly big, so it seems to just be kind of getting stuck on crap. Winches, please never change. Okay, detached again. Never mind. Devs, can you make the winches unbreakable, actually, now that I think about it? Like, if you could just make the winches never detach no matter what? I definitely can't see any problems arising from that. I like how Usagi is just, like, constantly pointing at this thing like I don't know where it is. Apparently this is what counts as, like, the treasure, is this object right here. This is what Usagi is pointing to. Alright, there's our rail to the space elevator, and I lost it again. Luckily, you could see where the physics engine turns off, because this thing just abruptly stops moving once it reaches a certain distance from me. Which is honestly convenient. It means it can't get far if it detaches. Okay, so I'm gonna park this bad boy. Let's see, do I have a good empty space for it? It's not gonna be in the way of anything I build. Maybe back here. This is where the, like, the pumpkin farm or whatever stuff was. It was carved into the wall. I expanded this a little bit when I made the parking lot bigger, so I can just put it back here. That should be a good spot. I'm not gonna build anything here. Just another object for the collection. Now, can I get it upright? I don't really care. I can just get it upright off stream. You know what? That's good enough. We'll take that. It's in the base. It's not clipping into the ground. It probably won't clip into the ground. This is what I meant, by the way, with the Eagle Lander. Alright, so stream's about to end now. I think you said you were going to leave like half an hour ago. Well, stream's actually ending now. So I'm going to do my spiel, and we'll call it on this. I'll clean up the base off stream, the usual business. So, yeah, that's Astroneer. We did a bunch of stuff, I think. We did some hydrazine stuff, adventure, we did the scrap events. We discovered something interesting about trade platforms that I'm hoping to weaponize in the future. But I think the biggest win out of all of this is now I have a fully automated hydrazine factory. So whatever explosive and or rocket-based shenanigans I'm up to now, I'm probably never going to run out of hydrazine again. And this will enable us to make the remaining chemistry labs. So that's very nice to have that. That's what we're going to be doing next time, in addition to whatever other nonsense I come up with. But we'll be building at least some, if not all, of the 4 remaining chemistry labs.